Thy mother was a white tiger, as were thy aunts and kin, yet thou wert born a black tiger. In a fit of divine fury, thy father beat thy mother for 3 days and 3 nights, and bound the neighboring black panther to lash him for 2 days and a half. Yet he could never fathom why thy bloodline was so divergent. Consumed by rage, thy parents cast thee aside and went their separate ways, leaving thee in thy frailty to struggle for survival alone within the desolate wilderness. Yet fate was not entirely bereft of mercy. Shortly after thy abandonment, thou didst awaken a cheat, the self-discipline strengthening system. So long as thou didst persist in a singular task for a duration, the system would bestow upon thee rewards of attribute points. Thus the first deed thou performed upon waking each day was to train with frenzied devotion. After 2.5 years of such tempering, thou hast transformed from a weak and helpless cub into the sovereign king of these vast woods. At this moment, as thou ventured forth to hunt, as was thy custom, thou didst discover a white tiger cub ahead, besieged by a pack of wild wolves, her form marred by countless wounds. Yet, faced with the encirclement of wolves, she showed no fear, baring teeth not yet fully grown. She unleashed a threatening roar against the pack. Alas, her voice lacked the majesty of an adult tiger. Instead of repelling the wolves, her fierce display appeared almost adorable in its helplessness. As the wolf pack pressed closer once more, the cub's heart sank into the depths of despair. Damnable fate am I, Liu Ruyan, reborn only to fall as fodder for these wretched wolves. Not long ago, Liu Ruyan had been reborn into this small white tiger. In her past life, she was a great empress of the human race, revered by millions, only to be betrayed by the human high command during the war against the Eldritch clan, perishing at the hands of her enemies. To seek a sliver of life, she had cast a secret technique to shield her soul, only to awaken within the body of this white tiger cub. To plummet from the heights of a supreme empress to the state of a common beast was a reality she found nearly impossible to accept. Yet misfortune seeks the broken. Because her kin were all Siberian tigers and she alone was a white tiger, her parents cast her out instantly, leaving her to endure a grueling struggle for survival in these deep mountains. Watching the wolves draw ever closer, Liu Ruyan's heart brimmed with bitter indignation. Can it be that I, a dignified empress, have returned only to be buried in the bellies of wolves? With a piercing howl, a wolf lunged toward her at that moment. Liu Ruyan nearly surrendered her last hope of life. Suddenly, a dark shadow streaked across her vision, moving with blinding speed and an unstoppable momentum. In the next instant, the shadow bared its maws, clamping down upon the wolf's throat with lethal precision. With a resounding crack, the neck of the lunging wolf was instantly crushed. A great black tiger appeared before the pack like a fiend god, radiating an aura so formidable that the wolves dared not approach. The alpha wolf's pupils constricted violently as he instinctively recoiled a step. Over these past 2.5 years, thy robust silhouette had become the living nightmare of every creature within dozens of miles. Yet thou gave them no chance to react. A low roar erupted from thy throat, echoing across the heavens. The wolf pack was instantly seized by terror, scattering in disarray and fleeing for their lives, not daring to offer the slightest resistance. Thou spat out a mouthful of wolf fur, thy gaze brimming with disdain. Before Liu Ruyan could comprehend the turn of events, the wolves had fled. She stood frozen, her heart filled with shock, her round eyes wide with wonder. She gazed upon thee, unable to believe her salvation, as a flicker of gratitude kindled within her soul. What a magnificent king of tigers! Thou looked down at Liu Ruyan, a strange glint flickering in thy eyes. Little one, thy display just now was quite courageous. For years other beasts had not even dared to meet thy gaze, let alone approach thee. This small white tiger showed no fear. Instead, she dared to look thee straight in the eye. Thou looked at Liu Ruyan, thy gaze betraying a rare hint of approval. With a tearing sound, thou ripped off a wolf's leg and placed it before her, before turning to depart. Snapping back to reality at the sight of the offering, Liu Ruyan limped hurriedly after thee. Though her gait was unsteady, her steps were infused with unwavering determination. She could not let thee leave, for she knew well that in this perilous forest, following thee was her only hope for survival. Thou halted thy steps, looking at her with curiosity. Little one, dost thou have more to say? I wish to follow you. Liu Ruyan's voice carried a hint of longing. She was but a cub and injured. Surviving this forest alone was a feat beyond her current strength. Follow me. Where are thy parents? Liu Ruyan lowered her head, assuming a pitiable facade. Because my coat is different, my parents cast me out. I have been starving for 3 days. She continued her ruse of misery, though her heart was filled with shame for such deception. I, Liu Ruyan, am a great empress. I once commanded the clouds and the rain with a single thought. I decided the life and death of millions. Yet now I must feign misery to beg for pity. What a profound disgrace. Seeing thy silence, Liu Ruyan spoke once more. I beg of you, I wish to live. This single sentence struck a chord within the softest part of thy heart. Thou didst reflect upon thy own fate, though thy parents lived and kin prospered, yet thou wert orphaned. Initially, thou hadst believed thy plight unparalleled in its sorrow, yet never didst thou imagine another creature, sharing a similar lineage, could mirror thy tragic destiny so perfectly. Verily this was a kinship of lost souls, two celestial tigers fallen to the same sorrowful fate, and a wave of profound sympathy surged within thy heart for the small white cub. Then you shall accompany me. A spark of joy ignited within Liu Ruyan's heart, for it seemed she had successfully garnered the behemoth's compassion. To think she, a majestic empress of unparalleled prestige, was now reduced to relying on the pity of a fellow beast merely to survive. The mere thought brought a flush of profound shame to Liu Ruyan. Fortuitously, this was but a beast, a mere tiger, else she might truly have found herself unable to utter such humbling pleas. Having received thy tacit approval, Liu Ruyan meticulously followed in thy wake. As Liu Ruyan proceeded, her gaze, filled with an insatiable curiosity, continually swept over thy form. How, in the myriad realms, did this creature manage to possess such an immensely robust physique, even before the grand era of spiritual energy revival? Though her rebirth had occurred but a short while ago, Liu Ruyan was certain she still resided upon the Earth star, the very world of her previous existence. Yet the precise span remaining until the resurgence of spiritual energy remained an enigma. Without the pervasive spiritual Kai, almost all of the formidable cultivation methods she had mastered in her past life lay dormant, incapable of being practiced. Until that hallowed time, it seemed her only recourse was to follow this formidable black tiger. As thou strode forth, leading the way, thou didst suddenly perceive the small white cub falling behind. Halting thy majestic advance, thou cast a glance backward, only to behold Liu Ruyan struggling onward, limping with agonizing slowness, her pace pitiably diminished. Approaching Liu Ruyan's side, thou didst lower thy gaze, discovering then the grave wound upon her hind leg, from which blood steadily flowed. The crimson ichor gushed forth without cessation, staining the pristine white fur that adorned her. Little one, thou art commendable, such unwavering spirit. Thy estimation of her fortitude deepened yet further. Hearing thy words, Liu Ruyan's spirit swelled with an involuntary surge of pride. Though presently not but a diminutive white tiger cub, the indomitable arrogance befitting a sovereign empress still coursed within her essence. Gazing upon Liu Ruyan, thou didst speak, little one, thy pace is too languid thus, ascend. With these words, thou didst lower thy massive form. Liu Ruyan hesitated for a brief moment, then, with a surge of resolve, leaped onto thy back. As Liu Ruyan landed upon thy back, she was then, and only then, able to viscerally perceive the immense, formidable strength of thy physical form. What esoteric regimen, in the myriad days of its existence, had this tiger undertaken for its musculature to attain such formidable, unparalleled power? As an empress, what tempests had she not weathered? What myriad wonders had she not witnessed? Strange and unorthodox cultivation methods, peculiar cultivators, even evolved beasts and grotesque mountain spirits and sea monsters, none of these had ever stirred her composure. Yet a tiger such as thyself, possessing such an astonishingly robust physique even before the advent of the spiritual energy revival, was truly unprecedented, a marvel utterly unheard of in all her vast experience. This phenomenon ignited within Liu Ruyan a profound and intense curiosity regarding thy true nature. After a mere 2.5 minutes, thou didst guide the small white cub back to thy hallowed domain. Here, a crystalline stream flowed, its depths utterly transparent, its waters murmuring softly as they coursed onward. After thy daily exertions and rigorous training, thou wouldst invariably seek this very stream for ablution. Thou didst gently set down the small white cub, bidding her first cleanse her own wounds, and with these instructions, thou didst turn and depart. This hallowed ground was thy undisputed territory. Wild beasts dared not trespass here, thus no fear existed that any feral creature would approach to harm the small white cub. As she gazed upon thy departing silhouette, Liu Ruyan's eyes widened in profound astonishment. Never had she conceived that this colossal black tiger possessed such meticulous attentiveness, even instructing her to cleanse her own wounds. It seemed this formidable tiger was far more sagacious than her initial estimations had allowed. As she cleansed her wounds, Liu Ruyan found herself involuntarily pondering the enigmatic truths surrounding thy existence once more. To care for the vulnerable, and even possess knowledge of cleansing wounds, what unfathomable origins did this mighty black tiger truly possess? Little did she comprehend that thou, too, wert a soul reborn, and in thy previous incarnation a distinguished prodigy of the medical academies. A brief moment later, thou didst return, thy majestic strides echoing. Upon hearing the approaching footsteps, Liu Ruyan, still reeling from her recent trauma, almost instinctively whirled her head, her gaze piercing towards thy formidable presence. And there she beheld thee, a few verdant plants clutched within thy jaws, approaching her. As bewilderment colored her perception, she witnessed thee meticulously masticate the plants. What is this? Liu Ruyan could not help but inquire, her voice laced with surprise. Thou didst cast a glance upon her, and spokest these are medicinal herbs, capable of healing thy wounds. Though at first a pang of discomfort might arise, endure it, and thou shalt swiftly recover. Upon hearing these profound words, Liu Ruyan's eyes widened instantly, stretched to their utmost limit. Within her twin orbs, her left eye seemed to spell inconceive, while her right completed the marvel with able. Before Liu Ruyan could fully emerge from the depths of her profound shock, thou hadst already applied the masticated plants upon her wounds. Is he applying medicine to me? Liu Ruyan mused, lowering her gaze to her injured hind leg, utterly disbelieving the spectacle unfolding before her very eyes. Yet the lingering, throbbing pain radiating from her wounds told her with absolute clarity that this was reality. But how could a mere tiger possess the knowledge of medicinal principles? You paid no heed to her shocked expression instead. The corners of your mouth could not help but curl into a faint, haughty smirk. Rest well, little one. I shall go hunt for our meal. Liu Ruyan was taken aback. Her gaze fell upon the nearby carcass of the wild wolf, her heart brimming with bewilderment. Is our meal not right here? The mere thought of soon having to gorge on raw flesh and drink fresh blood made a wave of profound discomfort wash over Liu Ruyan. After all, as a former empress, when had she ever been reduced to such a wretched and miserable state? Let alone consuming raw flesh, she would have even scoffed at the finest delicacies beloved by mortal men. No matter, surviving this ordeal is all that matters now. Having fortified her mind, she raised her head, only to see you skillfully butchering the wolf's carcass. You stripped away its pelt and washed the flesh clean. Your movements were as smooth as flowing water and drifting clouds, executed in one seamless breath. Liu Ruyan's eyes instantly widened in sheer disbelief. Endless marvel welled up within her heart. To think this great black tiger was so refined as to skin its prey before a meal. Her curiosity regarding this great black tiger involuntarily deepened by several folds. Catching Liu Ruyan's gaze, you assumed she was starving and eager to eat. Thus you immediately spoke. Wait just a moment longer, little one. It is not quite ready to be eaten. Hearing this, Liu Ruyan tilted her head, her tiny eyes brimming with immense bewilderment. The pelt has been stripped and the blood has been washed away. If he is not eating it, what is he waiting for? She then watched as you fetched a sharpened wooden stick and a wooden plank from nearby. Placing a handful of dry kindling upon the plank, you unceremoniously planted your rear on the ground, gripped the stick tightly with your two front paws, and began to rapidly rub it back and forth. An ordinary tiger, naturally, could never perform such a feat. However, bolstered by a massive influx of system attribute points, your myriad skills had already been maxed out, allowing you to transcend the limits of a mere mortal beast long ago. Witnessing this scene, Liu Ruyan's eyes bulged as if she had just seen a ghost. Drilling wood to make fire, to think this great black tiger is actually capable of such a thing. Watching you skin and wash the wolf was absurd enough, yet she never expected to witness something even more preposterous. One must know that the spiritual energy of the world had yet to recover, and many wild beasts had not yet awakened their spiritual sentience. Only the most primal of instincts drove them to hunt, feed, and procreate. However, your actions were ample proof that your intellect was by no means low at the very least. It rivaled the cunning of a grown mortal man. Countless questions surged like a tempest within Liu Ruyan's heart. With a sudden crackle, under your deft manipulation, a fledgling spark of flame flickered to life from within the dry kindling. Liu Ruyan stared at the dancing flames, her heart consumed by absolute shock. Never in her wildest thoughts did she fathom that a tiger could master such profound survival skills. The warm, radiant firelight flickered across her face, bestowing upon her newly reincarnated soul an unprecedented sense of security. Immediately after, you constructed a makeshift spit and began to roast the flesh. Charred marks marred the roasting rack, a clear testament that this was far from its first use. The more Liu Ruyan observed your methodical actions, the more alarmed she became, until her mind bordered on utter numbness. Yet within her heart, she was certain of one thing: this great black tiger was absolutely extraordinary. The longer she watched, the more she felt he possessed the soul of a human. Could it be? At this thought, Liu Ruyan's heart skipped a beat. She desperately yearned to ask, yet dared not utter a single syllable. As the meat roasted, you would occasionally cast a glance at Liu Ruyan by your side. You knew full well that ordinary wild beasts harbored an instinctual terror of fire. Yet, rather than cowering and fleeing as you had expected, Liu Ruyan fearlessly took a step closer. The brilliant firelight danced and reflected within the depths of her pupils. This, however, caught you somewhat by surprise. You possess quite the audacity, little one, but do not draw too close. Should an errant ember fall upon you, that pristine, snow-white fur of yours will be burnt to cinders. Liu Ruyan gave a blank, silent nod, prudently maintaining her distance. The roasting flesh sizzled as golden oils seeped forth, its savory aroma permeating the air. Driven mad by the pangs of ravenous hunger, Liu Ruyan. Saliva dripped freely, her eyes fixated upon the roasting meat on the rack, her heart overflowing with longing. Upon witnessing this, you chuckled and promptly tore off a wolf leg, bestowing it upon Liu Ruyan. Starved, are you? Devour it? Liu Ruyan gazed upon the fragrant wolf leg, her heart brimming with joy. She hastily accepted the offering and commenced to devour it with ravenous hunger. So eager was she that her small mouth bulged with the abundance of food, and though it burned her, she did not cease her tearing. Watching Liu Ruyan devour the wolf leg with such gusto, a strange warmth welled up within your heart. You cultivated frantically alone each day, the silence of the forest often stirring within you a sense of solitude. Yet now, with the companionship of Liu Ruyan, your life seemed painted with a unique hue. You reminisced upon your own past, and then regarded Liu Ruyan. Both of you had been abandoned by your parents, struggling to survive alone in this world. This shared fate ignited within you a special emotion for Liu Ruyan, as if you were partners bound together tightly by the threads of destiny. Little one, from this day forward, follow me and live by my side. Upon hearing your words, Liu Ruyan immediately halted her feasting. Her eyes shone brightly, and without hesitation, she nodded her head. This was precisely what she desired, for she was currently far too weak. To possess a powerful protector was not a bad thing. Perhaps, when the spiritual Kai revived, she would achieve accomplishment in her cultivation, and in turn, protect you. At this moment, beholding the look of trust in Liu Ruyan's eyes, you nodded in comfort. From this day forward, I shall be your father. Liu Ruyan's movements froze, and she lifted her head to gaze upon you, her eyes wide with utter bewilderment. I, a dignified empress, you would have me call you father. What is it? Are you unwilling? Observing the conflict in Liu Ruyan's eyes, a trace of confusion arose within your heart. In the next moment, Liu Ruyan regained her senses, inwardly roaring, willing. What nonsense! This empress is certainly unwilling. To have this empress call you father, you are indulging in the wildest of fantasies. A mere mortal tiger dares to become the father of this empress. Seeing Liu Ruyan's silence, you felt a touch of disappointment in your heart. Since you are unwilling, then so be it. You turned your back, no longer looking at her. You had presumed that this little one would happily accept your proposal after all. Within this forest, your mutual companionship could be considered a peculiar fate. Since the little one was unwilling, you would naturally not force the matter. Watching your retreating figure, a wave of unease suddenly washed over Liu Ruyan. This fellow, could he be angered? If he truly becomes enraged, what if he casts me out? With her current strength, she would not survive in the wilderness without the protection of this great black tiger. Her small paws gently scratched at the ground. To have this empress call you father, at this moment Liu Ruyan's face was twisted into a knot. Her pride and the reality of her predicament continuously warred within her heart. Having been an empress in her past life, Liu Ruyan clearly understood that in this world where the strong preyed upon the weak, one must either grow strong oneself, or attach oneself to a powerful figure, otherwise one would not even possess the right to live. Although she now knew many methods of cultivation, and had ways to rapidly rise in power, the crux of the issue lay here: spiritual Kai had not yet revived. Furthermore, her body was still so frail. Thinking of this, Liu Ruyan once again lifted her head to look at your back. No matter what, it was you who had saved her and also cared for her. The grace of nurture was as vast as the heavens. Finally, Liu Ruyan gritted her teeth and made a difficult decision. Liu Ruyan's voice was as faint as a mosquito's hum, yet the forest at night was silent and still, and a portion of your attention was focused on Liu Ruyan. No matter how soft, her voice was still captured by your ears. Your figure paused, and then, with a surge of joy in your heart, you abruptly turned around to look at Liu Ruyan, your eyes filled with tenderness and elation. From this moment forth, you shall be Father's precious daughter. Come, let Father embrace you. Liu Ruyan lowered her head, feeling your caress, her heart resembling a stampede of 10,000 alpacas. Such utter humiliation. This Empress actually called a mortal tiger father. This matter must absolutely never be known by a third beast. At this moment, she wished she could find a pit to bury herself in, her small face brimming with helplessness and grievance. Right, you don't have a name yet, do you? Upon hearing this, a sinister premonition suddenly arose within Liu Ruyan's heart. She had just wanted to open her mouth, but suddenly realized something was amiss. If she had a name, and such a human-like name, you would surely suspect her. Perhaps she would immediately become roasted meat on the rack, and so she immediately shut her mouth again. At this moment, you were pondering a name, not noticing the change in Liu Ruyan's expression. From now on, Father will call you Little White. Liu Ruyan's eyes widened abruptly. Little White, I, a dignified empress, you give me such a name. And furthermore, I am now a tiger, a mighty and imposing tiger, do you understand? I am not a dog. Her heart overflowed with protest, but she dared not reveal it, and could only glare at you, silently protesting this name. It's Little White, isn't it lovely? You completely failed to notice Liu Ruyan's peculiar expression, gazing upon her with eyes full of anticipation. Within her heart, Liu Ruyan protested vehemently. How is that pleasant to the ear? According to your naming logic, I have white fur, so I am Little White. Since you are covered in black fur, should you not then be called Big Black? Yet when she met your gaze, her small mouth instantly became obedient. She nodded her snowy, white chin repeatedly, saying, "It sounds wonderful, I like it very much." Then it is settled. Henceforth, your pet name shall be Little White. You gazed at Liu Ruyan with satisfaction, your heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. You had expected your chosen name to be met with disdain, but you did not anticipate her agreeing so readily. It seemed you truly possessed a divine talent for naming. Stepping into the role of a tiger father for the first time, a profound sense of responsibility welled within you. You gently patted Liu Ruyan's small head once more. Be good, Little White. Eat slowly so you do not choke. Father shall continue roasting more for you. Upon hearing the word father, the sense of humiliation in Liu Ruyan's heart nearly surged past its limits. She secretly swore to herself, when the resurgence of spiritual Kai begins, I must depart from this great black tiger's side. This matter must never, ever be allowed to spread. Having been granted a second life, she possessed knowledge of many hidden, fortuitous opportunities. In this life, she could intercept them all and reclaim the glory that rightfully belonged to her. She might even ascend to heights that she had never reached in her previous life. Naturally, Liu Ruyan was not one to forget an act of kindness. Once the spiritual Kai returned, she would surely assist you. At the very least, she would ensure you were not slain by humans or other ferocious beasts during the chaotic era following the resurgence. Having charted her future path, the sense of humiliation within her heart dissipated by half. At that moment, another wild wolf had finished roasting Little White. Come and feast upon this meat. Coming, Liu Ruyan caught the scent of the fragrance and responded joyfully. Instantly breaking free from her earlier gloom, she moved with small, dainty steps, hopping and skipping toward you. Her appearance was so lively and adorable that anyone seeing her would find it difficult to resist pulling her into their embrace to pamper her. Once she had eaten her fill, Liu Ruyan lay upon the grass, clutching her small belly with a satisfied expression. Ever since she was abandoned by the parents of her original body, she had never enjoyed a full meal. Today's feast was truly magnificent. By the time she realized it, her belly had already become round and bloated. Seeing Liu Ruyan's face full of contentment, you felt a deep sense of gratification. The following day, after finishing breakfast, you stood up and cast your gaze toward her Little White. Come and temper your body with Father. Liu Ruyan tilted her head. Temper my body. Could it be that Father's formidable physique is related to this? Come, learn from Father. Then you began to perform push-ups indifferent to anything else. During these days, you did not merely persist in your daily training, you also performed 2,000 push-ups every single day. Your body was firmly planted on the ground, your massive paws supporting your weight as they sank deep into the soil. Slowly, you bent your forelimbs, lowering your body as your muscles tensed, every fiber of your being exerted force, your movements standard and powerful. Each descent and ascent was imbued with immense strength. Witnessing this scene, Liu Ruyan was momentarily struck, dumbfounded. What manner of training method was this? In her previous life, she had witnessed countless exquisite body tempering techniques, yet she had never seen such a bizarre form of exercise. "Little White, why are you standing there in a daze? Come quickly and train with father." You looked at her bewildered expression and urged her with a smile. Liu Ruyan felt helpless, yet she could only obediently comply. She mimicked your posture, lying on the ground with her small paws braced. Her body was far too small and weak to perform push-ups with your standard form. Her tiny claws kept slipping on the ground, unable to find any leverage. Her body wobbled and she tumbled to the earth, her mouth filled with dirt. Seeing her struggling, you smiled, "Little White, do not be in a rush, take it slowly." Liu Ruyan agreed on the surface, but as she struggled with the push-ups, she grumbled in her heart, "What kind of wretched training method is this?" However, she did not dare defy your command and could only persist. Watching her mimic your movements, you couldn't help but laugh out loud, subsequently accelerating your pace. Liu Ruyan, meanwhile, was constantly kissing the earth. One black, one white, the sight was peculiar beyond measure. After a while, Liu Ruyan was truly exhausted. She lay prone on the ground, panting heavily, her small tongue darting out to lick her lips. She appeared utterly spent. Seeing her adorable state, you reached out and rubbed her small head. "Little White, if you are weary, rest for a while." Liu Ruyan nodded, lying on the ground, unwilling to move a single inch. She thought to herself, "This training is far too grueling. This Empress shall never do it again." Yet, when she turned her head to look at you, she discovered your speed was increasing. Moreover, every repetition was executed with perfect form. Though strange, it possessed a striking sense of power and aesthetic. Before long, you finished your training, and the mechanical voice of the system echoed in your mind, "Congratulations, host, for completing 2,000 push-ups daily for the 31st day, rewarding 10 attribute points." You were overjoyed. Level up. You had reached level 9, with the upper limit still unknown. In an instant, a mysterious light, invisible to the naked eye, enveloped you. Your frame grew slightly larger, your muscles became more developed, and your aura grew significantly more powerful. Liu Ruyan was instantly stunned. She could hardly believe her eyes. This crude and unrefined training method was actually so effective. This forced her to reevaluate your method of exercise. In the days that followed, whenever you exercised, Liu Ruyan would follow suit. Though she found it arduous, the thought of the future resurgence of spiritual Kai and her own goals gave her the strength to grit her teeth and endure. Time flowed by, and in the blink of an eye, a month passed. Congratulations, host, for completing 3,000 push-ups daily for the 30th day, rewarding 20 attribute points. Your eyes brighten as the accumulation of the past month finally grants you sufficient attribute points to ascend to level 10. Level up. A mysterious, invisible radiance envelops your form. In the next breath, your stature expands once more, your musculature becomes more defined, and your eyes shimmer with a light that seems to harbor infinite power. Beside you, Liu Ruyan halts her movements, gazing at you in profound shock. Father has grown even stronger. Her voice carries a hint of awe. The word "father" now flows from her lips with practiced ease. She had followed this training regimen for a month, reaching a capacity of hundreds of repetitions daily. While it surely tempered her physique, it bore none of the miraculous effects you displayed. Liu Ruyan looked at you, then at herself, her small face wrinkling. "Is it because I have practiced for too short a time? I heard father say he had already been training for 2.5 years. Having concluded your training, you leap with a great splash into the nearby stream. Throughout this month of shared life, Liu Ruyan discovered many of your secrets. She realized this father was certainly no ordinary tiger. Your daily bathing and fastidious cleanliness were behaviors utterly foreign to a mere beast. As she watched you bathe, her heart brimmed with bewilderment. Furthermore, she noted your penchant for fruits and vegetables. You had even planted over a dozen wild fruit trees, arranged neatly by species, a clear sign of deliberate cultivation. Every day, you insisted she consume greens and fruits. She recalled how, upon the first occasion, you claimed they aided digestion and replenished vitamins. At that moment, Liu Ruyan was left utterly confounded. What were vitamins? You explained they were nutrients essential for the body's well-being. Though the concept escaped her, she understood they were beneficial. Yet, for a carnivore to favor fruits and vegetables, how could this be logical? After this period of companionship, you felt less like a tiger to her and more like a human. Perhaps you were the reincarnation of some ancient demonic god. At this thought, dread filled Liu Ruyan's heart. If you truly were such a reincarnation, the consequences of discovering her human soul would be unthinkable. Gripped by such trepidation, she began to hide her secrets with even greater caution. Each day, she played the part of the obedient, precious daughter, or rather, the precious cub. She dared not relax for a moment, fearing you might perceive her true identity. She swore a solemn oath until she had grown powerful, she must never, absolutely never, let father discover she possessed a human soul. That night, as you lay outside the lair to catch the breeze, you drifted into a slumber. Your massive frame was majestic, your black fur shimmering with a mystical luster under the silver moonlight. Liu Ruyan observed you, her eyes filled with doubt, wondering at the source of such formidable strength. Looking upon your vast form, a sliver of warmth rose within her. She knew that before you, she was small and fragile. Yet during this time, you had truly raised her as your own daughter. But she was deceiving you. She wondered how father would treat her if he knew the truth of her human soul. Looking at the remains of the rabbit meat, Liu Ruyan felt a sense of ennui. Her small paws toyed idly with a half-burnt branch as she gazed at the silver moon. When would the recovery of spiritual Kai finally arrive? Without spiritual Kai, she could not cultivate the secret techniques of her past life. Liu Ruyan was growing weary of playing the obedient child in your presence. Irritation surged within her. She craved the arrival of spiritual Kai and the restoration of her former power. As a peerless empress, how could she be content to remain subservient for long? Spiritual Kai, have you lost your way? Why have you not yet returned? Liu Ruyan's heart was a tempest of pride and indignation. One day I shall make father call me mother. No, I shall make father call me father. Having set this goal, her heart felt considerably lighter. Suddenly, an anomaly appeared upon the silver moon. A faint crimson hue began to bleed from its outer edge. That touch of red was so slight that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Then the crimson spread like ink dissolving in water. As time passed, the red deepened until the entire silver moon appeared, drenched in fresh blood. Shock filled Liu Ruyan's eyes, and her breath quickened. The silver moon, the moon has turned blood red. A gargantuan crimson moon now hung in the heavens, wreathed in a hazy mist that made it appear even more mysterious and sinister. An eldritch light radiated from its center, bathing the earth and staining the entire forest in shades of dark crimson. This was a sight Liu Ruyan would never forget. She had seen it in her previous life when the red moon hangs aloft. The recovery of spiritual Kai is imminent. Soon, it will be father's turn to call me father. A dull roll of thunder shattered the silence of the night. A violent gale followed, causing the surrounding trees to groan and rustle. In the next breath, a torrential downpour descended, lashing the earth. You jolted awake instantly, your keen senses reacting swiftly to the upheaval in your surroundings. Why has rain descended? You knit your brows, preparing to summon Little White back to the den. You realize that this rain is of a sanguine hue, a rain of blood. What manner of phenomenon is this? Your eyes widen, your heart filled with profound astonishment. Amidst your wonder, threads of searing heat surge from the blood rain into your form, like a warm current flowing through your meridians, causing your frame to tremble involuntarily. This rain can actually temper the physique. What truly is happening here? Even as you marvel, a mechanical resonance echoes within your consciousness, absorbing the spiritual Kai of heaven and earth, gained 1 attribute point. Spiritual Kai, a glimmer of profound mystery flashes within your gaze. In your understanding, the advent of blood rain was bizarre enough, yet you never imagined it would harbor the very essence of spiritual Kai. The system's prompt continues to chime, absorbing the spiritual Kai of heaven and earth, gained 1 attribute point. Absorbing the spiritual Kai of heaven and earth gained 1 attribute point. In a mere span of breaths, your attribute points surged by 10. At this moment, that cold, mechanical chime was like a celestial melody, playing incessantly within the depths of your mind. Recovering from your shock, you are overcome with joy. This blood rain is a supreme treasure. If I can remain bathed in this sanguine deluge, will my strength not ascend at a meteoric pace? Such a fortuitous encounter is truly a rare gift from the heavens. In your fervor, you fail to notice the sheer shock of Liu Ruyan upon hearing the words spiritual Kai. Her small form stiffened for a fleeting moment. At that moment, Liu Ruyan became even more certain that her father's identity was far from ordinary. How could he possibly recognize the nature of spiritual Kai? Little White, come swiftly and bathe in the blood rain. It holds boundless benefits. Suddenly your voice resounded beside her ear. Having rescued this daughter from the jaws of a wolf, you naturally held her in high regard, wishing for her to share in the boons brought by this sanguine rain. You surmised that this rain was not confined to your location alone surely. The entire world was undergoing a monumental transformation. Other beasts in the wilderness would undoubtedly bathe in the blood rain as well this night. The world was destined to undergo an earth-shattering upheaval. Hearing this, Liu Ruyan felt a flash of disdain. Does it even need to be said? This empress has waited for this blood rain until the very flowers of hope nearly withered. Yet, on the surface, she nodded joyfully and replied, "Father." In truth, the moment the blood rain descended, she had already begun secretly circulating her cultivation method, absorbing the spiritual Kai with all her might. Because this mortal vessel's foundation was too meager, despite a month of training under your guidance, it remained dreadfully weak. As she circulated her technique, her body trembled slightly. Fearing your discovery, she only dared to cultivate in secret when your attention was elsewhere. She murmured inwardly, "I must not let father discover my secret. At least, not yet. When my strength is sufficient, it will not be too late to impart a cultivation method to him." You merely cast a glance at Liu Ruyan, and seeing her bathed in the blood rain, just as you were, you paid her no further heed. Listening to the system's prompts echoing incessantly, you were filled with exhilarating joy. Previously, it took arduous effort to gain 10 attribute points, but now they were as easily gathered as pebbles upon the ground. Still unsatisfied, you opened your maw wide to swallow the blood rain. As it flowed down your throat, it brought a searing, scorching sensation. This searing heat diffused through your body, as if every cell were cheering in exultation. It was far more satisfying than any arduous grind you had endured before. As the blood rain fell, the forest underwent a cataclysmic transformation, with flora burgeoning at a pace visible to the naked eye. From all directions came the incessant roars of beasts, voices brimming with primal, savage wildness. 2.5 hours passed, and your attribute points had reached 2,500, a feat you could not have achieved in a lifetime of manual toil. Your lips curled into an involuntary smile. Ascend, I shall ascend, forward to glory. In the next instant, your body began to transform, yet, as the change commenced, you realized something was amiss. Past ascensions were merely physical alterations, but this time, the transformation surged from within to without. A domineering and peerless aura suddenly erupted from your form, swirling like a ferocious tempest with you at its center. The blood rain was blasted asunder by the impact of this staggering pressure. Even the surrounding air seemed suppressed by your aura, becoming incredibly heavy, as if one could touch the physical manifestation of that pressure with a mere reach of the hand. As the sensation subsided, you prepared to test the newfound strength of your ascended form. At that moment, a flood of information surged into your mind. Unlike the system prompts, this knowledge felt innate, as if it had been born within you and was only now being awakened. Upon receiving the information, your heart leaped with wild joy. You had awakened your bloodline talent. Liu Ruyan, who was in the midst of cultivation, suddenly felt a formidable aura emanating from beside her, and her eyes snapped open in shock. When she perceived the cause, a tempest of shock raged in her heart. Has father actually broken through to the awakening realm? In disbelief, she sensed the aura radiating from you once more. After confirming it repeatedly, she sucked in a cold breath of air. Possessing the experience of an emperor-level expert, she had certainly witnessed peerless geniuses before. However, the resurgence of spiritual Kai had only begun 2 hours ago, yet he had already reached the awakening realm. It was truly terrifying. Her heart was filled with both wonder at your rapid ascent and a faint, lingering worry. It seems my previous suspicion was correct. Father truly is the reincarnation of a peerless sovereign, otherwise, such a rapid breakthrough would be impossible. I must conceal my identity even more carefully. I cannot afford to be exposed until I possess absolute power. In her previous life, she had been betrayed by those closest to her, which was how she had fallen into such a pathetic state. Although she had not been with you for long, she could feel your genuine sincerity toward her. Yet the shadows of her past life still loomed over her heart, and they would not be easily dispelled in a short time. Liu Ruyan would never take the initiative to harm you, but she also refused to tread the same path of ruin again. With a thought, you summoned the system interface. Level 11 Talent Tiger basic upgrade to next tier requires 3 zeros. 0 attribute points 600. You then carefully examine the talent Tiger basic. Upon slaying a living creature, you may forcibly enslave its soul form. Observing the description of this ability, a flash of joy crossed your tiger eyes. The vassals of the tiger ability was indeed quite remarkable. The crimson rain continued to fall, each blood, red droplet like a pearl imbued with mysterious power, descending incessantly from the heavens. With a burning gaze, you swallowed the rainwater. The spiritual Kai within surged into your body like a tidal wave, and your attribute points continued to accumulate. As you swallowed the rain, you spoke to Liu Ruyan Ziobai. This crimson rain is a rare boon. You should also absorb as much as possible. Liu Ruyan nodded understood. I will do my best. Liu Ruyan began to accelerate the circulation of her cultivation method from her previous life, frantically devouring the spiritual Kai of heaven and earth. A small Kai vortex formed around her as the surrounding energy was relentlessly drawn into her body. Her heart was gripped by a sense of urgency. The growth of your strength had already far exceeded her wildest imagination. Now that the spiritual Kai had just undergone its revival and was at its peak density, she had to race against time. It was not until dawn that the crimson rain finally ceased. The sky gradually brightened, and the firmament, once dyed blood red, returned to its pristine azure hue. Even the formerly desolate lands were now occupied by lush vegetation. Had the flora not grown several times their original height, it would have seemed as if everything were no different from usual. You opened your attribute panel once more. By now, you had accumulated over 7,000 attribute points. If level 11 is already this formidable, would level 12 not be even mightier? Thus you mused. With a mere thought, you allocated 5,000 attribute points directly into your level, upgrading, evolution in progress. You could not help but let out a low, guttural roar, a sound vibrating with raw, majestic power. Liu Ruyan, who had been immersed in her cultivation, opened her eyes. Seeing you achieve another breakthrough, a look of utter shock surfaced on her face. No way. Another breakthrough? How is this possible? Even if the spiritual Kai were this dense, it shouldn't be possible to reach such a state so quickly, right? Wait, this can't be right. I'm the one using a heaven-defying cheat, yet even with a cheat, I cannot compare to father. At this moment, her heart was filled with profound bewilderment. Meanwhile, you did not notice Liu Ruyan's reaction. You had always treated her as your own daughter, and thus felt no need to hide your progress from her. After the evolution concluded, you immediately focused your gaze on the advanced skills of the attribute panel. Over the past 2.5 years, you had already evolved all these skills to the advanced rank. Now that you had broken through to level 11, these advanced skills could finally be promoted once more. You wondered what form they would take after their ascension. After hesitating for a moment over the selection of skills, you finally decided to spend the remaining 2,000 attribute points on advanced deterrence and advanced bite. In an instant, a massive influx of information surged into your mind. Within your eyes, a sinister, eldritch light flashed, as if a mysterious flame were burning within the depths of your pupils. Pupils of fear elementary fixate your gaze upon the foe to trigger the deepest latent terrors hidden within their heart. Vajra Claws Elementary, the tiger's claws transmute into mystical metal, capable of rending gold and shattering stone, imbued with a devastating tearing effect. Before the upgrade, you could already deter the surrounding wild beasts from lingering nearby. That pressure was an innate kingly aura. Now that they have been upgraded, you wondered just how much might these two skills now possessed. Within your bronze bell, like tiger eyes, a glimmer of intense anticipation flickered. You intended to find an opportunity to test their power. Just then, you turned your gaze towards Ziobai beside you. Truly interesting. A faint purple radiance was actually emanating from Ziobai's body, swirling around her like a dream, as if she were draped in a mysterious silken veil. Little one, are you also about to awaken a bloodline ability? Your heart was filled with satisfaction. It seemed the little one possessed quite the remarkable natural talent. Sensing your gaze, Liu Ruyan's small heart skipped a beat in terror. She hastily withdrew her cultivation, her heart falling into a state of utter turmoil. It's over, it's all over. Father has found me out. A trace of profound worry flashed in her round eyes. Would father suspect something was amiss? Would he kill me to silence me and protect his secrets? If he truly intends to do so, what should I do? I am currently no match for him at all. Must I flee? But where could I possibly flee? The fear in her heart submerged her like a surging tide. At that very moment, your voice rang out, gentle and filled with anticipation, little white. What bloodline talent have you awakened? Bloodline talent. Liu Ruyan's spirited eyes darted about as she froze for an instant. She had not yet broken through to the awakening realm. So how could she have possibly awakened a bloodline talent? Could it be that father is unaware of this? So, the reason he gazed at me just now was simply to know what bloodline talent I had awakened. It wasn't because he discovered me circulating my cultivation method. Liu Ruyan cautiously lifted her head to meet your gaze, sensing nothing amiss within your eyes. She finally let out a long sigh of relief. Father, the bloodline talent I awakened is lunar essence. Under the radiance of the moon, my efficiency in absorbing the energy of heaven and earth increases tenfold. To conceal the anomalies caused by her cultivation method, Liu Ruyan spun a deceptive tale. Tenfold. A glimmer of pleasant surprise flashed within your tiger-like eyes. Such a talent was indeed formidable. Though Liu Ruyan remained weak for now, with your protection, her ascension was merely a matter of time. Then you must strive even harder. Do not squander such a gift, nor let it become an excuse for sloth. Do you understand? I understand, father. I shall persevere with all my might. Liu Ruyan nodded with feigned obedience, yet her heart harbored a different thought. That once her power surpassed his, she would make him call her father as well, he. Once she reached the awakening realm, she would be able to cultivate the profound martial arts and secret techniques from her previous life. As of now, she had already reached the mid-stage of the mortal realm. For Liu Ruyan, bolstered by the mystical cultivation methods of her past life, the awakening realm was no longer a distant dream. The cultivation method she practiced was known as the purple yang breathing technique. In the eras to come, the grades of cultivation methods were divided into mortal, king, emperor, and sovereign ranks. And the purple yang breathing technique was a sovereign rank cultivation method. This was her ultimate trump card. With the purple yang breathing technique, I will surely surpass father. Liu Ruyan's gaze brimmed with resolve, as if she could already see the day you would be forced to call her father. Simultaneously, this crimson rain had sparked fervent discussions among all of humanity across the globe. Many who were drenched by the blood rain felt their strength swell significantly. Even domestic cats and dogs began to descend into a state of primal frenzy. In an instant, strange occurrences and tragedies unfolded across the world, plunging hearts into panic and the world into chaos. Of these external matters, you were naturally unaware. At this moment, your thoughts turned towards surveying the transformations within the forest. Little White, father is going out to find some sustenance. Do not wander off. If you encounter peril, cry out for father at the top of your lungs. You called out toward Liu Ruyan's direction, your tiger-like eyes filled with genuine concern. In truth, you were deeply worried about Liu Ruyan. Though she had grown considerably of late, in this forest fraught with hidden dangers, any unforeseen calamity could strike. Hearing your voice, Liu Ruyan immediately responded with dutiful obedience. I understand, father. With the resurgence of spiritual Kai, Liu Ruyan was filled with absolute confidence in her own strength. With her mid-stage mortal realm cultivation and her experiences as an empress in her past life, she feared nothing so long as she did not encounter a being of the awakening realm. This was the pride and conviction she held as a former empress. As for the awakening realm, she did not believe another entity as terrifying as her father existed in these lands. In her perception, you were already the sovereign ruler of this entire region. Furthermore, even if an awakening realm beast were to appear, it would be impossible for it to slay her in a short span of time. Now that father has departed, I can seize this moment to focus on my cultivation. I must break through to the awakening realm as soon as possible. Glancing toward you once more to ensure you had gone far and were not paying her any heed, she immediately pushed the purple sun breathing technique to its absolute limit. In an instant, spiritual Kai enveloped her small frame, causing her entire body to radiate a majestic violet glow. Feeling the changes within her body, a flicker of joy rose in Liu Ruyan's heart. Although the speed of her initial cultivation could not compare to yours, she possessed an emperor-grade cultivation method, surpassing you was merely a matter of time. At this rate, reaching the awakening realm would not take long. Just then, a piercing shriek echoed through the air. High above in the distant heavens, a giant eagle transformed and massive soared with wings outstretched. It cast a colossal shadow upon the earth below. The eagle's feathers were a lustrous, brilliant black, shimmering with a magnificent sheen under the sun. Its keen eyes looked down upon the primeval forest, like a high and mighty sovereign patrolling its territory. Suddenly, within the verdant forest, a glimmer of violet light caught the eagle's eye. A hint of greed flashed within the giant eagle's sharp gaze. Though it knew not what the violet light was, it had witnessed many strange phenomena since the world transformation. Its instinctual drive told it that if it could devour this thing, its strength would surely increase exponentially. In the next heartbeat, the eagle's massive body shot downward like a feathered arrow. Its dive was incredibly swift, appearing like a bolt of golden lightning. Its wings sliced through the air with a thunderous roar. Liu Ruyan was immersed in her cultivation, completely unaware that she had been targeted by a mutated giant eagle. Suddenly, she felt a chilling aura descending from above her head, hurriedly ceasing her cultivation. Her tiger-like eyes snapped open as she looked up toward the heavens. There she saw the razor, sharp talons of a giant bird reaching for her, the claws glinting with a cold, lethal light under the sun. Damn it, Liu Ruyan cursed inwardly. A mere late, stage mortal realm beast dares to target this empress. Her heart burned with fury. Immediately, a faint violet glow flickered across her limbs. She felt nothing but disdain. A mere bird that has barely attained sapience thinks it can capture me. Not so easily. Just as the eagle's talons were about to strike, her form vanished like a phantom, effortlessly evading the attack. With a thunderous boom, 8 bone-chilling claw marks were carved into the spot where she had just stood. Failing its strike, the giant eagle beat its massive wings and ascended, looking down at Liu Ruyan with surprise. Its sharp eyes locked onto Liu Ruyan with a deathly stare. Spreading its wings, it ascended once more before diving again, faster than before. Its momentum was like a collapsing mountain, and it let out a shrill cry, determined to seize the little white tiger. "You truly seek death," Liu Ruyan said, her gaze cold as she stared at the giant eagle. The eagle's strength was not great. She immediately intended to unleash a secret technique to slay it on the spot. But as she was about to act, she suddenly thought of you. If this giant eagle died here, it would be difficult to explain her true power to you. With her current apparent strength, how could she possibly kill such a massive creature? She agonized internally. Must I simply endure the insults of this foul bird? But if I use a secret technique to kill it, Father will surely become suspicious. Seeing the giant eagle's attack drawing ever closer, a sudden flash of inspiration struck Liu Ruyan. She jerked her head upward and let out a tiger's roar toward the heavens. "Father, come quickly and save me." Her voice brimmed with terror and panic. At that moment, a tender and immature tiger's roar drifted from afar. You turned back to look toward your territory, a monstrous fury suddenly erupting within your heart. To dare bully Little White right under my nose, what tremendous audacity. Turning your head fiercely toward Liu Ruyan's location, you saw a giant eagle diving from the skies above the forest straight toward the ground. The arrogant demeanor of the giant eagle instantly set your inner rage ablaze. Exerting explosive power in all 4 limbs, you instantly leapt from the riverbed. The immense force sent a cascade of water high into the air, its spray glinting with a cold light beneath the sun. For daring to bully my daughter, you have already forged your path to death. At this moment, the giant eagle had grown somewhat frenzied. After several consecutive attacks missed their mark, its assault became increasingly fierce, diving down like a bolt of golden lightning. The next second, a mighty tiger's roar that shook the mountains and forests echoed out. Hearing the tiger's roar, the giant eagle was shaken by its sheer imposing aura, causing its originally fierce assault to falter for an instant. It understood in its heart that since it could not swiftly take down Liu Ruyan, continuing the hunt might invite lethal danger. Though its heart burned with unwillingness, even the greatest of treasures required a living breath to claim. Only by surviving would there be hope for the future. It violently flapped its massive wings, preparing to flee. Seeing this, how could Liu Ruyan allow it to escape so easily? "You attacked me for so long, and now you think you can just leave? Impossible. Halt right there. I will definitely have Father beat you to death." Liu Ruyan had always been one to hold a grudge. In the next moment, a dark light flickered within her eyes, and a formidable surge of soul power swept toward the giant eagle. The giant eagle, which was desperately trying to flee, suddenly began to waver in midair before plummeting directly from the sky. Startled, the giant eagle suddenly felt as if steel needles had been driven into its skull, an agonizing and unparalleled pain. But the giant eagle had no time to ponder this carefully. It could sense you sprinting toward it at blistering speeds. If it didn't leave now, it would likely remain here for the rest of its life. It frantically beat its massive wings, desperately trying to take flight once more, but it felt as though it was suppressed by an invisible, formless power. By the time it mustered the strength to attempt another takeoff, a gargantuan black tiger had already materialized before it. Without a word, you leaped forcefully into the air and swatted your massive paw at the giant eagle, roaring mighty heavenly dragon. The giant eagle unleashed a shrill and miserable shriek, a sound akin to the very cry of despair. Alas, when an assassin is engaged in close quarters combat by a warrior, waiting for death is the only outcome, much less when the disparity in their realms was so vast. 2.5 seconds later, the giant eagle lay motionless upon the ground. With no time to care about the fallen, foolish eagle, you hurriedly turned to Liu Ruyan. Are you hurt?
Father, I was so scared.
Liu Ruyan put on an appearance of such delicate frailty that it would break anyone's heart. Deep down, however, her heart swelled with smugness. Dare to provoke this empress, and this is your end. You stinking, foolish eagle. It's all right now. Father has already beaten this guy to death. You quickly consoled and fawned over Little White. Having comforted Little White, you turned back to the giant eagle and unleashed your innate talent skill, Tiger. You watched as a spirit entity slowly drifted out from the giant eagle's corpse. Peeking from the side, Liu Ruyan abruptly widened her eyes. As a reincarnated soul, her spiritual power was immensely strong, allowing her to clearly see the existence of the spirit entity. A soul entity, she cried out inwardly, profoundly shocked. Should the soul of a mere mortal realm demonic beast not simply dissipate upon death, how could it? At that moment, the giant eagle's soul entity wobbled in a dazed stupor, as if awakening from an endless abyss of chaos. Master, a soul message transmitted directly into your mind. As a bound spirit, it possessed absolute loyalty toward you. Even though its spiritual wisdom was incomplete, and it could only engage in rudimentary communication, its intent of absolute devotion was conveyed with utmost clarity. Upon summoning the soul entity, you also acquired its specific information. Because it was a spirit entity, it could not inflict physical attacks, however. It possessed a unique ability to directly damage the souls of other living beings. Moreover, creatures with low soul power would be completely unable to perceive this spirit entity. Unable to be seen. Upon learning this information, your eyes instantly lit up. In this era of spiritual Kai resurgence, the vast majority of creatures had undergone evolution, and the primal bestial nature of these ferocious beasts had been fully roused. Originally, no other wild beasts dared to approach your territory, but the sudden intrusion of this giant eagle made you realize that your domain was far from completely safe. Incidents like the one that just occurred were bound to happen again in the future. Today, you had arrived just in time, but what if a more formidable creature invaded your territory in the future and harmed Little White? By then, it would be too late. However, the appearance of the giant eagle perfectly resolved this anxiety of yours. The giant eagle possessed the gift of flight, and since ordinary beasts could not perceive it at all, it was the perfect candidate to serve as a free sentinel. With a mere thought, you issued a command, tasking the soul of the giant eagle to patrol this mountain peak. Should any external foe infiltrate, it was to report to you immediately. Thus, Little White could dwell here with far greater security. Meanwhile, Liu Ruyan remained frozen in shock. Only after the soul of the giant eagle departed did she finally regain her composure. This soul, could Father have summoned it, as expected of the reincarnation of an ancient demon god, to wield such profound means while only at the awakening realm? She then feigned ignorance of the soul, masking her expression and casting her gaze downward. After all, ordinary beings are unable to perceive soul forms. She did not wish for you to discover her abnormality. Fear not, Little White. With Father here, no one shall dare to bully you. Seeing Little White with her head bowed, you assumed she had been startled. Your voice was filled with a gentle, protective tenderness. Liu Ruyan nodded obediently. I know Father will surely protect me and strike down all those villains. Though appearing cute and docile on the surface, her heart was filled with disdain. A mere mortal beast. How could this Empress fear such a thing? What I truly fear is... At this thought, Liu Ruyan glanced up at you warily. What I fear is you, Father. Witnessing your ability to enslave souls, Liu Ruyan's terror intensified, her inner self weeping a vast ocean of tears. She dared not imagine what her fate would be if you discovered she was a human soul inhabiting the body of a tiger. Liu Ruyan resolved in her heart to perfectly maintain her persona as a dutiful daughter from this moment on. Once her strength had increased enough to ensure her self-preservation, she would find an opportunity to flee. Father was truly too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Having disciplinedly and secretly petted her for 15 consecutive days, the system rewarded you with another 100 attribute points. Meanwhile, Liu Ruyan had also secretly practiced the purple sun-breathing technique for half a month, and had now reached the peak of the late mortal realm. Confidence filled her heart. She knew she could break through to the awakening realm within 3 days. Upon reaching the awakening realm, she would possess the power of self-protection, and then she could finally leave her father's side. As if in response to her desires, Liu Ruyan had a dream that very night. In the dream, she had left her father. The constant dread of being discovered vanished instantly without a trace. She felt like a bird escaping its cage, soaring freely and boundlessly through the heavens. Relying on the memories of her past life, she ruthlessly seized every fortuitous encounter she knew of, her excitement growing with every gain. In a mere 20 years, she returned to the cultivation of a great emperor, her formidable aura seemingly capable of suppressing the myriad heavens. Brandishing a divine weapon, she tracked down the traitors who had sold her out in her previous life, her eyes burning with fury and disdain. She looked down upon them from her exalted, sovereign position. To dare offend this empress, you have already found the path to your own demise. Her voice resonated through the world, and as her words fell, with a single swing of her sword, all those who had betrayed her in her past life were summarily executed. Suddenly, a mass of black mist appeared on the horizon as if sentient. It transformed into spiraling sword blades and lunged toward her. Facing the onslaught of this anomaly, Liu Ruyan remained unfazed, her proud figure standing tall in the wind as a chill flashed in her eyes. Mere members of the ominous clan, why should this empress fear you? At that moment, the black mist morphed into a colossal claw that eclipsed the sky, a demonic hand reaching out from the abyss, bearing infinite pressure. The claw's talons were incomparably sharp, glinting coldly under the sun, as if they could easily rend all of existence asunder. Just as she was about to resist, a familiar voice whispered in her ear, "Have you played enough? It is time to return home with father." Father. Liu Ruyan snapped awake instantly, her eyes flying open only to see you crouching before her, staring directly at her. Her heart hammered against her chest, and her pulse quickened as fine beads of sweat emerged on her forehead. Father, what are you looking at? Liu Ruyan's voice trembled slightly. Little White, did you have a nightmare? You asked with gentle concern. Startled, Liu Ruyan immediately reacted, putting on a pitiful front and nodding her small head like a chick pecking at grain. Father, I dreamed that many giant monsters wanted to eat me. I was so scared. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she tried her best to act cute and vulnerable, looking for all the world like a little darling who had just been bullied. She was a completely different person from the empress who had slaughtered all before her in her dream. However, within her heart, she was screaming. Oh no, could father have discovered something? I didn't say anything in my sleep, did I? I don't think I have a habit of talking in my sleep. Father shouldn't have heard anything, right? Her heart was filled with unease as she frantically recalled whether she had murmured anything forbidden in her dreams. To her surprise, she saw you grin, extending a massive paw to gently stroke her head. Be a good girl, Zaobai. Everything is fine. With Daddy here, no matter what it is, I will never let it bully you. Go back to sleep. Liu Ruyan obediently nodded her head. I understand, Daddy. Only, after saying this, did she finally heave a sigh of relief. It seems Daddy hasn't noticed yet. I must be far more cautious in the future. I cannot allow such a thing to happen again. If the day ever comes when my secret is exposed and discovered by Daddy, the consequences will be disastrous. At this moment, you turned and returned to your own tiger den, casting a glance at Liu Ruyan, who had already laid down to resume her slumber. This emperor, bizarre, it appears Zio, I harbors a profound secret. Having inadvertently discovered your daughter's secret, you had no intention of delving deeper after all. Everyone has their own secrets. Even you yourself were no exception. Who could possibly imagine that within the body of a massive tiger actually resided a human soul? Thus, until Ziob, I took the initiative to confess, you had no intention of asking her directly. You were merely somewhat curious as to why Ziob. I would utter such words in her dreams. Great Emperor, what is that? Could it be that Zio I is the reincarnation of some mighty demon god? At this thought, your emotions grew somewhat complicated. If Ziob, I truly were the reincarnation of a demon god, once her memories fully awakened, would she still acknowledge me as her father? I am, after all, a human soul. You turned your head to look at Ziobai, only to find her sleeping quite sweetly. A myriad of emotions instantly surged in your heart. Ziobai, oh Ziobai, Daddy saved your little life and has raised you for so long. Whether you are just a little white tiger or the reincarnation of a demon god, since you call me daddy, you will forever be my daughter." A resolute light suddenly flashed in your eyes. Possessing a golden finger like the system, as long as you persisted in disciplined daily training, let alone a reincarnated demon god. Even if a true demon god descended in person, you would eventually suppress them one day. Over the following days, acting as if nothing had happened, you continued your persistent daily training. Furthermore, you asked nothing about the dream from that night, allowing Liu Ruyan to completely set her mind at ease. Every day, apart from secretly performing her cultivation of the purple sun breathing method, she played the role of an adorable daughter in front of you. One morning, needing to go out hunting for food, you told Liu Ruyan to wait obediently at home. Liu Ruyan flawlessly maintained her guise as a good daughter. "I understand, Daddy. You must be careful. I will be waiting obediently at home for your return." Once you had gone far, certain that you would not return in the short term, Liu Ruyan began to cultivate the purple sun breathing method. Feeling the rich spiritual kai between heaven and earth, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl into a smirk. "Today is an absolute golden opportunity. Daddy has gone out hunting, and I must seize this chance to break through." Through her arduous cultivation over the past few days, she could sense that she had already touched the threshold of the awakening realm. Taking a deep breath, Liu Ruyan decisively chose to charge toward the awakening realm. As the purple sun-breathing method began to circulate, Liu Ruyan's body became like a massive black hole, greedily devouring the ambient spiritual kai of heaven and earth. She prayed silently in her heart, "I must succeed." With her every breath, the surrounding spiritual kai surged toward her like a tidal wave, causing her aura to skyrocket continuously. Her body seemed to be enveloped by a mysterious and profound power. Under the influence of this power, her physical form expanded significantly. In the next second, her eyes turned a brilliant purple, shimmering with an enigmatic light. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound echoed within her mind. "I succeeded." Liu Ruyan gazed at her body with intense excitement, leaping into the air. "I have finally broken through." Right at this moment, just like when you previously broke through to the awakening realm, a surge of information appeared out of thin air within her mind. Upon receiving this information, the joy on Liu Ruyan's face grew immensely. She had awakened her bloodline ability, the clone technique. It allowed her to manifest a clone with strength identical to her true body, its duration tethered to her cultivation base. This innate ability is quite remarkable. With the clone technique, whether luring enemies or handling other matters in the future, it will be vastly more convenient. Opening her eyes, Liu Ruyan looked around and secretly rejoiced in her heart. Daddy hasn't returned yet. Now that I've broken through to the awakening realm, I can be considered to be at the forefront of this world. When better to slip away than now? Shortly after, she arrived in front of the stone house, her furry tiger claws absent-mindedly scratched the ground. "I truly am somewhat reluctant to leave." This stone house had been built for her by you, brick by brick. Every single stone carried the memories of the time you had spent together. However, she knew she had no other choice. She had to leave. Daddy is the reincarnation of a demon god, while I possess a human soul. If I am discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. I truly dare not take that gamble. Her heart was filled with inner conflict, her eyes brimming with helplessness. Moreover, she still had a great vengeance left unavenged. Hesitating for a brief moment, Liu Ruyan gritted her teeth and began to execute a secret technique. All the tiger fur on her body stood on end, and a faint purple light gradually surfaced around her form. The violet radiance was faint at first, but as her cultivation method surged, the light intensified until it seemed to swallow her whole. A look of agony crossed her features, and beads of perspiration the size of beans broke out upon her brow. As the secret technique was invoked, a single droplet of essence blood slowly trickled from her lips. This blood droplet shimmered with a vivid crimson hue, gleaming like a radiant gemstone under the sun's brilliance. The condensation of this single drop of essence blood had exacted a heavy price from Liu Ruyan. She felt as though her vitality had been drained, her aura grew feeble, and her recently attained awakening realm strength flickered as if it might regress at any moment. Gazing upon the blood droplet in her grasp, a faint, weary smile touched her eyes. Within this droplet of blood lay the profound inheritance of the purple sun-breathing technique. The purple sun-breathing technique was a treasure from her past life, the very foundation upon which she had dominated the world. She hoped this cultivation method would be of use to you, serving as repayment for the grace of saving and nurturing her. Dragging her exhausted frame into the stone dwelling, she placed the blood droplet upon her small nest. As if relinquishing a heavy emotional burden, a flicker of attachment passed through her tiger eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by unyielding resolve. Without a single backward glance, Liu Ruyan departed, resolutely heading in the opposite direction from where you were hunting. As she sprinted through the forest, images of her time with you flashed through her mind, and shimmering tears seemed to well in her eyes. Farewell, if it is possible, it is best that we never meet again. Meanwhile, you returned to your territory after the hunt, humming a jaunty tune in high spirits, already envisioning Liu Ruyan bounding excitedly by your side.
You shouted toward the stone grotto, "Time to wake up. Breakfast is served. I've hunted something good. Your favorite wild boar."
Your voice echoed, yet the familiar and cheerful response you expected never came. A hint of confusion flickered in your tiger eyes. That little one usually comes running by now. What is happening today? Puzzled, you stepped into the stone grotto, your gaze searching every corner, but Liu Ruyan's silhouette was nowhere to be found.
"Where are you?" Your furry brow furrowed even tighter as a wave of unease surged within your heart. Could something have happened to Little White?
In the next instant, you summoned the great eagle soul patrolling the skies. Have you seen Little White? The great eagle soul transmitted a spiritual message indicating that Little White had already departed. Departed? You froze for a moment. Why would she leave? Doubt filled your mind. Could Little White truly be the reincarnation of a demon god? Has her bloodline memory fully awakened, causing her to look down on her father and flee this place in haste? You paced restlessly before the stone grotto, muttering to yourself, leaving without even a word to her father. I nurtured her in vain. Does she not know how perilous the outside world is? The more you thought, the angrier you became, but beneath that anger lay a growing tide of worry. Taking a deep breath to steady yourself, you looked up and commanded the great eagle soul, search in the direction she fled immediately, be swift. If you discover anything unusual, notify me at once. Without hesitation, the great eagle soul beat its wings and soared toward the path Little White had taken. You did not wait idly, your powerful limbs exerted sudden force, and you transformed into a black blur, pursuing her with haste. With the Spirit Kai revival, wild beasts had undergone strange mutations, and the forest was now fraught with danger. For Little White to leave alone was far too perilous. You thought to yourself as you ran, that wretched girl is being far too reckless. When I catch her, I'll thrash her soundly. Elsewhere, a cute little white tiger was sprinting through the primitive forest. Having broken free from you, Liu Ruyan felt a trace of lingering attachment, but it was far outweighed by the exultation of freedom. Ha ha ha, this empress has finally cast off the shackles of father. I am finally free. No longer would she have to live in constant fear of her secrets being discovered. A radiant light of excitement shimmered within her tiger eyes. She bounded several miles away, the joy of liberation making her forget exactly where she was. Suddenly, a transformation occurred as a great wolf charged out from the nearby thickets. The abrupt change caused Liu Ruyan to halt her steps instantly. Her gaze locked onto the great wolf that had appeared before her. A mere mortal realm beast dares to covet this empress, you court death. This time, Liu Ruyan gave the wolf no chance to act and struck first. A violet glow flickered upon her small tiger claws. Her form flashed like a bolt of violet lightning. Before the great wolf could even react, a searing agony erupted in its abdomen. With a resounding bang, her tiny body actually sent the great wolf flying with a single claw strike. The wolf crashed heavily against a massive tree, letting out a piteous wail of pain. Seeing the fruits of her strength, Liu Ruyan tilted her small head up in triumph. Now you know fear, do you? Of all the people you could have provoked, you chose to offend this empress. Count yourself disastrously unlucky. I am leaving. I have no time to waste on you. This empress is in a hurry to depart. With those words, Liu Ruyan prepared to take her leave. Yet, just as a sense of triumph swelled within her heart, a chorus of howling wolves suddenly erupted from the surroundings. Curses, I had forgotten that wolves hunt in packs. Liu Ruyan furrowed her brows, crying out in bitter dismay within her heart. This is truly troublesome. No sooner had I shaken off my father than I encountered this wretched pack. Only the rustling of nearby tall grass could be heard before over a dozen giant wolves emerged from the depths of the forest. Each of these giant wolves possessed a massive frame, their eyes glinting with a vicious, predatory light. Among this pack of beasts, the alpha wolf was particularly conspicuous. The alpha's physique was an entire size larger than the rest of the giant wolves. Its eyes resembled burning emerald flames, brimming with savage majesty and ferocity.
Another wolf pack. Is this empress naturally destined to clash with wolves? Liu Ruyan furrowed her brows, speaking with utter exasperation. With my strength at the awakening realm, coupled with the myriad secret techniques I mastered in my past life, this wolf pack cannot keep me here. However, having just executed a secret technique to leave behind the legacy of the purple sun breathing method, her body had grown frail and weakened. A few giant wolves were of no consequence to her, but facing an entire pack, especially with an alpha that appeared to be at the peak of the mortal realm, would not be an easy battle. I must devise a plan to escape this place as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, high above in the heavens, the giant eagle's spirit soared with immense speed. Its ethereal eyes meticulously scoured the earth below for any trace of her. Suddenly its gaze sharpened. It had discovered the silhouette of Liu Ruyan and the vicious wolf pack encircling her. It immediately transmitted a divine message to you. Little White has encountered trouble. The flames of fury seemed to ignite within your tiger eyes. Consequently, your gaze hardened, and your speed surged instantaneously. Your massive form transformed into a bolt of black lightning, tearing rapidly through the terrain toward Liu Ruyan's location. You roared furiously in your heart, damnable wolf pack. How dare you lay a paw on my daughter? If anything happens to Little White, I will slaughter every last one of you. Opening your maw, you unleashed a deafening tiger's roar that violently shook the mountains and forests. In the distance, upon hearing that familiar sound, Liu Ruyan's tense heart suddenly trembled. Father has caught up. What should I do? Liu Ruyan's petite tiger claws scratched restlessly against the earth, carving shallow grooves into the soil. Her tiger eyes were filled with profound anxiety, pacing in circles like an ant upon a hot pan. How did father catch up so quickly? It is all because of you damnable wolves. A gleam of cunning flashed through the Wolf King's emerald eyes as its massive, furry head swayed slightly. Its instincts dictated that devouring this little white tiger would grant it immense power, an absolute temptation it could not possibly resist. A piercing howl erupted from its jagged maw, commanding all the giant wolves to launch a simultaneous, all-encompassing assault upon Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan's heart burned with urgency. I absolutely cannot allow myself to be trapped by these beasts. I must find a way to break through their encirclement. Her tiny frame darted swiftly amidst the besieging wolf pack, moving like a streak of violet lightning. She struck with all her might, a brilliant purple aura ceaselessly flickering upon her tiger claws. Each swipe generated a howling gale, fueled solely by her desperate desire to escape this place. At that moment, the Wolf King seized the opportunity while the other giant wolves attacked Liu Ruyan to launch a vicious sneak attack from behind. Its massive physique moved like a phantom, closing in on Liu Ruyan in complete silence. Its razor sharp claws made not a single sound against the earth. Greatly alarmed, Liu Ruyan exclaimed in her heart, "Why do these filthy wolves always resort to cowardly sneak attacks?" Radiating a blinding purple light, she hastily spun around, pouring all her remaining strength into defending against the Wolf King's impending strike. Just as the razor sharp claws were about to shred her petite body in that hair-raising moment of life and death, a colossal black shadow came crashing forth. The shadow possessed a terrifying speed, striking like a bolt of apocalyptic black lightning. Before the Wolf King could even comprehend what had transpired, a searing, agonizing pain erupted from its neck. You had clamped your bloodthirsty maw wide open, sinking your razor, sharp tiger fangs deeply into the Wolf King's throat, causing a geyser of fresh blood to instantly erupt. Witnessing this seemingly familiar scene, Liu Ruyan's heart was deeply moved. That familiar silhouette and overbearing entrance made her unable to suppress a cry. Your mountainous physique towered over the battlefield, your tiger eyes burning with an inferno of rage that seemed capable of reducing the Wolf King to mere ashes. You locked your jaws relentlessly around the Wolf King's neck, emitting a low, guttural roar from deep within your throat. With a sickening crunch, the Wolf King's neck was ruthlessly snapped. Devoid of even the slightest shred of mercy, you viciously smashed down with your robust tiger claw, flattening the Wolf King against the earth, dead beyond any hope of revival. A method of unparalleled ruthlessness, violently extreme to the absolute apex. Upon witnessing the demise of their alpha, the pack of wolves erupted into a furious frenzy. Yet their rage was but a fleeting spark, for your tiger eyes, ablaze with an arcane luminescence, unleashed the terrifying eye of fear. It was as if they beheld fiends from the nethermost abysses, a dread that clawed from the deepest recesses of their very souls. At that instant, not a single wolf retained the slightest will to battle. Their bodies quaked uncontrollably as they scattered in desperate flight. Thereupon you swept through their ranks with blinding speed, sparing none, and with your Vajra claws, brought their lives to a swift end. You turned, gazing upon Xiaobai, and only upon confirming her unharmed state did a breath of relief escape your being. Within your heart, you secretly rejoiced, knowing that your timely arrival had averted consequences too dire to contemplate. It was then that remembrance stirred within you. Your cherished daughter had, in your absence, dared to secretly abscond from home. Though the initial blaze of wrath had subsided, a simmering displeasure yet remained within your spirit. Xiaobai, where did you intend to go? Your gaze, unwavering and piercing, fixed upon Liu Ruyan, seeming to delve into the very depths of her soul. Liu Ruyan, startled, realized the gravity of the moment, a sudden dread seizing her heart. Oh no, father seems truly wroth. Her small mind raced, pondering frantically. Should I attempt a desperate escape? But could I ever outrun father? I cannot prevail in battle, nor can I flee. What course of action remains to me? Witnessing Liu Ruyan's silence, your vexation grew swift and sharp. You are utterly reckless, to err so grievously, and yet show no remorse. Today, I shall impart upon you a most profound lesson. As you spoke, poised to extend a tiger claw to properly discipline Liu Ruyan, a white blur suddenly lunged towards you, followed by a soft, tearful voice. I thought I would never see you again. Why? What is this situation? Xiaobai's sudden deluge of tears left you utterly bewildered. You had not even laid a paw upon her, yet she wept already. Was this, then, the innate talent of the female, where tears could flow forth at will? Father, I merely came out to find you, but I unexpectedly lost my way, and somehow ended up here. Liu Ruyan blinked her large, tear-filled tiger eyes, tears glistening on the brink of spilling, her expression one of utter, profound grievance. And then these wretched wolves tried to bully me. Thankfully, father, you came to protect me, otherwise, I fear I would never have seen you again. Liu Ruyan flung herself into your embrace, her voice laden with extreme pathos, presenting a truly pitiable visage. Since I cannot win in battle, nor can I flee, my only recourse is to be cute and pitiful. I refuse to believe he can remain angry. A coquettish woman always fares best. Listening to Xiaobai's aggrieved explanation, a hint of suspicion arose within you. You came out to find father. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan's heart faltered, yet she maintained a facade of utmost innocence. But of course, why else would I have come all the way here? I missed father so much. I waited in the stone cave for ages, but father didn't return, so I thought to come find you, who knew this forest was so vast. I simply got lost. Her tone was imbued with a natural certainty, laced with a touch of grievance and innocent charm. Secretly within her heart, she silently prayed that the legacy blood pearl she had left behind had escaped your notice, lest her elaborate act be rendered meaningless. Witnessing Liu Ruyan's sincere demeanor, you couldn't help but feel a flicker of belief. Could Xiaobai truly be so directionally challenged, genuinely lost? Yet, you swiftly found solace, for whether she deceived you or not, she remained your cherished daughter. Enough with the tears now. Father will take you home. Your deep voice carried a distinct note of tenderness. Seeing that you seemed to believe her, Liu Ruyan exhaled in relief, secretly musing in her heart, hee, father truly dotes on me still. Upon returning to the stone cave, before you could even speak, Liu Ruyan quickly began to wheedle. Father, I'm hungry. Please roast some meat for me, quickly. Then wait by the side. You offered Liu Ruyan a doting smile. Thereupon, while you were washing the meat and your attention was diverted, Liu Ruyan swiftly slipped back into the stone cave, retrieving the legacy blood pearl she had left behind, ensuring it remained hidden from your sight. This escapade, it seemed, had utterly failed. It was at this moment that an extraordinary aroma drifted from afar, causing Liu Ruyan's heart to leap in astonishment. Could this be a heaven, an earth spiritual treasure? She immediately dashed out of the cave, looking towards the source of the scent. It seems to be coming from the orchard. Concurrently, you too detected the peculiar fragrance and hastened to the scene. Let us go and see. In Liu Ruyan's round, gleaming eyes, the light of eager anticipation flickered. You nodded, for you too were filled with curiosity regarding that exotic aroma. The father and daughter arrived at the orchard, where a rich, unusual fragrance wafted forth. Liu Ruyan's eyes brightened as her gaze fixed upon a crimson fruit, one that seemed enshrouded in a layer of flame, radiating an intense, fiery aura. Upon beholding this fruit, her eyes instantly blazed with recognition, a fire spirit fruit. As a human empress in her previous life, her knowledge was naturally profound. Her nimble eyes were riveted upon the fruit in the orchard, and within her heart she marveled indeed. It is a fire spirit fruit, beyond a shadow of a doubt. To think that father's orchard would yield such a rare spiritual fruit. The fire spirit fruit, a rare and precious spiritual fruit of the fire attribute, when consumed, could immensely temper the physical body, rendering one immune to ordinary flame's searing touch and offering a chance to awaken innate fire attribute abilities. What further thrilled Liu Ruyan was that the purple yang breathing method she practiced was inherently a fire attribute cultivation method with the aid of a fire spirit fruit. My cultivation speed is bound to increase dramatically. This is truly a blessing from the heavenly Tao. Immediately thereafter, her gaze swept across the orchard, revealing numerous other mutated spiritual fruits beyond the fire spirit fruit. That is a blood soul fruit. Her small tiger paw lifted slightly, pointing towards a fruit of eerie hue not far off. It seemed to possess a strange, captivating allure, rendering her gaze unable to tear away. This is a profound heart fruit. As she espied yet another fruit radiating a peculiar aura, the astonishment within her heart deepened even further. Liu Ruyan's excitement became evident. She bounded and skipped among the fruit trees, utterly captivated by these spiritual fruits. If I could acquire all of these fruits, my strength would surely advance by leaps and bounds. Witnessing this, your gaze turned scrutinizing, and with furrowed brows, you inquired Ziobai, do you recognize these fruits? Within your tiger eyes, a glimmer of doubt flickered, and you secretly mused upon Ziobai's reaction. Why does Ziob, I display such profound interest in these fruits? Upon hearing your question, Liu Ruyan's heart skipped a beat. Realizing her previous display might have been overly enthusiastic, she swiftly shook her head and explained, how could I possibly recognize them? I merely find these fruits exceedingly beautiful and pleasing to the eye. She blinked her eyes, feigning an air of naive innocence, while within her heart, a wave of lingering fear washed over her. I nearly gave myself away. I must not let father discover my secret. You did not press further, nor did you wish to, for you held faith that one day, without the need for your inquiry, Liu Ruyan would willingly divulge her secrets to you. Nevertheless, you could discern that for Liu Ruyan to display such elation, these fruits must undoubtedly be extraordinary. With a powerful leap, you plucked a fire spirit fruit. It pulsated with intense heat, feeling as though you held a ball of living flame within your tiger claws. You scrutinized the fruit with doubt, muttering inwardly, can this object even be consumed? It appears quite peculiar. Yet intuition whispered of its benefits. After a moment's hesitation, you resolved, no matter, I shall attempt it. In the next instant, you devoured the fire spirit fruit whole. As it crossed your palate, a surge of searing heat coursed through your veins. Your frame shuddered violently as the heat transformed into a fiery serpent, thrashing wildly within your body and causing significant distress. However, the scorching sensation soon dissipated into nothingness. Suddenly, the system's chime echoed in your mind. Congratulations, host, for consuming a fire spirit fruit. You have gained 0 attribute points. You were struck with amazement, your tiger eyes widening as you could scarcely believe the proclamation. This single fruit had actually bestowed upon you a staggering 0 attribute points. What then of your arduous efforts and cultivation all this time? Was it all merely a fool's errand? Soon, your doubtful gaze ignited with fervor, turning with newfound excitement toward the remaining mutated fruits. With so many fruits, if each yielded 0 points, would devouring them all not allow you to achieve a breakthrough? Driven by this thought, you lunged forward and swallowed a golden, yellow fruit into your belly. Congratulations, host, for consuming a Titan strength fruit. You have gained 800 attribute points. This is truly magnificent. You were so elated you nearly leaped for joy. These fruits are nothing less than divine treasures. Regret washed over you had you known these fruits would be so potent after the spiritual Kai awakening. You would have transplanted every orchard from the mountains to your own domain. Why bother with grueling labor? One could simply feast upon these fruits daily. Meanwhile, Liu Ruyan stared in stunned silence as you gulped down 2 heavenly spirit fruits like a common beast. In her heart, 10,000 tigers seemed to roar, what a waste of heaven's gifts. How could one consume heavenly spirit fruits in such a crude manner? These were rare treasures. Their essence should have been refined and absorbed with the utmost patience. Father is so wasteful. It infuriates me. Yet, she too was consumed by greed looking at those fruits. She could hardly restrain her salivation. Seeing you prepare for another round, she finally burst out, I want to eat too. Father is so cruel, eating so many for himself and giving none to me. Liu Ruyan gazed at you piteously, employing her ultimate technique of acting cute and spoiled once more. Previously, whenever she desired something, a bit of coaxing and cuteness would ensure you granted her wish. Surely this time would be no different. You wish to eat as well. You hesitated. A single fruit yielded 0 0 points, indicating it contained immense, volatile energy. It wasn't that you were unwilling to share, though the fruits offered great power. You truly regarded Liu Ruyan as your own daughter, and what father does not cherish his child? You merely worried whether Liu Ruyan's small frame could withstand such vast, concentrated energy. Little White, you are still small. What if your body cannot handle the power within these fruits?
No, father, I simply must have one.
Liu Ruyan pouted her small lips, nuzzling against you incessantly. Seeing the yearning in Little White's eyes, your heart eventually softened.
Very well then.
Then you procured a fruit and carefully divided a quarter of it for her. Little White, this fruit contains immense energy. You cannot eat too much, for it is difficult to digest. Liu Ruyan stared at the tiny fragment of the spirit fruit you offered, her mind filled with confusion. You're giving only this much. Do you think you're feeding a kitten or a pup?
Holding the minuscule piece of fruit, Liu Ruyan looked up at you again, her eyes brimming with tears. Father, it is no matter. I can digest it easily. What a joke! She possessed the purple sun-breathing method. Regardless of the quantity, she could refine it all. Yet she could not reveal her secret. Be good. Once your strength has grown, I promise you shall eat your fill.
You reached out and gently patted her small head.
To maintain her persona as a refined and obedient tiger, Liu Ruyan could only comply.
Fine then, when I am grown, I shall devour the fruits of the entire orchard.
They shall all be yours. You granted a doting nod.
Yet in your heart, you mused HMPH, by the time you have grown, I shall have long since consumed them all.
Thereupon you swallowed several more fruits.
Liu Ruyan watched in a daze, doubt surging within her in the awakening realm. How can father devour so many spiritual fruits of heaven and earth? Is he not afraid of being torn asunder by the sheer energy? Her petite lips pursed slightly as she grumbled in her heart. You old geezer, hoarding all the treasures for yourself. When the chance arises, I shall feast upon these fruits until I am satisfied. Not a single fruit, no, not even a single seed shall I leave for you.
Little did you know the schemes brewing within Liu Ruyan's mind.
After devouring a few more fruits, you excitedly summoned your attribute panel.
Level 12, next evolution requires 8 zeros. 0 attribute points. Current attribute points 500.
Through the rigors of recent training and the spiritual essence of the fruits just consumed, you had amassed 500 attribute points. Great joy filled your heart. The attribute points gained from the fruits today were a most welcome windfall. At this rate, it would not be long before you ascended to the next level once more. You then cast your gaze across the orchard once more. Many fruits remained within the orchard, yet they appeared not yet ripe.
Thus, you led the reluctant Liu Ruyan away from the orchard, intending to return after some time had passed.
Liu Ruyan followed behind, constantly glancing back. Seeing every ripened spirit fruit vanish into your gullet, her heart seethed with indignation.
Had she known such spirit fruits existed here, she would have come in secret to devour them all.
At that moment, a realization struck you. If the fruits in your orchard could mutate, then the wild fruits within the forest must have undergone similar transformations. Your eyes gleamed with anticipation.
Henceforth, while out hunting, you could search for these exotic mutated fruits.
Perhaps you might even discover mutated fruits more precious than those within your orchard. Should they be unripe, you could even uproot the entire tree and bring it back.
Liu Ruyan naturally shared this thought, but for now she dared not venture away. If she were caught once more, her previous excuses would no longer suffice. However, a new scheme had already formed in her mind. Success or failure would be decided this very night. In the deepest watch of the night, at the hour of 2:30. While you slumbered soundly within the stone cave, a figure crept silently from the stone house. It was Liu Ruyan.
Her petite form moved through the darkness like a lithe white cat, stealthily making her way toward the orchard. Within the orchard, several spirit fruits emanated an exotic fragrance indeed. More had reached maturity.
Liu Ruyan's eyes shimmered with light, her excitement akin to a child who had discovered a hidden hoard of treasure. Her petite tiger claws reached out with impatient haste, poised to strike.
Suddenly, your voice rang out. Little White, you are being disobedient once again. Your voice resonated with startling clarity through the silent orchard. Liu Ruyan trembled, her excitement instantly replaced by panic. I have been discovered by father, she lamented inwardly.
She had been so cautious, how could she have been detected?
Father, what brings you here? Liu Ruyan's watery eyes blinked, and her furry ears twitched as she tilted her head to the side. Her petite lips pursed slightly, her small claws wringing together before her. I simply could not sleep and came to take a look." As she spoke, her nimble gaze swept across the orchard, finally resting upon the fruits. "These fruits have grown so beautifully." Your gaze remained fixed upon the little actress, Little White, as if your eyes could pierce through all deceptions. This little one was playing tricks with you once more. How could you not know her intent? The little creature was surely overcome by greed, seeking to steal a taste of the fruits. You sighed inwardly. It was not that you begrudged her the fruits, but rather you feared for her well-being. These fruits provided immense attribute points, for the energy contained within them was terrifyingly vast. Little White, in her diminutive form, would likely struggle to digest such power. A thought occurred to you. Lowering your head and knitting your brows, you inquired, "Have you already digested the fruit I gave you earlier today?" Could this little one be forcing herself to endure despite being unable to digest it? You hoped no harm would befall her. They were but mutated fruits. If lost, they could be found again, however. Little White must not come to any harm. Liu Ruyan was taken aback. She had not expected such a question. However, she recovered quickly and nodded. She gloated inwardly. "If I let father know that I am perfectly capable of digesting more, perhaps he will grant me even more fruits to feast upon." "Rest assured, father, I have completely refined and digested them all." "Is your body unharmed?" Your solemn gaze swept across Liu Ruyan, as if trying to discern whether she was speaking falsehoods. "I am perfectly fine." Liu Ruyan patted her chest and spoke with utmost certainty, though inwardly she was as smug as a little peacock. "Are you joking? Do you not know who I am? I possess the purple sun-breathing technique. These spirit fruits are mere child's play to me." Liu Ruyan lifted her head, looking at you with eager eyes. Her tiny tiger paws tugged at your fur, gently shaking it as she unleashed her ultimate art of acting coy. "Just let me eat one more. These fruits are truly so beautiful. I just wish for a taste." Looking into Liu Ruyan's yearning eyes, your heart wavered. Suddenly, realization dawned upon you. Little White definitely harbored a secret that allowed her to rapidly digest the mutated fruits. Could this be related to her bloodline inheritance? If Little White truly was the reincarnation of a demonic god, perhaps she possessed some sort of extraordinary innate ability. So be it. If she is indeed the reincarnation of a demonic god, she surely knows her own limits. "You may only eat one more," you finally said with a sigh of resignation. "In the future, once the fruits ripen, you may consume one per day. You are forbidden to eat any more than that." You did not want Little White to suffer harm from her gluttony, yet neither did you wish to stifle her growth. Hearing this, Liu Ruyan was instantly overcome with excitement. Wonderful. Her tiny frame bounced up and down on the spot. "Long live father. Father is the greatest father in all under the heavens." At this time, nearly 2 months had passed since the revival of spiritual Kai. In the Dragon Kingdom, the initial riots of mutated beasts had plunged the entire nation into absolute chaos. However, with the emergence of Transcendents, the tide began to turn. Transcendents were those who had consumed mutated fruits and successfully awakened extraordinary abilities. Once this matter was exposed, it ignited a feverish frenzy for Transcendents. Various financial syndicates, aristocratic families, and the military began scouring all corners of the world for these mutated fruits to cultivate their own transcendence. They were like a horde of crazed treasure hunters, desperately searching everywhere for those precious, anomalous fruits. As Transcendents continuously emerged across various nations, a heavenly 100 rankings was established, claiming to list the 100 most terrifying existences under the heavens, beings akin to deities descending upon the mortal realm. Meanwhile, a piece of news caused a massive uproar in Lishan City. The Kinship group and the Heist group had formed a formidable alliance, preparing to march their forces into the great Lishan mountain range. The Kinship group and Heist group were the absolute zenith of financial power in Lishan City, ranking first and second, holding prestigious status even throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. These two colossal syndicates were like towering, majestic mountains, standing imposingly over the commercial domain of Lishan City. Recently, they had even recruited the Winged One and the Wind Spirit, both of whom were listed on the Heavenly 100 rankings. The Winged One possessed a pair of massive, manifested wings upon his back, from which he derived his title. A mere flap could conjure a violent gale, and his wings were as razor, sharp as divine blades. The Wind Spirit had awakened abilities of the wind attribute, with ethereal air currents constantly wreathing his body. Their presence granted the two great syndicates the might of a tiger blessed with wings. Furthermore, under their respective banners, they had each established a vanguard squad of Transcendents. with the spiritual Kai having only revived a mere 2 months ago. Describing their ranks as teeming with experts like clouds in the sky would be no exaggeration. Yet, the great Lishan mountain range was the absolute stronghold of the mutated beasts. Could these two mighty syndicates truly succeed? At this very moment, deep within the forest, beneath the canopy of mutated trees that blotted out the sun, an eerie and bone-chilling silence pervaded. The mutated beasts that still survived were all those who had emerged victorious from the brutal slaughter, each carving out their own territory and reigning as local overlords. At this moment, only your colossal silhouette weaved silently through the shadows. Your gaze was fixed intently upon a fruit tree not far away, a prize discovered not long ago when Sol was scouting the area. The fruits hanging from the tree emanated a radiant emerald light, shimmering like magnificent barrels. As you gazed at these fruits, your eyes immediately gleamed with piercing brilliance. Your instincts told you that they contained boundless and tremendous energy. By consuming these fruits, you were bound to reap a bountiful harvest of evolution points. Right at that moment, an enraged roar echoed through the air. Beneath the fruit tree, a gargantuan black panther snarled viciously at you. The black panther's physique appeared to be forged from divine steel, its taut muscles rippled with explosive power. A ferocious glint flickered within its emerald eyes, locked onto you like two clusters of blazing hellfire. That previous roar had been its stark warning to you. The very instant you materialized, it had instinctively felt a deep-seated dread toward your presence. If this were the past, you would have undoubtedly turned and fled, but now things were different. Behind the beast lay exceptionally rare spirit fruits that it had painstakingly discovered, and it had no intention of handing them over so easily. Seeing that you gave no response and continued your relentless approach, the Black Panther issued another warning, lowering its body slightly as it assumed a combat stance. Seeing this, a look of profound disdain crossed your face. Scram, what does this have to do with you? With those words, you fiercely swung your massive tiger paw, whipping up a howling gale. Before the Black Panther could even react, the image of a gargantuan tiger paw rapidly expanded within its pupils with blinding speed. It was entirely unable to respond in time, as the thunderous slap directly sent it hurtling through the air. The Black Panther's body flew like a broken ragdoll, tracing an arc through the air before violently crashing into a massive tree with a deafening bang. Its body gouged a deep crater into the earth, churning up the surrounding soil. Looking at the Black Panther you had swatted away, you felt not a shred of pity in your heart as you slowly approached the fruit tree. Although the Black Panther was infuriated, that single slap had completely shattered its will to resist. Ignoring the agonizing pain racking its body, it turned tail and fled. You couldn't be bothered to pay it any further mind. Extending your tiger paw, you plucked the emerald fruit and swallowed it in a single gulp. The system's notification chimed within your mind. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 0 attribute points. With a mere shift of your will, you opened the attribute panel, level 12, attribute points required for the next upgrade 8000. Current attribute points 9000. Finally, it's enough. Wild ecstasy surged in your heart. Over the past few days, you had continuously dispatched your subjugated spirits to scour the outside world. After such prolonged and arduous effort, you had finally accumulated sufficient attribute points. You issued another command, ordering the subjugated spirits to continue their search, while you turned and returned to your lair. After ensuring no demonic beasts had trespassed into your territory, you willed the upgrade to commence. Upgrade? In the very next instant, a tempestuous radiance erupted around your body, the intense light seemingly bursting forth from the very depths of your being. Your form began to steadily expand. That already colossal physique grew even more towering and majestic, your aura swelling ceaselessly as it radiated a sovereign brilliance. Liu Ruyan, who had been secretly in the midst of cultivation, immediately stopped upon sensing the transformation in your aura. Watching from the sidelines, she marveled inwardly. Father is truly becoming more and more terrifying. Her petite tiger paws clenched tightly together, a trace of anxiety taking root in her heart. Father's strength grows ever mightier. Yet the progress of my cultivation is so sluggish. At this rate, the chasm between us will only widen. Damn it, if this continues, in what year or month will I ever be able to escape this place? Father should have reached the late stage of the awakening realm by now. This aura is vastly more formidable than before. She was acutely aware of the blistering pace at which her father's strength grew. If she remained by his side, she feared she would never surpass him in this lifetime. She pondered secretly to achieve a breakthrough and surpass her father. She simply had to leave. According to the memories of her past life, That divine treasure in the Changbai Mountains was on the verge of manifesting. That might very well be her chance for a breakthrough. She had to rush there as swiftly as possible.
Leave. I must find an opportunity to leave. Liu Ruyan's gaze hardened with resolve, biting her lip gently as she chanted silently in her heart. She was confident that having reached the mid-stage of the awakening realm, she could naturally sweep away all obstacles once she left, save for an absolute anomaly like her father.
The following day, you strolled through the ancient forest, accompanied by your newly acquired subjugated spirits. However, because you had led them out on daily patrols recently, the nearby spirit fruits had been thoroughly pillaged by you, forcing your search radius to stretch further and further outward, and your terrifying might had garnered the unanimous dread and respect of the demonic beasts in this realm. As a result, this entire territory had practically become your private backyard, your patrol routes expanding outward by several miles. Your gaze, as if drawn by a mystical force, locked firmly onto a peculiar, exotic fruit. It emitted a faint, ethereal glow, hanging from the bough of a massive tree like a gemstone meticulously carved by the passage of time. Your eyes instantly lit up. Just as you prepared to pluck the exotic fruit, a ferocious demonic beast lunged abruptly from the adjacent thicket. Yet, rather than launching an attack, it merely fled in panicked desperation. You narrowed your eyes, wondering inwardly for a moment, am I truly that terrifying? You were just about to retrieve the exotic fruit when a sudden volley of dense, anomalous noises forced you to halt. The sound echoed through the forest, stark and jarring. You turned your ear to listen intently, your expression turning grave. That sounds like gunfire. Could Little White be in danger? At this moment, on the periphery of the Great Lai mountain range, a battle squad of Transcendents was besieging a demonic beast. At the rear of the entire formation, a young man stared deathly at the creature, a hand pressed to his earpiece as he issued methodical commands. Damn it, this beast runs fast. Everyone, attention, form an encirclement, but do not draw too close. This bastard is at the end of its rope. Hold on just a little longer, and we will surely bleed it to death. Squad 2, attention. You have casualties on your end, and the beast is highly likely to attempt a breakout through your sector. Squads 3 and 4, prepare to reinforce Squad 2 at a moment's notice. Under the captain's orchestrations, everyone began to close the net around the demonic beast. This was an evolved wild wolf, possessing a gargantuan frame covered entirely in diamond, hard scales that shimmered with an eerie, bewitching light beneath the dappled sun. Under the storm of bullets, cascades of sparks continually erupted off its scales. It roared in unfettered fury, the sound so devastating it felt as though it could shatter one's eardrums. But the barrage of machine gun fire did not cease. The bullets continuously hailed upon the demonic beast, punching shallow dents into its armored hide. In the next second, the giant wolf unleashed a thunderous bellow, spewing roaring flames from its maw. The inferno manifested like a vicious serpent of fire, lunging toward the surrounding Transcendents. Wherever it passed, the surrounding fallen leaves ignited instantly, billowing with thick black smoke as the acrid stench of ash permeated the air. Damn it, this flame can actually lock onto targets autonomously. Retreat now. It's too late. This beast intends to drag us down to hell with it, in mutual destruction. Just at this precipice of doom, a silver silhouette suddenly descended from the heavens. The twin wings upon the back of this winged being glinted with iridescent, multicolored light beneath the sun, as if harboring the most esoteric power in the mortal realm. The very moment he appeared, the surrounding air seemed to be instantaneously siphoned away, descending into a suffocating, leaden heaviness. He tilted his head up slightly, his stark, frigid countenance seemingly encased in glacial frost, while the destructive radiance of lightning crackled within his eyes. Everyone, fall back at once. Having spoken, he raised his hand in a gentle wave. In an instant, the power of lightning erupted from his wings. The crackling thunderbolts took the form of wrathful flood dragons, snapping and detonating through the air with an aura poised to annihilate all creation. As the heavenly lightning descended, the worm of flame spewed by the mutated fire wolf was obliterated in an instant. The surrounding ancient trees seemed to tremble before this overpowering might, with some of the frailer branches snapping under the shockwaves of the lightning, raining down with a cacophony of cracks. The fire wolf whipped its head around, its gaze dead, locked upon the winged being suspended in the heavens. Its eyes brimmed with profound unwillingness as deep, menacing growls tore from its throat. It could sense that this human possessed unfathomable strength, a strength so absolute it was utterly irresistible. The fire wolf wished to flee, but all its avenues of escape had been completely severed by the Transcendent squad. There was nothing left but to fight a desperate battle to the death.
And at this moment,
the winged being's gaze shifted to the colossal wolf of fire, a demonic beast that had awakened an innate talent. No wonder it was so difficult to subdue. However, the stronger you are, the more exorbitant your value. In the very next instant, the winged being vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a chilling, silver arc of electricity. When he reappeared, he was already at the back of the giant firewolf. Immediately following, he pointed a finger downwards. With a deafening boom, a bolt of heavenly lightning smote down fiercely upon the demonic beast. Struck by this unforeseen lightning, the demonic beast unleashed a howl of pure agony. Its massive frame convulsed violently as the thunderous impact blasted its scales into flying shrapnel. Yet this was merely the beginning. The winged being unfurled his wings and soared into the midair, appearing for all the world like a divine deity, commanding the thunder and lightning. The power of lightning surged incessantly from his wings, weaving into a dense web of electricity that completely enveloped the monstrous beast. The beast struggled within this electrical net, but could not break free. Each movement only invited more violent lightning strikes. Under the relentless barrage of thunder and lightning, the beast eventually failed to endure and collapsed, dead. Its once hard scales had been scorched black by the lightning, emitting a pungent, burnt odor. The captain's strength is becoming increasingly terrifying. An awakened one marveled, his eyes shimmering with the light of worship, as if gazing upon an unreachable being. Indeed, the captain is a powerhouse on the human top 100 list, ranked among the top 10 in the entire dragon country. Such might was truly transcendent before him. That monstrous beast was as insignificant as an ant. With the captain leading us this time, we are sure to return with a bountiful harvest. Hearing this, the winged man's cold countenance seemed shrouded in frost, and he spoke with grave solemnity. Enough idle chatter. Scour the vicinity for spirit fruits immediately. We must not fall behind the Chengsheng group. Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly shed their playful demeanor. The captain. Little did they know that as they battled fiercely, the great soul eagle hovered in the void, observing everything with perfect clarity and conveying the situation back to you. Standing several kilometers away, you received the information from the great soul eagle and murmured inwardly, "Humanity has set its sights on this place. It seems the days ahead will not be peaceful. A storm is brewing. Based on your understanding of humans, those not of their kin must surely harbor different hearts. Even if you had no intention of attacking them, once they discovered your existence, they would surely hunt you to the last." There was only one way to prevent such an outcome, to become stronger. In the past, if you could not win, you would simply flee, but now you have Ziobai. Because of Ziobai's presence, you have felt a newfound attachment to this world. Though in your eyes, Ziobai might very well be the reincarnation of a demon god, it mattered little. As long as she calls you father, she will forever be your daughter. I must accelerate the growth of my strength. I shall pet her 1,000 more times tomorrow. Elsewhere, seeing that you had not yet returned, Liu Ruyan decisively prepared to sneak into the orchard to steal some spirit fruits. As she skipped joyfully toward the orchard, the scene that met her eyes filled her with instant fury. A massive dark shadow moved through the orchard, unrestrainedly plucking spirit fruits, as if indulging in an all-you-can-eat buffet. Looking closer, she realized it was a giant black bear. Its body was like a small mountain, and its furry paws were stuffing spirit fruits into its mouth. Liu Ruyan was instantly enraged. Those were the spirit fruits her father had worked so hard to grow, and she hadn't even eaten many herself. How dare this black bear steal them? Her tiny tiger paws clenched into fists as she cried out in anger, "You bastard! How dare you steal my father's spirit fruits? See if I don't beat you to death." The black bear turned its head toward Liu Ruyan, its eyes full of disdain, completely ignoring her presence. It then plucked another fruit and shoved it into its maw. Liu Ruyan was furious now, the kind of fury that knows no bounds. Purple light flickered across her body, enveloping her like a mysterious and dazzling layer of armor. In the next instant, her small frame shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging directly at the black bear. The giant black bear still had no idea whom it had provoked. To the bear, Liu Ruyan was so tiny. What could she do even if she were angry? Given its own massive size, it could swat the little thing away with a single paw. It didn't even pay attention to her direction, continuing its feast with delight. The bear's mouth chewed incessantly, juices from the spirit fruits trickling down the corners of its maw. Vile creature, stop right there. With a sharp crack, Liu Ruyan's small tiger paw, shrouded in purple light and carrying a piercing momentum, struck the bear directly on its forehead. Though her body was small, it contained terrifying power. This single strike sent the massive black bear crashing to the ground.
With a dull thud, the bear was left dazed. The strength was perfectly calculated. It was stunned, yet spared of any lasting injury.
When it finally saw clearly that it was Liu Ruyan, it beat its chest with its paws, producing heavy thumping sounds. Its eyes widened in absolute rage. It clearly hadn't expected that such a tiny thing could knock it down. It was a humiliation beyond measure.
In the next second, the black bear swung its thick arms, the muscles upon them bulging.
This, my friends, is absolute cinema.
Our black tiger dad, radiating pure, wholesome parental energy, only to have his little white daughter secretly plotting her grand escape.
Bro thinks she's a master strategist, concocting elaborate cult methods and dreaming of making father call her father.
The sheer audacity of this cub, believing herself beyond the reach of her terrifyingly doting, human-souled dad.
She actually slipped away, only to find herself trapped again, crying crocodile tears, because of course father's hunting range is just a bit too vast. So let's settle this is little white's constant deception, fueled by past trauma, justifiable. Or does father have every right to unleash the eye of fear and put an end to this adorable, yet deeply problematic, charade once and for all?
Like a barrage of little sandbags, they hurled towards Liu Ruyan.
Liu Ruyan's figure was agile, effortlessly dodging the black bear's attacks.
She even playfully made a face at the black bear, teasing, "He, stupid bear, you cannot catch me." Seeing that it repeatedly failed to strike Liu Ruyan, the black bear instantly flew into a violent rage. Its eyes then turned crimson red, and its size abruptly doubled. That colossal frame resembled a small mountain, radiating an overwhelming sense of oppression.
A bloodline talent, to think it was actually a black bear in the awakening realm. Liu Ruyan's tiny brows furrowed slightly in surprise. However, her astonishment was fleeting, and she quickly dismissed it from her mind.
Aided by a vast quantity of spirit fruits during this period, her cultivation had already reached the middle stage of the awakening realm. This mere early-stage awakening realm black bear was not worthy of her regard.
Did you think you were the only one with a bloodline talent?
With a shift of her thoughts, Liu Ruyan executed her innate ability, clone technique. Several identical silhouettes instantly manifested, encircling the black bear in the center.
Seeing two identical little white tigers materialize before its eyes, the black bear was instantly dumbfounded. By the time the black bear regained its senses, Liu Ruyan and her clones had already launched a coordinated assault upon the massive beast.
Purple rays of light continuously flickered around the black bear as the colossal beast was beaten until it howled in agony. Although its offensive might was formidable, its movements were undeniably sluggish. Often, the moment it raised its paw, Liu Ruyan would anticipate its intent and evade in advance. At this moment, before Liu Ruyan, this giant black bear was nothing more than a large, mobile sandbag. However, just as Liu Ruyan was about to deliver the killing blow, the giant black bear abruptly clasped its head and begged for mercy. Its colossal body instantly curled up into a ball, two massive paws tightly hugging its head as its frame trembled incessantly.
To think you even know how to beg for mercy, Liu Ruyan halted her delicate tiger claws. She gazed at the giant black bear with profound interest and said, "You giant, stupid bear, do you realize your mistake?"
Evidently, this enormous fellow had already awakened a considerable amount of spiritual intelligence, which sparked an idea in Liu Ruyan's mind. Dad is capable of enslaving soul entities and has numerous subordinates under his command. As a dignified empress, I should also gather some underlings. Sparing you is permissible, but from this day forth, you shall be my underling.
The great black bear did not comprehend the concept of an underling, but it knew that as long as it obeyed the little white tiger before it, it would survive.
Thus it nodded vigorously.
"Quite sensible, aren't you?" Liu Ruyan smiled triumphantly.
Subsequently, she executed a secret technique. A mysterious ray of light shot forth from her tiger claw and seeped into the black bear's head.
The great black bear felt a sharp, piercing pain in its mind, and immediately after, a soul contract was formed with Liu Ruyan. With this, the life and death of the great black bear were entirely under her absolute control.
The giant black bear could also sense that an alien presence had nestled into its mind.
"Very well, from this day forth, you are my underling, and you shall be called Xingda.
Hurry up and leave. If you don't depart before my dad returns, you won't be able to leave at all."
Speak of the devil, and he appears. At that very moment, your voice drifted over from afar, little white. Have you been sneaking food again?
Sensing your terrifying aura, the giant black bear decisively raised its rear and fled, plunging back into the woods from whence it came.
Only after ensuring the giant black bear had completely vanished did Liu Ruyan turn around with peace of mind to greet you. However, what Liu Ruyan did not know was that, through your ghostly subordinates, you had long since discovered her connection with the Great Black Bear. But considering your daughter's identity as the reincarnation of a demonic god, you harbored no intentions of pursuing the matter. In your eyes, everyone has their own secrets. Perhaps this was Little White's destined fortune, and you did not wish to interfere too much. However, the thought of the humans outside made you feel it necessary to issue a warning to Little White. Therefore, upon seeing Liu Ruyan, you refrained from asking further and directly spoke. Little White, under no circumstances are you to leave this place during this period of time. Hearing this, Liu Ruyan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Dad had discovered her plans to slip away once more? A trace of panic flashed through her vivid eyes, but she quickly composed herself, blinking her large, expressive eyes as she spoke with endearing innocence. What are you saying? I couldn't bear to part with you. Uncertain whether Liu Ruyan's words were true or false, you replied with a hint of admonition. It is best, of course, if you do not leave. The outside world is now swarming with humans. It is far too perilous. Liu Ruyan was momentarily stunned, but she soon understood. The humans had begun making their moves against the exotic beasts. Calculating the time, it was indeed about right. As an empress who had been one of humanity's supreme combatants in her past life, she possessed a certain degree of understanding regarding human operations. It was just that the actions of humanity in this life seemed even swifter than in her previous incarnation. Seeing Liu Ruyan freeze in astonishment, you assumed she could not comprehend your words, and thus explained. Humans are an utterly terrifying species. If you are ever captured by them, you will suffer a fate far worse than death. Hearing this, Liu Ruyan was thoroughly stunned. Was this how Father viewed humanity? It seemed he was truly the reincarnation of an ancient demonic god, without a doubt. Born to stand in absolute opposition to humanity, if so, it is even more imperative that I not let Father discover I possess a human soul. Her petite frame trembled slightly, feigning the appearance of being dreadfully frightened. Liu Ruyan hastily threw herself onto you, crying out loudly, "What terrifying humans! Father, I am scared." "Fear not, with Father here, I will absolutely never allow you to come to any harm." Seeing her state, you immediately offered gentle comfort, your gaze brimming with profound affection and parental concern. However, within the depths of her heart, Liu Ruyan was calculating an entirely different scheme, quietly harboring her own cunning machinations. According to the memories of her past life, within merely a few months of the spiritual energy's revival, humans began a frenzied march into the forest to plunder spirit fruits, much like ravenous wolves catching the scent of blood. It appears the human's father spoke of must have come seeking the spirit fruits hidden within this ancient forest. Should that come to pass, this vast forest will undoubtedly be plunged into absolute chaos. At this thought, Liu Ruyan's vivid eyes darted about nimbly, a glimmer of delight flashing in their depths. This is a rare opportunity to escape, one I absolutely cannot miss. Once the human forces encroach upon Father's territory, he will certainly have no time to look after me. If I slip away amidst the turmoil, even if he discovers my absence, he likely will not be able to pursue me immediately. I am truly brilliant. As she plotted, she stealthily observed your expression, terrified that her father might see right through her inner thoughts. She was not particularly concerned for her father's safety, as the catastrophic scenes of her previous life remained vividly etched in her mind. When humanity first marched into the forest, they indeed relied on the overwhelming advantage of their mortal weaponry to slaughter countless demonic beasts. Yet the evolutionary speed of the demonic beasts inherently surpassed that of humans, coupled with the omnipresence of exotic spirit fruits scattered throughout the forest. These exotic fruits were like mystical treasures bestowed upon the beasts by nature itself, allowing them to rapidly elevate their strength. Thus, it was not long before humanity suffered a devastating counterattack from the horde of beasts. The once imperious and unyielding human legions, under the relentless siege of the demonic beasts, began to retreat in utter defeat, and of the human Transcendents who had advanced into the deep mountains, not even 1 in 10 survived. In a remarkably short span of time, the deep mountains across the nation transformed into a paradise for demonic beasts and an absolute forbidden zone for humanity. And in Liu Ruyan's eyes, what exactly was her father? He was the magnificent reincarnation of a demonic god. His strength was like a bottomless ocean, profoundly mysterious and unfathomably powerful. Those ordinary thermal weapons would likely be nothing more than mere children's toys before him, utterly incapable of causing him the slightest harm. She even felt that if humanity dared to scheme against her father, it would undoubtedly be the humans who suffered a calamitous doom. I only hope these humans will distract Father, just as I envision, otherwise, I shall have no chance to make my escape." Feigning innocent curiosity in her eyes, she asked, "Are these humans truly so mighty? Can even father not defeat them?" A smile graced your eyes as you proudly raised your head, casting a gaze toward the direction of the human forces, a flicker of profound disdain flashing in your eyes. Naturally, father can vanquish them. It is simply that humans wield a highly destructive weapon, and should a fierce battle erupt, father fears you might be injured. These words came from the very depths of your soul. Dealing with that flock of humans would be, for you, as effortless as turning your palm. Those mortal weapons would not even suffice to scratch your itch. Only the deployment of their grandest thermal armaments would warrant any trace of apprehension from you. Yet, Little White had not fully matured, and those very weapons could still inflict genuine harm upon her. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan immediately nodded with obedient grace. "So that is the case. Rest assured, father, I will not wander off recklessly. I shall never become a burden to you." Though she spoke such sweet words, her clever little mind was already weaving a grand scheme of escape, merely biding her time for the perfect moment to strike. "I am sorry, but I absolutely must go forth to pursue the fortuitous encounters destined for me. Once I have grown to supreme power, I will definitely return to see you. I only hope that when that time comes, you will neither cast me out nor blame me for my departure. Although you knew it was impossible for the humans to invade the forest depths in the short term. Just in case, and to prevent your sanctuary from being prematurely discovered, you dispatched all your spectral thralls over the following days to keep a vigilant watch on the humans' movements. With a mere thought, you summoned your celestial status panel. Level 13, Advanced Skills Leap, Stealth, Supreme Hearing. Expend 1,000 attribute points to upgrade an advanced skill. Primary Innate Talents, Tiger, Vajra Claws, Eye of Dread, Nether Sprint. Expend 3,000 attribute points to upgrade a primary innate talent. Attribute points 6,000. 6,000 attribute points, still 4,000 short of the next breakthrough. You locked your gaze firmly upon the system panel, hesitating for a moment as your eyes swept back and forth across the myriad of divine skills. After profound contemplation, you resolved to upgrade both Advanced Stealth and Advanced Supreme Hearing. Now that the mortal interlopers had breached the forest, unforeseen calamities could manifest at any moment. With another flick of your will, 2,000 attribute points instantly vanished, infused seamlessly into Advanced Stealth and Supreme Hearing. As the attribute points integrated, the original Advanced Stealth and Supreme Hearing instantly underwent a miraculous metamorphosis. Invisibility, Art Primary, remain perfectly motionless for 10 seconds, and you shall achieve true invisibility. The all-hearing ear novice grants the ability to discern every rustle and whisper within a radius of 3,000 meters. Within your once composed, tiger-like gaze, an unquenchable spark of elation now blazed forth. Verily, this power transcends the mundane. Yet, a minor imperfection revealed itself, motion was denied, whilst cloaked in invisibility. Nevertheless, tranquility swiftly embraced your spirit. Should such an ability permit movement, would it not render one an unmatched assassin, with none able to evade their unseen strike? Such power would surely be deemed a transgression against the very balance of existence, a divine cheat too profound. Subsequently, you resumed the trial of your all-hearing ear. A sensation akin to a soft zephyr caressed your ears thereafter, that ephemeral breeze transmuted into myriad unseen silken threads, unfurling outwards in every conceivable direction. Within the sanctum of your mind, an ethereal radar materialized, ceaselessly gathering sonic echoes from the distant reaches. It was at this very moment that the voice of Liu Ruyan reached your perception, a whisper delicate as a mosquito's hum, yet piercingly clear to your augmented senses. "It appears father remains unaware of my schemes. Thus, if I but bide my time with patience, an opportune moment shall surely present itself." Upon perceiving these words, your brow furrowed in contemplation, and thoughts stirred silently within your heart. What manner of opportunity could she seek? Doth this fledgling soul conspire in matters unbeknownst to me? A veil of perplexity descended upon you, tinged with a nascent worry, for the hidden intentions within Xiaobai's heart remained an enigma. Nevertheless, you resolved to dismiss the minor machinations of Xiaobai from your immediate concerns. Your attention now turned to the human cultivators, relentlessly slaughtering demonic beasts along the outer fringes. As for your daughter, who had seemingly embraced an era of defiance, you decreed that her guidance would be a task for a later, more tranquil epoch. The paramount concern now was to draw nigh unto the outer reaches, there to ascertain the precise circumstances of these human encroachers. Your lithe and powerful form materialized upon the outer frontiers of the Grand Separation mountain range. The very air of this place seemed saturated with the pungent tang of spilled blood. Upon your path, numerous vestiges of fierce combat were discerned. The blood of demonic beasts stained the earth everywhere, yet their fallen forms were conspicuously absent. Evidently, they had been borne away by the human cultivators. Concurrently, the imprints of human passage were manifest in every direction. You sought a lofty perch and settled silently, observing. A brief interval passed, and you dissolved into an invisible state, simultaneously invoking the power of the all-hearing ear. Every rustle and whisper, every subtle tremor within your vicinity, could now escape not your acute perception. And behold, not far from your hidden vigil, a contingent of Transcendents, led by the formidable Winged One, was engaged in a fierce and unyielding battle. These demonic beasts have grown ever more formidable to slay of late. Verily, none can deny it. With each deep adventure, the might of these demonic beasts swells proportionally. Yet the flesh of these very demonic beasts can command a handsome price. Cease your idle chatter, dispatch this demonic beast before us with haste, for other vital tasks await our attention this day. Under the unwavering command of the Winged One, they once more brought low a ferocious demonic beast. In its final throes, the demonic beast unleashed a mournful roar of agony, which reverberated ominously through the ancient forest. Upon beholding this grim spectacle, the other demonic beasts in the vicinity were seized by terror, scattering in frantic disarray. They perceived the insurmountable might of the Winged One, and though resistance flickered in their hearts, they were utterly outmatched. As the conflict ceased, the Winged One remained aloft, an ethereal sentinel surveying the ravaged earth beneath him. He discerned the presence of other demonic beasts lurking in the shadows, yet refrained from further action. The remaining members of the Transcendent contingent swiftly commenced the arduous task of salvaging the battlefield. Reporting, Grand Captain, our recent foray into the Grand Separation mountain range has yielded scores of unique exotic fruits. Your leadership has been paramount surely. A significant portion shall be allocated to your esteemed self. Upon the Winged One's austere visage, no trace of emotion stirred. He merely spoke with a voice devoid of inflection. The precise apportionment of these treasures shall, in truth, be determined by the decree of the Grand Conglomerate's esteemed elders. In truth, for the Winged One, though these exotic fruits possessed undeniable value, his paramount concern lay with the profound success of this undertaking and his exalted stature within the Grand Conglomerate. For only through such ascendance would greater boons be reaped in epochs to come. Upon grasping his implication, the multitude understood with innate clarity they were but mere servants, and such treasures lay beyond the grasp of their aspirations. The grand young master shall arrive in but 3 days. We must redouble our efforts, for we cannot permit the adherents of the everlasting conglomerate to eclipse our achievements. Do you comprehend, Grand Captain? The assembled cultivators responded with a unified, resounding affirmation. Scores of exotic fruits. By the great Tao, these humans are obscenely affluent. 2,000 meters distant, concealed within the shroud of a darkened grove, your once composed gaze ignited with an infernal fervor, and a primal instinct compelled you to moisten your lips with a languid tongue. He. Verily, the time for my intervention has arrived. At this crucial juncture, you unleashed forth your legion of ghost servants. With your singular command, every spectral entity erupted in a cacophony of piercing wails, and a potent soul-shattering impact surged outwards, engulfing all. The armed human sentries felt a sudden, agonizing sting pierce the depths of their consciousness. What is the meaning of this? My head! They felt as though 10,000 steel needles were plunging into their skulls. Their eyes became bloodshot, their features contorted in agony, and their consciousness began to fade. Then darkness consumed their sight, and they collapsed into a state of unconsciousness. You then unleashed the nether ghost step. Your gargantuan form became a streak of black lightning, arriving at the heart of the camp in an instant. Damned beast! At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted as a winged man charged forth like a bolt of lightning. The winged man's pinions unfurled violently as the power of thunder and lightning surged across them, crackling with such intensity that the very air seemed to ionize. His gaze was filled with arrogance and conviction in his eyes. This encroaching beast was merely courting its own demise. You paid him no heed whatsoever. Your massive frame, akin to a war machine forged of cold steel, was taut with muscles brimming with explosive power. Within those tiger-like eyes, a frigid light shimmered, as if gazing upon a trivial ant. The winged man was the first to strike. He waved his hands, and the lightning upon his wings transformed into wrathful flood dragons, howling as they lunged toward you. Yet you were swifter. With a mere flicker of movement, you effortlessly evaded that lethal bolt of lightning.
Immediately after, you lunged forward with overwhelming force.
Golden light radiated from your thick tiger claws. It was the first time you had fused the nether ghost step with the diamond claws.
The tiger claws swung down with a thunderous whistle, possessing a momentum that seemed capable of cleaving heaven and earth asunder.
The winged man was struck with terror. He frantically mobilized all his transcendent power in a desperate attempt to parry your fatal strike. But his strength appeared utterly insignificant before your might. Your tiger claws slammed brutally into the winged man. With a resounding thud, he spat out a fountain of blood, soaring backward like a kite with a severed string.
His body traced a grim arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground, his fate unknown.
The surrounding Transcendents witnessed this scene, their hearts consumed by sheer panic.
How can this be possible?
The commander is a powerhouse on the human top 100 list, yet he was so fragile before this beast.
It is all over. We are finished.
What manner of monster is this? Why is it so terrifyingly powerful?
Their faces turned deathly pale. Some even felt their legs grow weak, nearly collapsing to the earth.
Casting a contemptuous glance at the panicked Transcendents, you snatched the chest containing the exotic fruits and vanished from the camp like a phantom amidst a hail of gunfire.
The dense barrage of bullets struck your body like raindrops hitting a boulder, unable to inflict even a shred of damage.
Meanwhile, within the mountain cavern.
Strange, why hasn't Father returned yet today? Liu Ruyan paced back and forth within the cave, her gaze constantly drifting toward the direction in which you had departed.
Could something have gone wrong?
Her heart tightened, as if gripped by an invisible hand. Impossible. With Father's strength, how could mere humans possibly stand against him?
The more she pondered, the more unsettled she became. After a moment of hesitation, she resolved to descend the mountain to investigate. At that very instant, a familiar silhouette appeared before her eyes.
You finally returned.
Liu Ruyan's eyes instantly brightened, and she wore a radiant smile.
Look at the treasures Father has brought back.
Your broad tiger paw opened a black chest forged from special materials, designed to preserve the freshness of the exotic fruits and prevent decay.
Liu Ruyan's mouth hung agape in sheer astonishment.
So many fruits, Father. Where did you get all these from? Naturally, I seized them from the hands of those humans outside. You grinned triumphantly.
Liu Ruyan's heart trembled. Did you wipe out the human's entire lair?
Something like that. You chuckled after a moment of thought.
At this moment, your heart was also brimming with excitement.
One must admit, the efficiency of humans in seeking treasures is truly formidable. You counted them a grand total of 45 mystic fruits. This was an immeasurable bounty of attribute points. Amidst their surging excitement, the two mighty tigers commenced the division of their spoils. Father, just one more for me, please.
Liu Ruyan's adorable countenance was brimming with yearning, her fluffy tiger tail swaying gently behind her, much like a coaxing child.
Very well, take this smaller one. Remember, these mystic fruits are no ordinary produce. Consume them according to your strength, and never devour too many at once. Now, depart for a while. Your father must commence his cultivation.
With those words, you unceremoniously cast Little White outside.
Beyond the stone dwelling, Liu Ruyan fumed, stamping her feet in indignation, her heart silently seething with complaints.
Naughty father, horrid father.
How utterly useless these humans are, to be so effortlessly eradicated. Father's power is already monstrous. If he were to absorb these spiritual fruits, would I ever have a chance to rise above him?
At that very moment, within the confines of the stone dwelling. You, however, had already begun your fervent indulgence, unable to contain your impatience. Within your mind, the system's notifications chimed ceaselessly, akin to a jubilant symphony.
Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1,000 attribute points.
Ding, 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 ding.
Soon every last mystic fruit had been utterly devoured by you.
And your accrued attribute points reached an unprecedented pinnacle. A grand total of 26,000 attribute points.
With but a single thought, you immediately commenced the ascension of your power. The attribute points were consumed like a torrential river, and you could feel your very being undergoing wondrous and profound transformations. The very next instant, a terrifying aura erupted from within the stone dwelling, like a raging tempest, engulfing the entire chamber. Liu Ruyan, who had been secretly cultivating nearby, perceived this formidable aura, and instantly her eyes widened in profound astonishment. Her heart trembled with alarm, and a potent surge of resentment welled within her. Father has broken through once more, How am I ever to escape now?
Father's aura.
It has undeniably reached the late stage of the awakening realm. Liu Ruyan's heart was gripped by disbelief, her lively eyes filled with profound shock. In her memories, it had been barely 3 months since the spiritual energy resurgence began. In her previous life, it was only half a year after the spiritual energy resurgence that she first heard of someone breaking through to the late stage awakening realm.
What kind of monstrous prodigy is father to have broken through to such a realm in so incredibly short a time?
Could my rebirth have somehow caused this world's timeline to diverge chaotically from its previous course? Beyond this conjecture, Liu Ruyan could conceive of no other explanation. With this realization, her gaze tremblingly shifted towards the direction of the stone dwelling.
Father seems to harbor deep animosity towards humanity. Why then did he dismantle the human stronghold outside this time?
If father were to discover that I possess a human soul, would he not mercilessly strike me down? Liu Ruyan's diminutive form began to tremble faintly, and her 2 snow-white ears drooped low. As this thought solidified, Liu Ruyan's small frame shuddered. She dared not gamble with her own life. She still harbored the ambition to prove the Tao and ascend to the rank of a great emperor, to exact her vengeance and settle all old grievances. She would not permit this one chance at rebirth to be extinguished so senselessly and without purpose. Then, indeed, she would truly die with eternal regret. Sensing your formidable aura, Liu Ruyan hesitated for a brief moment, yet her gaze gradually hardened with resolve. She bit her lip, as if steeling herself with a profound decision. There is no other recourse. I can only proceed thus. She spoke to herself in the silent chambers of her heart, a hint of fierce resolve glinting in her eyes. Within her heart, it was as if 2 ethereal figures ceaselessly contended, and one whispered, "Remain here. Your father cherishes you so deeply. He surely would not bring you harm." Yet the other ethereal figure countered, "You must not take this gamble. Once your true nature is unveiled, your fate shall be sealed. You must contemplate your future. Do not abandon your grand aspirations for the sake of fleeting affection." Liu Ruyan's heart was gripped by a tormenting struggle. She knew her actions might wound her father, yet she truly perceived no other path. She could not linger here forever, awaiting the inevitable moment of her discovery. Within the stone chamber, you remained blissfully unaware of the profound inner turmoil Liu Ruyan had endured. Sensing the terrifying power coursing through your veins, your soul surged with exuberant joy. This is transcendental bliss, far beyond any mundane gratification. Is this the sublime sensation of ascending to a higher state of being? Your heart was filled with profound shock and grand anticipation. You possessed an intuition that once you surpassed the 15th level, you would undoubtedly ascend into an entirely new realm of existence. At that moment, your prowess would undergo an augmentation of unprecedented magnitude. 16,000 attribute points remained. A mere 4,000 more were required for the next breakthrough. To acquire them, one must either persevere through daily disciplined training to receive the system's bestowal, or venture forth to seek them out. Yet neither of these paths to power was easily trodden. Thus, it was better to simply augment one's current strength. With a mere thought, you bestowed 3,000 evolution points upon the Vajra claws. As the Vajra claws reached the intermediate stage, the tiger's talons transmuted into divine metal, capable of sundering gold and shattering stone with a devastating, rending effect. You received the divine blessing of the Kai of metal. With a flicker of intent, you struck forth with great force, unleashing a blade of golden Kai. A sharp, piercing whistle echoed through the air. The might of the Vajra claws was now several times more formidable than before, carving a profound chasm into the earth. Witnessing this, a light of exhilarated surprise flickered within your gaze. I have now mastered a technique for long-range devastation. Relishing the newfound power of your ascension, you emerged from the stone chamber with a spirit of sublime tranquility. The radiance of the warm sun bathed your form, filling you with a sense of extraordinary comfort. You surveyed your surroundings, yet Liu Ruyan was nowhere to be seen. Frowning slightly, you called out, "Little White, where have you vanished to this time?" Your voice resounded through the mountain forests, echoing with a tone of deep affection. "Father is in high spirits today. What manner of delicacies do you desire to feast upon?" Liu Ruyan remained concealed within a nearby thicket, her heart a tempest of trepidation and unease. Upon hearing your summons, a wave of panic surged through her soul. She realized that hesitation was no longer an option. She must act with utmost haste. Stealing her resolve, she lifted the large basin of water she had prepared and made her way toward you.
Her steps were heavy, for every stride required a monumental effort of courage.
After a moment, Liu Ruyan arrived, bearing the large basin of water.
Her outward demeanor remained unchanged, her face adorned with a charming smile that made one yearn to hold her close.
Yet her heart trembled with hidden panic, and her gaze flickered with uncertainty.
"Father, you must be parched. Please drink some water." Indeed, a thirst had taken hold. You licked your lips, completely oblivious to Liu Ruyan's strange behavior. Previously, whenever you concluded your physical tempering, Liu Ruyan would always be waiting by your side with a basin of water.
Thus, you had long grown accustomed to this, and no suspicion entered your mind.
You took the water and drained it in a single draught. Watching you, a flicker of unease crossed her eyes as she whispered in her heart, "Please, do not hold this against me." As Liu Ruyan watched you drain the basin in a single draught, a shadow of guilt flickered in her eyes, and she murmured internally, "I am sorry, please do not blame me." Yet you remained blissfully unaware, speaking with a doting smile.
"Tell father what your heart desires to eat, and I shall prepare it for you."
Suppressing the complex emotions raging within, she feigned composure and tilted her small face upward. "Father, I am not hungry." Though her head was raised, her eyes dared not meet yours, as she slightly averted her gaze. Within her, a fierce struggle unfolded. On one hand, the reluctance to leave you, for your meticulous care had allowed her to feel a paternal love she had never known. On the other hand, she feared the discovery of the secret regarding her human soul. For the sake of her future, she felt compelled to depart. This inner conflict was like two invisible, giant hands tearing at her heart, inflicting an agony beyond measure. You seemed to sense Liu Ruyan's abnormality, and asked with concern,
"Little White, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Father, Liu Ruyan's heart skipped a beat as she hastily raised her head.
She forced a trace of a smile. "Just the thought of humans being nearby makes me a little afraid." You smiled faintly. "Fear not, with father here, those humans wouldn't dare try anything. Even if that horde of humans were to invade, father will protect you." Having already reached level 15, you possessed absolute confidence in your strength. Those humans were simply no match for you. Your words stirred something deep within Liu Ruyan's heart. She wished to properly fulfill her filial duties to her father one last time before her departure. Lifting her small face, she put on the appearance of an adorable, precious child. "So amazing, with father here, you will definitely drive away those bad people." Speaking thus, she pulled you into the dwelling. "You must be exhausted from your training, right? Let me give you a massage." Chuckling, you followed your daughter into the stone cave, your heart overflowing with trust and doting affection for her. The faint anomaly you had previously sensed in Liu Ruyan vanished without a trace. Entering the stone cave, Liu Ruyan climbed onto your back and began to tread along your spine. Her little paws pressed down on your back in a rhythmic cadence, each step seemingly exhausting all her strength.
"Father, is it comfortable?" Liu Ruyan asked softly, a barely imperceptible tremble hidden within her voice. "Very comfortable, a little more force on the left." You closed your eyes in deep contentment.
At that moment, a sudden wave of drowsiness assailed you. You mused that Little White's massage was indeed so soothing that it made you yearn for slumber.
Soon after, your body gradually relaxed, and your taut muscles loosened completely.
Gradually, the sound of snoring arose, echoing throughout the tranquil stone cave.
Liu Ruyan leapt down from your back, her heartbeat abruptly accelerating as if it would leap straight out of her throat. She approached you with the utmost caution, her gaze locked intently upon you.
After waiting a moment and confirming there were no signs of you awakening, she breathed a profound sigh of relief. She silently spoke within her heart, "Please, you must not blame me." She had added her personally concocted soul, bewitching powder to the water earlier, a powder she had expended tremendous effort to refine. She knew of your formidable strength, and that ordinary drugs would likely have no effect on you. Yet this soul, bewitching powder was potent enough to make her father sleep for 2.5 hours.
Even with your mighty strength, you would slumber for at least an hour.
And this single hour would be more than enough time for her to escape the mountain range. Following that, Liu Ruyan withdrew the blood bead of legacy from her robes and placed it before you, the bead radiating a faint, mystical luminescence. She gazed at you, her eyes brimming with deep guilt and reluctance to part. "Father, I am leaving. Please forgive me for departing without saying goodbye," Liu Ruyan whispered, her voice heavy with sorrowful reluctance. Casting one last complex glance your way, she gritted her teeth, turned, and strode straight out of the stone cave, not pausing for even a moment.
Arriving at the foot of the mountain, a great black bear was already waiting. Upon seeing Liu Ruyan, it let out a low, rumbling growl, as if greeting her.
Liu Ruyan bounded onto the great black bear's shoulder. She turned her head to look back toward your direction, a trace of reluctance flashing through her eyes.
The memories of the past few months living by your side flashed through her mind like a viewing scroll, each heartwarming scene manifesting one by one.
Your doting affection, the scenes of you two playing together, and the moments you stood as her protector, all caused her eyes to instantly moisten.
I will return. Once I have become truly powerful, I will definitely come back to see you. I only hope you will still acknowledge me as your daughter. She secretly clenched her tiny fists, her heart filled with an unyielding conviction. Thus, the silhouettes of one tiger and one bear gradually vanished into the depths of the mountain forest. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Great Lai mountain range, a battle squad of Transcendents was actively searching for exotic fruits.
Everyone, be careful. Do not let your guard down. The wind spirit envoy stood at the forefront of the formation, his white robes fluttering wildly in the gale.
What is there to fear? With you here, I am actually looking forward to encountering some demonic beasts, a young Transcendent in the squad remarked with utter nonchalance.
Arrogance, the wind spirit envoy furrowed his brows and sharply reprimanded.
The strength of the winged one from the Kinship group was no less than mine, yet even he perished at the claws of a demonic beast. It is evident that the Great Lai mountain range absolutely harbors many formidable demonic beasts. Just at that moment, a Transcendent shouted, "Boss, it looks like we have a situation." In the next second, the two metered. All thicket of grass ahead was violently cleaved apart as a great black bear came charging forth. Its colossal frame rampaged through the forest, each stomping footstep causing the very earth to tremble faintly. The crowd was collectively startled.
A demonic beast is approaching. Everyone, prepare for battle.
As the black bear drew near, only then did they realize that atop its head sat a white tiger.
What is going on? Why is there a little tiger too? A black bear paired with a white tiger was truly a bizarre sight.
Yet at this moment, none pondered the true nature of the events unfolding, as the Wind Spirit Master issued his command.
As his decree descended, the superhumans unleashed their formidable powers, a barrage of assaults hurtling towards the colossal black bear.
Colossal boulders shattered into fragments, shrapnel scattering wide, raising a cloud of dust.
How audacious, to dare lay hands upon this empress! Liu Ruyan, still immersed in the poignant sorrow of parting with her father, was already in a foul mood.
Witnessing these mere mortals dare launch a sneak attack, her rage erupted like a tempest. In the next instant, a radiant purple light manifested upon her form, and a formidable violet barrier shimmered into existence, enveloping both her and the great black bear.
When those attacks struck the barrier, they merely rippled across its surface, like pebbles cast into a tranquil lake, before vanishing without a trace.
Qingda, annihilate them,
Liu Ruyan commanded with an icy voice, brimming with fury and imperial majesty, causing the very air around them to grow heavy and oppressive. Upon hearing the command, the great black bear let loose a thunderous roar and decisively unleashed its innate abilities.
Its massive form began to swell rapidly, its already colossal physique growing even more enormous, akin to a towering hillock.
Its bare paws, vast as two mighty cattail fans, whistled through the air as it lunged, striking directly at the nearest superhuman. The superhuman's eyes widened in terror, his pupils contracting sharply, his face etched with profound dread.
He attempted to evade, but it was already too late.
With a resounding thud, he was crushed like a fragile fly, instantly obliterated by the great black bear's monstrous paw.
The Wind Spirit Master's gaze fell upon Liu Ruyan, perceiving the white tiger as the leader. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to intervene personally.
He was seen weaving his hands, muttering incantations, as the surrounding air began to surge and churn violently.
Winds howled around him, gathering with increasing intensity, coalescing into a miniature cyclone.
Thereafter, a dense swarm of wind blades hurtled forth, assailing Liu Ruyan.
A tiger that does not roar, do you take it for a sickly cat? Liu Ruyan's gaze sharpened, and a vast torrent of spiritual power burst forth. The Wind Spirit Master's soul was struck, plunging him into a dazed stupor for 2.5 seconds. Immediately thereafter, Liu Ruyan unleashed her innate abilities, her form transforming into 2 streaks of brilliant white light, surging towards the Wind Spirit Master with breathtaking speed.
Her ethereal figures weaved through the forest, leaving behind only 2 fleeting white afterimages, like shooting stars streaking across the night sky.
The Wind Spirit Master was profoundly shocked, witnessing Liu Ruyan's unparalleled speed.
He attempted to evade, but time had already run out. In an instant, Liu Ruyan materialized before him, unleashing a mighty claw strike. Her talons rent through the air, leaving a shimmering white trail in their wake.
This single claw strike tore through his defenses, accompanied by a chilling snap. The tiger's claw struck his chest, causing it to instantly cave inward. The wind spirit master's eyes widened in horror. A torrent of fresh blood erupted from his mouth. His body was flung away like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the earth and raising a cloud of dust.
He twitched several times upon the ground, then ceased all movement.
Dead?
What? The leader is slain. How can this be? The remaining superhumans, witnessing the demise of the Wind Spirit Master, were engulfed by profound terror. None harbored thoughts of vengeance. Their sole desire was to preserve their lives. Xingda, this way. Liu Ruyan wasted no time pursuing the fleeing superhumans. Her true objective lay with Changbai Mountain. Concurrently, within the stone cavern, you slowly opened your eyes. This slumber was truly blissful. You felt your body surge with boundless power, as if all previous exhaustion had been utterly swept away. Xiaobai, come with father, we shall hunt. You deemed it essential for Xiaobai to experience the thrill of battling and slaying exotic beasts. Xiaob, I could not remain a mere hothouse flower forever should you one day be absent from her side. She might be unable to survive.
Yet?
You called out several times, but no response came. Whither had the little one wandered this time? A grim premonition suddenly seized you. Could Xiaob, I have departed. You summoned Changui. Through the spectral feedback from the ghost, you learned that Xiaob, I had indeed departed, and had already ventured beyond this mountain range. She truly departed. You stood stunned for a moment. Ultimately, a sigh escaped your lips. In the end, was she truly beyond my grasp? A hint of loss flickered in your gaze, and a complex torrent of emotions surged within your heart. Both an reluctance at Liu Ruyan's departure and a profound concern for her future weighed upon you. At this very moment, a peculiar sensation stirred within you, and you perceived the blood pearl of inheritance that Liu Ruyan had left behind. The blood pearl pulsed with a faint, ethereal luminescence. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, you extended your soul force, allowing it to subtly infiltrate the blood pearl. Suddenly, as if provoked by an unseen catalyst, the blood pearl violently shattered, transforming into a swirling mist of crimson energy that surged into your very being. Within your mind, a profound and arcane surge of information awakened. You closed your eyes, dedicating your entire focus to receiving and comprehending these newfound insights. The Purple Sun Respiration Method. To think such an exquisite cultivation method could exist in this world. Moments later, having assimilated the influx of knowledge, an unparalleled shock reverberated through your heart. Subsequently, your brow furrowed ever so slightly, and a hint of resignation crept into your gaze. Such a profound cultivation method, Xiaobai truly is the reincarnation of an ancient demonic god. But to think a single cultivation method could sever the bond of father and daughter, a fanciful notion indeed. You enjoy departing without a word, do you, Xiaobai? Just you wait one day. Your father shall reclaim you and impart a stern lesson. At this juncture, you dedicated your entire being to the profound study of the Purple Sun Respiration Method. From the insights imparted by Xiaobai, it appeared the Purple Sun Respiration Method stood as a paramount cultivation method within this realm. Concurrently, within the Blood Pearl of Inheritance, Liu Ruyan had also enlightened you upon the cultivation realms and cultivation method tiers of this world. Cultivation levels, progressing from the lowest to the highest, were delineated as Awakening Realm, Shackle Realm, King Realm, Imperial Dao Realm, and Great Emperor Realm. The tiers of cultivation methods were categorized as Mortal, Spirit, King, Imperial, and Emperor. The Purple Sun Respiration Method, in itself, was an Emperor tier cultivation method. Comprising 9 profound layers, cultivating it to its ultimate zenith could lead one to attain the status of a Great Emperor. Your heart was utterly overwhelmed with awe, for you had never conceived that the Purple Sun Respiration Method possessed such formidable power. My current cultivation realm must be at the peak of the Awakening Realm. Beyond this lies the Shackle Realm. Level 15, it seemed, corresponded to the Shackle Realm. Upon grasping the immense value of the Purple Sun Respiration Method, a measure of solace settled within your heart. It seems my affection for I was not entirely in vain. However, do not presume that a mere cultivation method can sever the ties of father and daughter. Having called me father for so long, that bond endures for all eternity. Thereupon, you embarked upon the endeavor of cultivating the Purple Sun Respiration Method.
Closing your eyes, you focused your entire being, sensing the ambient spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Time, at this moment, seemed to stand still, and the entirety of the world descended into profound silence. An indeterminate span of time passed, and then a mysterious violet luminescence emanated from your entire form, much like when Liu Ruyan had undergone her cultivation. Enveloped within this violet radiance, you appeared utterly enigmatic. Of the world beyond, you remained utterly oblivious. You knew only that, in this moment, you seemed to have ascended into a realm entirely new. All that encompassed you became crystal clear. This sensation differed from the abilities akin to a wind. Hearing ear one was a mere reception of feedback, whilst the other felt like a direct communion from within the soul. After a prolonged period, your eyes slowly parted. Within your obsidian pupils, a profound light shimmered. Truly worthy of an emperor-tier cultivation method, aided by such a technique, few demonic beasts or transcendent beings in this world could ever hope to surpass it. No wonder, Ziob, I harbored such a desire for spirit fruits with such a cultivation method at hand. Consuming any amount would pose no ill effect.
Concurrently, at the periphery of the Grand Separation, mountain range.
Having endured the dual onslaught from both yourself and Liu Ruyan, the two formidable conglomerates were now in the slow process of withdrawal. Their countenances were etched with both resignation and profound disappointment.
This campaign had culminated in utter failure,
not only inflicting colossal losses upon them, but also directly impressing upon them the vast disparity between human transcendent cultivators and demonic beasts. However, no wall could conceal the truth, forever news of the two conglomerates' defeat swiftly spread, instantly igniting a tempestuous uproar within Lishi City. Across the boundless networks, discussions raged furiously,
as all sought to uncover what manner of demonic beast could have slain such mighty experts as the Winged Ones and Wind Spirits.
The masses clamored, fervently demanding an explanation from the two colossal powers. At long last, enduring immense pressure, the two colossal powers were compelled to unveil the unvarnished truth. No sooner had the revelation and the accompanying video emerged than the very fabric of the digital realm erupted in pandemonium. By the heavens, the Winged Wind Spirit Wielder was instantly slain. That was a mighty expert, ranked among humanity's top 100, and a top 10 paragon of the Dragon Kingdom. To be instantly vanquished in single combat by a lone black tiger and a white tiger. Just what arcane beings lie hidden within the Grand Departure mountain range, who amongst us shall dare to venture there henceforth? The exalted echelons of the two colossal powers immediately convened an urgent council to deliberate upon countermeasures. All present have witnessed the video. The emergence of the Black and White Tiger Kings transcends the very bounds of our comprehension. Furthermore, this transpired merely in the outer reaches, should we speak of the depths. The words remained unspoken, trailing into ominous silence.
A somber pall descended upon the countenances of all gathered. We must bolster our vigilance over the Grand Departure mountain range to avert the recurrence of such cataclysmic events.
Concurrently, we shall seek succor from powers in other domains to collectively confront this burgeoning menace. They understood, with chilling clarity, that the advent of the Black and White Tiger Kings had shattered the established equilibrium.
Humanity was thus compelled to act, lest their very existence and prosperity be imperiled. Meanwhile, within the desolate cavern.
Suddenly, your eyes snapped open, twin orbs of obsidian within which pulses of violet radiance shimmered. Those violet emanations, like twin bolts of celestial lightning, instantly illuminated the entirety of the cavern. Perceiving the nascent power surging within your very essence, a profound elation swelled within your spirit. To your astonishment, with such swiftness, you had successfully ascended to the first layer of the violet sun breathing method. Yet, you pondered if this unprecedented speed of success was intertwined with your pinnacle cultivation at the awakening realm. Dispelling further rumination, you forthwith summoned your attribute panel. Your level remained at 14, yet a new page, dedicated to cultivation methods, had manifested. Cultivation method, violet sun-breathing method, first layer. Next advancement requires 5 attribute points. Current attribute points 12, 0. Upon beholding this, your eyes ignited with fervent light. The violet sun-breathing method could, astonishingly, be elevated through the expenditure of attribute points. This was an imperial, tier cultivation method, whose ultimate mastery promised the very Tao of an emperor. As long as an abundance of attribute points remained at your disposal, you could continuously elevate the realm of the violet sun-breathing method, making the throne of the great emperor within your grasp. With a mere thought, a shimmering violet light shield emanated from your entire form. The violet sun-breathing method comprised 9 distinct layers, each imbued with formidable abilities. The ability of the first layer was named Violet Radiance Bodyguard, manifesting as a radiant violet shield encircling your being. This violet light shield exuded an immense defensive power, appearing capable of repelling even the most colossal external assaults. Gazing upon this radiant shield, your heart swelled with unshakable confidence. Truly splendid, no wonder that young lass, Little White, dared to venture forth. With such formidable defenses, concern for immediate safety could be cast aside. As time flowed like a river, 2.5 days swiftly elapsed. At this juncture, Liu Ruyan and the great black bear traversed the verdant mountain forests. She knew with unwavering certainty that upon reaching Changbai Mountain, she would grasp the opportunity to ascend to greater power. Moreover, along this arduous journey, the closer they drew to Changbai Mountain, the more formidable the anomalous beasts they encountered became. They even chanced upon a colossal pack of wolves. The sheer, terrifying multitude of the pack compelled Liu Ruyan to choose a circuitous path. Nevertheless, they were discovered by the wolf pack, who relentlessly pursued them for an entire day and night. Yet, fate favors the persistent, and at last they arrived at the foothills of Changbai Mountain. Beholding the majestic Changbai Mountain, its peaks soaring into the distant clouds, a profound joy bloomed within Liu Ruyan's heart. Changbai Mountain, this emperor has finally arrived. This shall be the very genesis of this emperor's path to enlightenment in this life. I hereby declare, from this day forward, this domain belongs solely to this emperor. Unwavering resolve shone brightly within her gaze. The great black bear, sensing Liu Ruyan's fervor, let loose a deep, resonant roar. That primal roar echoed through the valleys, lingering long before fading into silence. Elsewhere, as you ventured forth, as was your custom, in search of exotic fruits, you discerned a common eagle continuously trailing you from the skies above. If your memory served, you had observed this avian sentinel several times over the past few days. A perplexing question arose within your mind. All creatures had undergone metamorphosis. Yet why did this eagle remain so diminutive? Concurrently at the Potentia conglomerate, a nervous executive inquired of Elder Yong, "Surely the Black Tiger King hasn't uncovered anything, has he?" Upon the colossal display screen within the Potentia conglomerate's conference chamber, real-time transmitted images played. Within the video, a titanic black tiger garnered exceptional attention. It was none other than yourself. No sooner had the words faded than Elder Yong, with an air of supreme confidence, shook his head. It is highly improbable. While these beasts have experienced a surge in intellect following their metamorphosis, they remain vastly inferior to mankind in sagacity. This eagle is but a marvel of biomimetic technology, personally engineered by this elder. How could a mere brute beast possibly discern its true nature? Gazing at your image upon the screen, Elder Yong's heart swelled with triumphant pride. From the morrow, begin to disseminate tidings of the Black Tiger King to the world beyond. The executive inquired with trepidation, is this not far too perilous? Given the Black Tiger King's formidable might, should it discover our surveillance, would it not seek dire retribution against us? Elder Yong's gaze darkened. You surely have no desire to witness those pathetic keyboard warriors upon the network ceaselessly reviling us for our perceived incompetence, do you? As these words were uttered, a heavy silence descended upon the entire assembly hall. Within the depths of the forest, you gazed at the eagle soaring above. A ripple of surprise in your heart, it remained unscathed. You had just commanded the giant condor, Changhan, to launch a soul-rending strike, yet this insignificant eagle was not affected in the slightest. In terms of soul power alone, the giant condor Changhan was already capable of shaking even those demonic beasts of the awakening realm. Yet this eagle was clearly not an awakening realm demonic beast. This could only lead to one conclusion: the creature possessed no soul. Possibilities flashed rapidly through your mind until you were certain. This was but a drone, a mechanical vessel crafted by humans to mimic an eagle's form. The thought of humanity instantly ignited a surge of cold fury within your heart. These humans are truly unscrupulous, resorting to such underhanded schemes to spy upon you. It seems they still refuse to abandon their designs. However, after a moment's deliberation, you resolved to beat them at their own game. To their eyes, you were currently but a tiger of meager intellect. You chose to maintain your guise as an ordinary demonic beast, lulling the humans into a state of false security. Yet, you grew more vigilant henceforth. You would never reveal your true strength or hidden trump cards under the prying eyes of humanity. As the kindly group broadcasted the Black Tiger King daily, its notoriety swelled, leaving the entirety of Lishan City embroiled in fervent discussion. The idle chatter of the populace never strayed far from the undisputed overlord of the great Lishan mountain range. There were even those who specifically edited footage of your battles into scrolls of video to be shared across the web. In an instant, 9 out of every 10 headlines were dedicated to discussing the Black Tiger King. The Black Tiger King actually bathes himself. His wisdom is truly supreme. Astounding, why are the Black Tiger King's movements so peculiar could he be grooming himself? In every street and alley, people excitedly debated the Black Tiger King's power, for he had already become a legendary symbol of Lishan City. Simultaneously, within a peach grove on the eastern slopes of the Changbai Mountains, a white tiger lay serenely upon a massive stone. Her form radiating a mysterious violet light, she was none other than Liu Ruyan. Several demonic beasts entered the grove with trepidation, their eyes brimming with reverence and dread, their steps slow and cautious. These beasts bore various spirit fruits upon them. Seeing Liu Ruyan immersed in cultivation, they did not dare utter a single sound. With utmost deference, they placed the spirit fruits before her and lowered their heads, not daring to meet her gaze. Sensing the approach of the beasts, Liu Ruyan slowly opened her eyes. At the sight of the offerings, she gave a nod of approval. Excellent, with an abundance of spirit fruits, the progress of her purple yang breathing technique had accelerated tremendously. She had already reached the late stages of the awakening realm. Just then, Liu Ruyan's gaze fell upon the great black bear. "Xingda, you are wounded. Who has dared to strike you?" Fury instantly took hold of Liu Ruyan, her eyes flashing with a murderous light. To dare mistreat her subordinate, did they harbor a death wish? Her aura erupted in a sudden burst, causing the very air to turn stagnant and cold. Since her arrival at the Changbai Mountains, Liu Ruyan had recruited many new followers, yet the most dependable remained Xingda. Xingda jerked his head up and pointed toward the east, his eyes overflowing with grievance and resentment. It was that great ape from the east. Understanding dawned upon Liu Ruyan as a chilling glint passed through her eyes. It seems it did not take my previous warning to heart. To think it dared lay hands upon you. Today, I shall personally flay its hide. Heed my command, summon all demonic beasts. We shall hunt it down and slay it. Xingda nodded frantically like a pecking bird, his heart surging with excitement. In a short span, he had rallied every subordinate Liu Ruyan had gathered during her tenure there. Liu Ruyan stood at the vanguard and issued a single decree: everyone, follow me, we go to raise their territory. Meanwhile, within a valley of the Changbai Mountains, a woman was roasting meat for a colossal ape. The woman was originally an awakened from Zhanghai City who had ventured into the Changbai Mountains to seek spirit fruits, only to fall into the clutches of the Ape King. Because she possessed fire-based abilities, she was spared solely to roast meat. Her comrades had long since perished. Just as the Ape King was feasting, a tiger's roar suddenly echoed, a sound steeped in provocation. A shadow of wariness flitted through the Ape King's eyes. It recognized the voice of the White Tiger King. Soon after, the Ape King was consumed by rage, feeling its sovereign dignity had been challenged. It rose to its full height, letting out a thunderous roar as it led a troop of apes toward the valley entrance. Outside the valley, Liu Ruyan led her subordinates with overwhelming arrogance. Perched upon a great boulder, her gaze was filled with absolute confidence and peerless authority, as if the whole of creation was hers to command. When Liu Ruyan beheld the Ape King leading his troop, she wasted no words and issued the command immediately. Earth-shattering roars erupted as the spirit beasts behind Liu Ruyan surged toward the Ape King like a tidal wave. With thunderous booms that shook the earth and mountains, Liu Ruyan personally engaged the Ape King in a grand battle. Enraged, the Ape King, who had clashed with her before, unleashed his bloodline talent. His form ballooned instantly, standing in the valley like a colossal giant. The Ape King swung a massive fist toward Liu Ruyan, the blow stirring a gale so fierce it made breathing a struggle. Seeking death, Liu Ruyan remained utterly undaunted. A violet light enshrouded her, forming a resolute defensive barrier. The shimmering purple glow pulsed with a mystical power that none dared look upon directly. When the Ape King's fist struck the violet aura protection, a thunderous boom resounded, as if two great peaks had collided. Yet the violet aura protection remained unshaken, effortlessly nullifying the Ape King's assault. Seizing the opening, Liu Ruyan launched a counteroffensive, breathing forth a beam of searing, high-temperature light, the violet sun piercing the heavens. The violet pillar of light surged toward the Ape King like a divine dragon, the air itself distorting in its wake. The Ape King scrambled to evade, yet the beam struck his shoulder a moment later. He let out a harrowing roar of agony. Granting him no respite, Liu Ruyan unleashed a relentless barrage, pillar after pillar of violet light hurtling toward the Ape King. The Ape King dodged frantically, but could not escape her onslaught. His body was riddled with wounds, and blood flowed incessantly. Looking upon his mangled body, despair surged within the Ape King's heart. He knew that to continue would lead only to a path of certain death. His once furious gaze gradually filled with terror and helplessness, and his massive frame began to tremble uncontrollably. The Ape King slowly lowered his raised fists, then his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. He bowed his head, not daring to meet Liu Ruyan's gaze, emitting low whimpers as if pleading for mercy. His voice was saturated with fear and humility, stripped entirely of his former arrogance. Seeing their king surrender, the surrounding apes bowed their heads, not daring to utter a single sound. They knew their fates now rested entirely in the hands of Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan snorted coldly, "Since you beg for mercy, I shall spare your life." As she spoke, she placed her tiger paw upon the Ape King's brow, imprinting a soul covenant. Once the battle concluded, Liu Ruyan surveyed her surroundings, her gaze suddenly drawn to a movement within the valley. Narrowing her eyes, her keen perception detected an unusual aura. With a hint of curiosity, she walked slowly toward that direction. As she drew near, the figure of a human gradually became clear. It was a woman, huddled behind a rock, her body shivering slightly. Her face was etched with terror, and though she appeared disheveled, her former beauty remained evident. Observing her closely, Liu Ruyan realized the woman was an awakened with fire elemental powers, and her heart stirred. Having been away for half a month, she dearly missed the roasted meat her father used to prepare. The spirit beasts she had subjugated could barely conjure a spark, let alone roast meat. As Liu Ruyan approached, the woman recoiled in terror. Seeing the woman's fright, Liu Ruyan frowned slightly. Unable to communicate directly with humans yet, she simply utilized a soul covenant to take command over the flame woman's life and death. "From this day forth, you shall roast meat for this sovereign." The flame woman was left speechless. Her miserable life had merely traded one master for another, still destined to roast meat. Meanwhile, in the top-floor conference room of the Bashan Group in Zhonghai City, executives sat around a massive table, their faces clouded with anxiety and unease. "We have completely lost contact with the Flame Woman," one executive remarked, his brow furrowed with shock and concern. The Flame Woman had previously maintained contact with the Bashan Group, providing a steady stream of information regarding the spirit beasts of Changbai Mountain. Losing her now is no different from being blinded and deafened. What are we to do? She held critical intelligence on the beasts of Changbai Mountain. Her disappearance will severely impact our designs. Another executive was drenched in sweat since the loss of contact. He had been unable to eat or sleep. "We must find a way to locate her in the shortest time possible or re-establish a channel into Changbai Mountain." A white-haired elder spoke with a profound gaze. "If this continues, we will be forced into a passive state." The lead executive's expression soured. "However, no awakened is willing to enter Changbai Mountain now. Even if there were, their price is outrageously high." Silence fell over the room. All knew the consequences of losing their source of information. At that moment, a senior leader broke the silence. "It is not entirely without good news. We have confirmed the existence of that white tiger in Changbai Mountain. This is a monumental discovery." Another young executive echoed the proposal, stating, "The Kinship Group's live broadcast of the Black Tiger King achieved monumental success. We should emulate them and conduct a live broadcast of the White Tiger King of the Changbai Mountains. It might just bring even greater prestige to our conglomerate." Ultimately, the entire assembly agreed, passing the motion with a unanimous vote. At this moment, within the peach blossom grove of the Changbai Mountains, Liu Ruyan was radiating a brilliant purple light. She sat quietly atop a massive boulder, cultivating the purple sun-breathing method. The flame maiden, Lin Yu, was focused intently on roasting meat. Lin Yu's face was filled with reverence and unwavering focus. She knew her sole task was to roast the meat to delicious perfection for Liu Ruyan. Ever since being subdued, she had become absolutely loyal to Liu Ruyan, even capable of communicating with her through their souls. Catching the savory aroma, Liu Ruyan's appetite was instantly stirred. She slowly opened her eyes, a flash of purple light vanishing in the depths of her gaze. Looking at the roasted meat in Lin Yu's hands, a look of eager anticipation surfaced on her face. Lin Yu hastily presented the perfectly roasted meat to Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan accepted the meat and began to eat heartily. Although it is still a bit lacking compared to father's roasting, it is barely passable. She suddenly missed you, a warm surge of emotion welling up within her heart.
If only father could communicate with me from afar.
At that moment, a sudden thought struck her.
She turned her gaze to Lin Yu and asked, "Do you have a communication device on you?"
Lin Yu nodded and retrieved a wireless mobile phone from her person. Then take a look at what is happening in the outside world right now.
Liu Ruyan's heart leaped with great joy.
Lin Yu skillfully powered on the communication device, and the screen instantly flooded with various news reports and information. Liu Ruyan's gaze was fixed intently upon the screen. Suddenly, she saw that the Black Tiger King of Lishan City was dominating the trending searches. The Black Tiger King, Liu Ruyan's eyes lit up, her heart brimming with astonishment. She carefully examined the information and images regarding the Black Tiger King on the screen, a proud smile gracing her face.
So father has already become this famous.
Seeing this, Liu Ruyan instantly became exhilarated. Lin Yu quickly searched for more information regarding the Black Tiger King. The more detailed, the better.
Not daring to delay, Lin Yu hastily operated the communication device, rapidly searching for any information concerning the Black Tiger King.
Liu Ruyan stared unblinkingly at the screen of the device, terrified of missing even a single image of her father. Report after report, image after image swept before her eyes, all of them declaring your peerless and unmatched strength.
There is actually a live broadcast.
Liu Ruyan's eyes suddenly gleamed, her pleasant surprise overflowing beyond words. Her gaze locked tightly onto the live feed, watching the familiar silhouette on the screen, an indescribable warmth swelled in her heart. Quickly enter the broadcast, so I can see. Understood, Lin Yu nodded. Within the live broadcast, your colossal physique as the Black Tiger King overflowed with majesty as you prowled through the mountain forests.
Father's body seems to have grown even more massive.
Liu Ruyan murmured softly, her eyes brimming with immense pride.
Our home is almost too small to hold him.
She visualized your gargantuan frame, feeling a mix of both joy and worry within her heart. She rejoiced that her father had become even more powerful, yet worried about where he would reside in the future.
Meanwhile, in high spirits, you returned to your cavern. Luck was on your side today. You managed to procure 2 exotic spirit fruits, finally accumulating 20,000 attribute points. Subsequently, you spent the 20,000 evolution points directly to increase your level.
During this period, whenever you engaged in cultivation, you remained right here.
In the past, you could have easily found an open clearing. However, now that you were under surveillance, it was no longer convenient to expose yourself.
You closed your eyes, focusing your spirit, and felt the surging power welling up within your body. A faint layer of purple light manifested around your body, shimmering with mysterious runic symbols.
Your massive frame gradually expanded even further, your muscles growing sturdier and your fur becoming ever more sleek and lustrous.
As your physique underwent its profound transformation, the stone cavern began to groan and creak under the pressure. A thunderous boom resounded. At last, your physical form shattered the confines of the stone dwelling, bursting through its very foundations.
Shards of rock erupted in every direction.
You remained standing amidst the ruins, unfazed and impassive. "'Tis but a stone hovel. I had intended to construct a grander sanctuary. Regardless, its destruction matters not."
Now, your entire focus was centered upon your own internal state.
A faint violet aura enveloped you, radiating a sense of noble mystery and profound majesty.
Within your eyes flickered a potent light, as if they possessed the power to pierce through all worldly veils.
Feeling the surging power within your frame, a sense of profound joy welled up in your heart.
I have finally achieved a breakthrough.
What is this? Suddenly, your brow furrowed as you sensed a transformation within your body unlike anything before.
You perceived 9 shackles of varying hues manifesting within you, each resembling mystical runes emitting a formidable power.
You could feel the tide of energy coursing within, granting you the ability to externalize your spiritual essence. With a mere flick of your hand, a beam of violet radiance surged from your claws, striking a nearby boulder. The monolith was instantly reduced to fine dust.
Is this the Shackles realm?
Your heart raced with excitement as you experienced the overwhelming power within.
It was several times more potent than your previous state.
Though it was but a single realm ascended, the transformation was far more profound than a mere additive gain. Simultaneously, the High Command of the Dragon Kingdom convened an emergency council regarding your transformation,
ultimately resolving to establish the Union of Transcendents and initiate the Kuafu project.
The Kuafu project sought to synthesize transcendent gene elixirs by extracting genetic markers from formidable spirit beasts,
enhancing human prowess without altering their fundamental essence.
Upon the project's inception, the Dragon Kingdom's Spirit Beast Network immediately broadcasted a momentous announcement and enumeration of the 4 great beast kings.
4th rank, the White Tiger King of Mount Changbai. 3rd rank, the Diamond Ape King of Mount Daxing.
2nd rank, the Serpent King of Lake Dungyang. 1st rank, the Black Tiger King of the Dali Mountain Range. This revelation ignited a firestorm of discussion across the entire network. Humanity began to realize that the world was undergoing a cataclysmic shift, and they must adapt to survive this new era.
Meanwhile, within the peach blossom groves of Mount Changbai, Liu Ruyan beheld this news. A flash of surprise crossed her face, followed by a surge of indignation at the realization she was being monitored.
Could someone be spying upon me?
Liu Ruyan's soul force rippled outward silently, spreading through the surroundings like a gossamer web.
She sensed several birds lurking in the vicinity.
These avian creatures appeared ordinary, yet they lacked soul fluctuations, clearly mechanical puppets deployed by humans for surveillance.
It seems my movements have been laid bare before the eyes of mortals.
Liu Ruyan narrowed her eyes, contemplating the situation in silence.
She chose not to alert her observers, for she knew well that revealing her transcendent intellect would surely draw the focused enmity of mankind.
A moment later, as she gazed at the communication device, her temper flared.
These humans dare to rank me last.
She gritted her silver teeth, the fires of wrath beginning to smolder within.
This empress shall see what manner of trash dares to be ranked above her. Liu Ruyan's gaze burned with defiant pride.
She scrutinized the rankings, her heart filling with disdain as she read the descriptions of the Serpent King and the Ape King.
What is this? Are the humans blind? They underestimate this empress far too much. She continued scrolling, her fury intensifying.
Yet when her eyes fell upon the 1st rank, she froze in realization.
The Black Tiger King is that, Father.
Immediately, she gave a small nod of approval. Indeed, only Father is worthy of being ranked above me. Liu Ruyan's anger vanished in an instant, replaced by a profound sense of pride and comfort. At that same moment, within the Grand Assembly Chamber of the Kinship Consortium, an attendant spoke with great urgency.
Professor Yong, we have uncovered tidings of the White Tiger King.
Where is its location?
Professor Yong looked up, a glimmer of curiosity flashing within his gaze.
The 4 great beast kings, chronicled by the Spirit Beast Network. Have you perused those records? Subsequently, the members of the Kinship Consortium gathered to watch the records of the White Tiger King.
Within the imagery, Liu Ruyan stood upon the battlefield with awe-inspiring majesty, her form wreathed in a faint, ethereal, violet radiance.
Professor Yong knitted his brows, sinking into deep contemplation.
The Dali Mountain Range and the Changbai Mountains are separated by vast distances. How could a mere demonic beast traverse such a great expanse? At this time, a high-ranking executive was likewise filled with bewilderment.
Professor Yong, should we dispatch disciples to the Changbai Mountains to investigate?
Professor Yong shook his head slightly and spoke.
Let it be, that is the domain of the Bayesian Consortium. Should we intrude rashly, we may incite unnecessary tribulations.
Our current imperative is for the Kinship Consortium to cooperate in the execution of Project Kuafu to harvest the flesh and essence of formidable demonic beasts. If we can refine a transcendent gene elixir of extraordinary efficacy, we shall surely receive our share. In this manner, it shall be of great benefit not only to our Kinship Consortium, but to the entire Dragon Kingdom without a single disadvantage. The executive understood this truth well, yet he frowned and said, "But how can such formidable demonic beasts be easily dealt with?"
Especially the Black Tiger King. It stands as the sovereign of the 4 great beast kings.
Should we provoke its wrath, we shall find ourselves in dire straits.
Professor Yong merely shook his head and offered a faint smile.
The flesh and essence of the Black Tiger King are naturally the finest of treasures, yet we cannot seize them by force. I have a stratagem. First, observe these few demonic beasts.
He then activated the projection array, displaying a sequence of images.
These beasts are the formidable entities we discovered during the intervals of our spectral broadcasts. Though their prowess does not rival that of the Black Tiger King, they are nonetheless mighty beings within the vast Dali Mountain Range. Within the projection, several powerful demonic beasts appeared. The first was a colossal pangolin, its body clad in rigid scales as unyielding as divine steel. It traversed the mountain forests with lightning speed. Wherever it passed, it laid waste to all, trees toppling in its wake. It was like a living engine of destruction.
Pointing to the pangolin, Professor Yang said, according to our research. This pangolin possesses supreme defensive capabilities. Its scales can withstand the majority of spiritual assaults. If we utilize it wisely, perhaps it can sow chaos for the Black Tiger King. An executive frowned, asking in doubt, but can it truly stand against the Black Tiger King? After all, the Black Tiger King's power is far too terrifying. Professor Yang smiled faintly. Naturally, one cannot expect it to face the Black Tiger King alone, but what if other demonic beasts are added to the fray? The screen flickered, revealing the second beast, a monstrous spider. This arachnid was exceptionally massive, the size of a heavy transport carriage. Professor Yang continued his analysis crucially. This spider's webbing is incredibly resilient, and it can spit corrosive venom. It may play a pivotal role at a critical juncture. The executive spoke with worry, but these demonic beasts possess a fierce sense of territory. How can we compel them to attack the Black Tiger King? Professor Yang said mysteriously, this is where our cloaked stalkers and earth striders must take action. Furthermore, we have a hidden trump card. The third beast was a giant sand eagle. Its wingspan reached over 10 meters, and its plumage was as hard as tempered steel. The speed and aerial dominance of this sand eagle would allow it to achieve a startling effect in battle. The executive nodded. Indeed, though the Black Tiger King is powerful, it lacks the ability of flight. A demonic beast with the gift of flight can truly cause no small amount of trouble. The fourth beast was a massive black panther, the primary vanguard of our assault. We have tested its might. Even a steel plate, 10 centimeters thick, is like mere parchment before its claws. If these four demonic beasts assault the Black Tiger King in unison, they might very well draw blood. The executive remained somewhat apprehensive, but the risk in doing so is immense. Should we fail, we might suffer the Black Tiger King's retribution. Professor Yang was undeterred. We shall merely observe from the periphery. At the first sign of peril, we shall retreat immediately. Moreover, if we succeed, we shall obtain the Black Tiger King's essence and refine the Transcendent gene elixir. This is a monumental opportunity for us. Fortune is sought amidst great peril. Let the cloaked stalkers and the earth striders make their move. Once the command was issued, the cloaked stalkers and earth striders departed instantly. By now, following their orders, the two had silently infiltrated the deepest reaches of the Dali mountain range. Within the mountain forests, a thick mist permeated the air amidst the dense and towering trees. The stealth, Stalker whispered softly. This mission is no simple task. We too must join our strengths and act as one. As the words fell, the voice of the earth shifter resonated through the earpiece with our combined mastery. Even if we cannot prevail in combat, concealing our presence will be of no difficulty at all. I truly envy you, able to simply burrow into the depths of the earth and evade all strife, the stealth Stalker remarked with a mocking smile. Thereafter, the stealth Stalker moved with extreme caution, evading the notice of other demonic beasts while searching for their target. At long last, he discovered the hidden lair of a formidable demonic beast. Within the lair sat several precious spirit fruits, radiating an alluring glow as if they contained immense and surging power. The stealth Stalker rejoiced inwardly found them. These spirit fruits will undoubtedly pique the interest of those beasts. He approached silently, and seizing the moment while the beast was away, he swiftly plundered the spirit fruits. I have completed the task on my end. How fares the situation with you? At that moment, the earth shifter discovered the cub of a powerful demonic beast. The cub was nestled within the thicket, appearing most innocent and endearing. The earth shifter hesitated for a fleeting breath, but recalling the gravity of the mission, he emerged from the earth without further delay and slaughtered the cub. He then rapidly delved back into the depths of the earth, vanishing without a trace. I have slain a cub on my side. Shortly, I shall cast its carcass into the territory of the Black Tiger King. Then let us rendezvous beyond the borders of the Black Tiger King's domain. Before long, the formidable beast whose cub had been slain was the first to stumble upon the scene, and an earth-shattering roar of fury erupted from its maw. This series of actions incited a violent rage among the other powerful demonic beasts within the Dali mountain range. They began a frantic search for the culprit, yet their efforts remained in vain as they found no trace. Guided by the subtle lure of the stealth, Stalker and the earth shifter, these beasts converged upon the territory of the Black Tiger King. In the crystalline lake, having finished your tempering, you were cleansing yourself, leisurely enjoying this brief moment of profound peace. Suddenly, however, an urgent message arrived from the spectre. Invaders have breached the perimeter. Strange, have these fools lost their minds? Do they come to our gates, seeking their own deaths? Your heart was filled with suspicion and doubt. Soon, the spectre sent another report aside from the demonic beasts. There are also the shadows of humans lurking. Keenly sensing the aura of mortals, you pondered inwardly. What treachery are these humans plotting? Do they truly intend to use these demonic beasts to contend with me? I shall see what manner of scheme they have devised. Seeking to harvest the fervor of the masses, the Kinship Consortium specifically initiated a grand livestream. The livestream feed clearly displayed the domain of the Black Tiger King, alongside the sight of several powerful demonic beasts charging toward his territory. The title of the stream read the Black Tiger King's Great War against the 4 great demonic beasts. Upon seeing this, the netizens could not help but voice their astonishment. Heavens above! What has the Black Tiger King done to provoke a siege from so many powerful demonic beasts? Is he to face 4 alone? This is far too fierce. Elsewhere within the Changbai Mountains, the Flame Maiden Lin, you spoke urgently to Liu Ruyan. Master, look quickly. As Liu Ruyan had previously commanded, the Flame Maiden had been monitoring news of the Black Tiger King, ready to report any disturbances immediately. What is it? Has father done something again? Liu Ruyan had just concluded her cultivation and was feeling somewhat idle. Please, come and see. The Kinship Consortium has lured 4 powerful demonic beasts to besiege the Black Tiger King. Lin Yu's tone was laced with anxiety. Hearing this, Xiao Bai's eyes widened in alarm, and he rushed toward Lin Yu with a face full of worry. Lin Yu explained hurriedly, Look, those 4 beasts are moving rapidly toward the Black Tiger King's location. I believe they will reach his domain before long. As she spoke, she turned the screen of her communicator toward Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan gazed at the live stream on the communicator, which vividly displayed the region where the Black Tiger King resided. In the stream's chat, the barrage of comments surged like a rising tide. Is a grand war about to erupt? This is so thrilling. Can the Black Tiger King defeat these 4 beasts? I am filled with anticipation. These scoundrels dare to challenge my father. Liu Ruyan was momentarily stunned after witnessing the scene. She immediately scoffed. How could these mere pieces of trash possibly be a match for my father? It was as if she could already envision the scene of these wretches being slaughtered by her father.
Send a bullet comment for me.
A mere 4 pieces of trash dare to challenge my father.
Understood, Lin Yu nodded.
Soon after, a flurry of bullet comments drifted across the live stream.
A mere 4 pieces of trash dare to challenge my father. A mere 4 pieces of trash dare to challenge my father. In an instant, the entire screen of the live stream was completely dominated by this single phrase.
I am furious, she exclaimed, staring at the comments while stomping her little feet.
Her eyes brimmed with boundless wrath, her heart overflowing with immense displeasure.
Despicable humans, that is my father. Have you no shame?
Meanwhile, the invisible cultivator and the earth, burrowing cultivator, moved swiftly through the ancient forest.
In their hands they grasped spirit fruits and the flesh of young cubs stolen from other demonic beasts, preparing to plant this damning evidence within the territory of the Black Tiger King.
Brother, our plan is absolutely certain to succeed this time.
The invisible cultivator lowered his voice, his silhouette flickering in and out of existence as though merging seamlessly with the surrounding environment.
The earth-burrowing cultivator gave a subtle nod. Once those 4 demonic beasts see this, they will undoubtedly believe the Black Tiger King is the culprit.
When they fight to mutual destruction, we can reap the spoils without lifting a finger.
A gleam of eager anticipation flashed within the invisible cultivator's eyes.
However, we must remain vigilant. We must act swiftly and not linger. The Black Tiger King's prowess is not to be underestimated.
The earth-burrowing cultivator offered a confident smirk.
Rest assured, with 4 demonic beasts attacking simultaneously, even the mighty Black Tiger King will be completely overwhelmed.
Swiftly, the duo arrived near the borders of the Black Tiger King's domain, simultaneously hurling the forged evidence toward your location.
Have they finally arrived? These 2 vermin took their sweet time. Only then did you slowly emerge from the depths of the serene lake.
With every step you took, the very earth seemed to quake beneath your paws.
Your colossal physique instantly radiated an overwhelmingly suffocating aura of oppression.
Meanwhile, drawn by the damning evidence, the 4 demonic beasts charged like madmen into the forbidden grounds they would normally never dare approach.
All lingering dread had been incinerated by the raging flames of their fury.
The 4 demonic beasts locked their gazes upon you, an aura of pure, unadulterated wrath instantly permeating the air.
In the lead, a colossal spider brandished its razor,
sharp legs hissing venomous droplets from its mandibles.
The venom fell upon the earth with a caustic sizzle, a testament to its venomous rage.
A giant eagle circled in the heavens above, its piercing shrieks tearing through the firmament, its razor-sharp gaze locked onto you, brimming with lethal hostility.
A black panther bared its vicious fangs, emitting low, guttural growls from its throat. Its body was coiled taut, primed to launch a deadly strike at any moment.
Yet your gaze remained freezing and indifferent as you slightly raised your eyes. It was a gaze that seemed capable of piercing through the very fabric of reality. If you must cast blame, blame your own witlessness and foolish overestimation of your strength. Your voice was not loud, yet it carried an indomitable and unquestionable majesty. The Black Panther initiated the assault, charging at you with the unstoppable momentum of a juggernaut.
Its speed was terrifyingly fast, whipping up a torrential gale in its wake.
Wherever it passed, vegetation and ancient trees were mercilessly uprooted and blasted away.
You stood completely unmoving, as though the Black Panther's vicious assault was entirely beneath your notice.
Just as it reached you, you abruptly raised a single paw. With a seemingly casual swipe, a torrential shockwave erupted, sending the Black Panther blasting violently backward.
The Black Panther smashed heavily into a massive ancient tree, instantly snapping its trunk in half as the beast plummeted to the ground, writhing in agonizing pain.
Seeing this, the spider instantly spewed forth a massive, ensnaring web, attempting to bind you.
The webbing was incomparably resilient, shimmering with an eerie, unearthly luster.
You let out a cold harumph, and a terrifying aura erupted from your majestic form. Before the sinister web could even approach, it was entirely pulverized by the sheer force of your aura. The giant eagle plummeted from the heavens, its razor, sharp talons slashing toward you like falling heavenly blades.
You tilted your head upward slightly, a fleeting trace of absolute disdain flashing in your eyes. Behold, with a thunderous stomp, a chasm rent the earth asunder, a surge of primal power erupting from the depths, sending the giant eagle reeling. The giant eagle, cast adrift in the heavens, tumbled through the firmament before regaining its precarious balance.
Is that all you possess?
Your gaze, a boundless ocean of disdain, swept over the battlefield.
Lest your celestial form be sullied, you unleashed the might of the azure sun piercer. A resplendent pillar of violet light erupted from your very being. Like a miniature sun, its radiance scorched the heavens, a violet tide washing over the four monstrous beasts.
Its velocity defied perception, leaving no time for resistance.
In but a fleeting moment, the four aberrant beasts were annihilated. The Black Panther's colossal frame crashed to the earth, its final moments marked by futile struggles against the inevitable. The spider's spindly legs were severed, its venomous ichor splattering upon the ground, its body convulsed, its life essence ebbing away. The great eagle plummeted from the skies, a blizzard of feathers marking its descent, its eyes wide with terror and despair. The last, the pangolin, was driven through the very mountainside itself, half its form buried within the earth.
Witnesses were struck dumb by this spectacle, a momentary hush, broken by a torrent of astonished voices.
Annihilated, such power is beyond comprehension. The Black Tiger King, truly worthy of his title as the foremost of the four beast kings, his strength is unmatched. Tiger Father is mighty, that azure sun piercer was overwhelmingly powerful.
The scene shifts to the stronghold conglomerate. How could this be? Professor Yong's face contorted in ashen dismay, his heart gripped by terror. Never had he imagined that his meticulously crafted scheme would unravel with such ignominious ease. He had believed that these four demonic beasts could at least inconvenience the Black Tiger King, perhaps even wound him,
thus securing an advantage for the stronghold conglomerate. But now, all had turned to ashes.
Professor, the Black Tiger King is simply too powerful. What shall we do now? A high-ranking official inquired, his voice laced with apprehension.
Professor Yong furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he spoke. Observe his movements for a time. Monitor the Black Tiger King's actions.
This failure serves as a stark reminder. Henceforth, we must proceed with utmost caution. Upon Mount Changbai, Liu Ruyan watched the live broadcast, a triumphant smile gracing her lips.
I knew it. To dare challenge my father is to court death. Yet a shadow of awe crossed her mind. Her father's power surpassed even her wildest imaginings. I too must hasten my efforts to break through the shackles realm. Liu Ruyan clenched her tiger paw, her eyes ablaze with determination. Meanwhile, those hidden within the forest near the battlefield, cloaked in invisibility and burrowed within the earth, were petrified by what they had witnessed. A cold dread seizing their very souls. Is the Black Tiger King not excessively powerful?
Flee now? If we linger here, We may never escape with our lives." Without hesitation, the two turned and fled.
But as they attempted to steal away, the ghost, lurking in the shadows, unleashed a sudden and devastating soul attack.
A searing pain tore through their minds, as if countless blades were rending their brains asunder. They clutched their heads in agony, their cries of anguish echoing through the forest.
"What is this?" the invisible one shrieked in terror.
The earth burrower, his face twisted in torment, cried, "Has the Black Tiger King discovered us? We are doomed." Their agonizing cries were soon silenced, their bodies collapsing lifelessly to the ground.
Since your power transcended into the shackles realm, these ghosts had obtained the capacity to inflict physical harm.
You commanded the ghosts to conceal the bodies in a secluded location.
This hidden sanctuary lay deep within the forest, encircled by dense foliage and intertwined branches, shielded from the prying eyes of human surveillance technology.
You strode forth, your gaze falling upon the unconscious forms, a chilling indifference hardening your features.
Without hesitation, you ended their lives, showing no mercy to those who sought to harm you. Having extinguished their mortal flames, you summoned forth the ghosts. Moments later, two spectral souls emerged from the corpses.
"Reveal to me all that you know." "Master," the two souls replied in unison, "we are affiliated with the stronghold conglomerate of Lai City.
Our presence in the Great Departure mountain range was dictated by Professor Yong's scheme. Professor Yong intended to orchestrate your mutual destruction with those 4 demonic beasts, then to harvest your genetic material. That these mortals possess the audacity to plot against me, their arrogance is boundless. A flicker of wrath stirred within your heart.
Then let us see who shall emerge triumphant when the final veil falls." Shortly thereafter, you discovered a communication artifact upon the corpses of the two. Your eyes gleamed with interest. This was indeed a fine treasure. When it came to the art of gathering intelligence, none surpassed the mortals. You immediately commanded the mortal ghost to manipulate the device with practiced ease. The ghost raised the communicator and awakened its glowing screen. Beholding the shifting images upon the artifact, a cold smile played upon your lips, a live broadcast of the spectacle.
To broadcast my very existence without my divine permission, this is a violation of my sovereignty. Do they truly not understand the gravity of their transgression?
It seems I must find an opportune moment to discuss the tribute they owe for the rights to my image.
Even as you spoke, you watched with curiosity as the barrage of spirit messages scrolled incessantly across the screen. Yet, seeing the masses address you as their father, your expression turned somewhat peculiar. The Black Tiger King, a title of some merit, observing the honorifics the humans bestowed upon you, a sense of amusement welled within your heart.
"The 4 great beast kings? What manner of titles are these?"
As you observed the broadcast, a particular message caught your eye. The ghost swiftly manifested the relevant imagery for your immediate contemplation.
The vision first revealed the one ranked 4th, the White Tiger King of the Changbai Mountains.
You stared, momentarily stunned. Is that not Xiao Bai?
To be certain, you scrutinized the image once more. What White Tiger King? This was clearly none other than Xiao Bai.
A wave of pleasant surprise and fervor surged through you. Memories of the days spent with Xiao Bai filled your heart with a rare warmth.
Xiao Bai, so you were here all along. Your father has finally found you.
In the wake of the 4 great mutated beasts being annihilated by the Black Tiger King, the Kinship group convened a Supreme Emergency Council. At this moment, Chairman Gao Qiqing sat at the head of the table, his countenance so grim it seemed as though a storm were about to break.
A moment later, Professor Yang spoke, his voice heavy with the weight of tragedy. The deaths of the Invisible One and the Earth Walker have been confirmed.
This is a catastrophic loss for our cause.
The might of the Black Tiger King far exceeds our most dire estimations. We must not act rashly again.
The assembly looked upon one another, their eyes reflecting profound dread and unease.
A high-ranking executive furrowed his brow. "Then what is our next course? The existence of this Black Tiger King is a dire threat to our grand design.
Furthermore, we have invested so much in the early stages. If we withdraw our hand now, will it not?"
Professor Yong fell silent for a time, closing his eyes as if seeking counsel within his own mind to devise a stratagem.
At long last he opened them, a glint of absolute resolve flashing in his gaze.
"We shall temporarily abandon our operations against the Black Tiger King.
We will focus our essence on researching the other mutated beasts, while simultaneously fortifying our group's defenses to prevent the Black Tiger King's vengeance." Hearing this, a sense of indignation lingered among the crowd. Then Chairman Gao Qiqing spoke slowly. "Carry out Professor Yong's decree.
I trust his judgment in the realm of research implicitly."
From that moment on, no further dissent was heard.
Elsewhere, within the halls of the Bashan group, the high-ranking lords gathered. The chamber was thick with a tense and solemn atmosphere. A massive screen displayed the scene of the Black Tiger King's instantaneous slaughter of the 4 mutated beasts. The majestic and terrifying aura of the Black Tiger King within the images inspired a deep sense of awe. A high-level executive clad in formal attire spoke, his eyes burning with envy and covetousness. The Kinship group truly laid a clever trap, but alas, the strength of this Black Tiger King is simply too horrifying. Another executive tilted his chin upward, speaking with dismissive arrogance. That Black Tiger King may be formidable, but there is no need for us to fear it. Our Bashan group is no weakling to be trifled with. Our group possesses the most advanced technological treasures, the pinnacle of scholarly talent, and an elite legion trained to perfection. In this world, there is nothing we cannot achieve. Though you say so, the Black Tiger King's power is indeed something to be dreaded, one voice spoke with lingering concern. The previous executive waved his hand dismissively. Our target is the White Tiger King. That beast is merely ranked 4th. Its strength surely cannot compare to the Black Tiger King. So long as we orchestrate our plans with precision, we will surely succeed in capturing the White Tiger King. We can formulate an intricate stratagem. Another added in agreement. First, dispatch our elite reconnaissance squad to the Changbai Mountains to scout the situation, learn the White Tiger King's habits and its domain, and then forge a specific plan of conquest. Perhaps we can draw inspiration from the Kinship group's methods, incite the hatred of other beasts in the Changbai Mountains, and have them lay siege to the White Tiger King. This idea has merit. Seated at the head of the table, the high-ranking Liu Ruyan nodded in approval. We must act with haste. We cannot allow the Kinship group to stand alone at the pinnacle. Once we obtain the flesh and blood of the White Tiger King and refine a transcendent genetic elixir, our Bashan group will ascend to become a top-tier power. Then, our status upon the global stage will soar to the heavens. A masterful plan. The assembly chorused in agreement. Liu Ruyan, the chairman of the Bashan group, nodded with solemn finality. Thus, let it be declared to the world, our Bashan group shall hunt the White Tiger King for its flesh and blood, and the entire monumental struggle shall be broadcast live for all to witness. Swiftly, this momentous tidings reached the ears of Dean Long of the capital. The White Tiger King, indeed, a subject most worthy of profound study, a look of fervent anticipation blossomed upon Dean Long's countenance. Should we succeed in obtaining the Beast King's flesh and blood, we are assuredly capable of forging an extraordinary genetic elixir. Concurrently, this astounding news surged to the forefront of public discourse, igniting fervent discussions among the populace. Is the Bashan group truly courting annihilation? Even the formidable Black Tiger King, they dared not provoke, yet they now challenge the White Tiger King? That may not be so. Though the White Tiger King stands among the 4 great Beast Kings, its might surely pales before the Black Tiger King. The Bashan group might yet achieve success. Meanwhile, within the sprawling Dali mountain range, you lay prostrate upon the earth, your senses attuned to the outside world's tidings through a communication device. Your ethereal minions toiled diligently by your side, ceaselessly gathering all manner of intelligence for your discernment. Abruptly, as your gaze fell upon the declaration issued by the Bashan group, your eyes darkened with portent. Within your tiger eyes, a furious glint flickered, as if an inferno had been kindled deep within. Bashan group, you dare harbor intentions against Zio Bai. You have already forged your own path to annihilation. Concurrently, deep within the peach groves of Changbai Mountain, Lin Yu was engrossed in the art of roasting meat, rich aromas wafting tantalizingly upon the air. Veiled by the dense canopy of these woods, even the miniature robotic scouts dispatched by the Bashan group were incapable of discerning their presence. Suddenly, she perceived a tremor from her communication device, signifying the advent of a momentous news bulletin. Hastily, she presented the device to Liu Ruyan, exclaiming with urgency, "Master, swiftly cast your gaze upon this." A flicker of doubt stirred within Liu Ruyan's heart. Could father have once again wrought some world-shaking deed? She set aside her current task, inclining her delicate head towards the communication device. As her eyes fell upon the contents of the news, she was instantly struck dumbfounded. Thereafter, a searing wrath ignited within her heart, burning fiercely like an untamed conflagration. These mere mortals actually dared to plot against her, employing the very same stratagems they once used against her father. Had humanity not utterly underestimated her? Liu Ruyan gnashed her lips tightly. It seems father's lessons to them were insufficient. Since you seek to assail me with the same treacherous methods,
I shall unveil my true might, ensuring father's honor remains unsullied. The following day, the high echelons of the Bayesian group convened within their conference chambers, their gazes fixed intently upon the colossal screen. There, a transcendent being, spectral and unseen, glided silently towards the Changbai Mountain Dominion where the White Tiger King, Liu Ruyan, resided.
Chairman Liu Ruyan, his countenance solemn, spoke with a low yet potent voice. This undertaking dictates the very future of our group. Success is the only permissible outcome. Failure shall not be tolerated.
The frenzied beast elixir is our meticulously crafted concoction.
It is imperative that all other mighty demonic beasts of Changbai Mountain be incited to besiege the White Tiger King in concert.
Only through this stratagem can we seize the opportunity to acquire the Beast King's flesh and blood.
Rest assured, Chairman, one of the executives replied, a fervent excitement etched upon his features. This time, our grand design shall undoubtedly achieve triumph.
In the very next moment, the voice of the transcendent being resonated through the conference chamber. Headquarters. I have reached the designated coordinates.
Headquarters acknowledges. Proceed with immediate execution of the mission.
Moments later, he pinpointed a clandestine nook and gently cast down the vial of frenzied beast elixir. The vial spiraled gracefully as it descended through the air.
With a sharp crack, the elixir vial impacted the ground, akin to an unleashed explosive.
It diffused an arcane and beguiling fragrance, swiftly spreading outwards in all directions. Witnessing this phenomenon, the flying transcendent dared not hesitate for an instant. The very moment he released the vial, he turned and fled with utmost haste.
This frenzied beast elixir was their most recent culmination of research, a potent lure. A single drop possessed the power to draw forth all demonic beasts within several hundred meters.
Yet what was now unleashed was an entire vial, moreover, an augmented rendition.
In less than a minute's span, every demonic beast within a radius of 10 li would be irrevocably drawn to this spot.
At this hour, deep within the heart of Changbai Mountain, the White Tiger King, Liu Ruyan, trod with regal grace through her sovereign domain. Abruptly, her keen senses apprehended a trace of unfamiliar aura, an essence laced with the tang of peril.
What manner of thing is this? Liu Ruyan's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of vigilance flashing within their depths.
She halted her majestic stride, silently discerning the origin of this newfound aura. Her loyal followers, too, ceased their movements, glancing about nervously, their fur bristling faintly, akin to warriors poised for battle. Hard upon this, from the distant depths of the mountains, came forth a resounding tremor that shook the very earth and peaks. Have those demonic beasts gone utterly mad? Liu Ruyan perceived a multitude of demonic beasts converging upon her position, and her expression instantly grew grave. The siege of demonic beasts was poised, a hair's breadth from eruption. As the elixirs sent ceaselessly pervaded the air, the surrounding demonic beasts, as if ensnared by some potent sorcery, were drawn forth en masse. Within their eyes, a greedy and savage luminescence flickered, as though they were gripped by an irresistible, arcane power. Master, Lin Yu uttered, her voice trembling, fraught with palpable tension. A great host of demonic beasts approaches, seemingly intent on assailing us. Her eyes were fixed intently upon the steadily encroaching horde of demonic beasts, her form quivering subtly. Liu Ruyan gazed with composed serenity upon the advancing tide of demonic beasts, yet within her heart, a torrent of righteous fury began to surge.
She knew this was assuredly a human machination, their goal to acquire her flesh and blood. She would never permit these mortals to succeed. In the ensuing moment, Liu Ruyan unleashed a thunderous roar. Her loyal followers immediately assumed positions of readiness, adopting battle stances to meet the frenzied assault of the demonic beasts. Under the command of Liu Ruyan, her followers surged forward like a relentless tide, charging toward the army of demonic beasts. The two sides stood in a tense standoff upon the vast plains. The very air seemed to freeze, and the suffocating atmosphere made it nearly impossible to breathe. Though Liu Ruyan's followers were vastly outnumbered, they remained undaunted, standing firm before her with resolute gazes and tensed bodies, prepared at any moment to meet the demonic beast's assault. At this moment, Liu Ruyan's eyes radiated majesty and composure, as if she were a general commanding 10,000 legions. With a thunderous roar from Liu Ruyan, the great battle was ignited in an instant. Yet, to everyone's utter disbelief, the battle reached a completely one-sided conclusion. Liu Ruyan unleashed the purple sun, piercing the day, and a blinding radiance instantly illuminated the entire battlefield. The light was like a divine sword wherever it passed, not a single blade of grass remained. Under that radiant glow, those colossal demonic beasts were instantly reduced to ash and smoke, as if they had never existed at all. Seeing this scene, the viewers in the livestream were struck speechless. Their eyes were glued to the screen, their mouths agape as if they had seen a ghost. Clearly, the power Liu Ruyan displayed had left everyone profoundly shaken. Even the scrolling comments in the livestream ceased for a brief, fleeting moment. A moment later, a single comment flickered onto the screen.
Why is the ability the White Tiger King used identical to that of the Black Tiger King? By the heavens, what is the connection between the White Tiger King and the Black Tiger King?
The Dolly Mountain Range. You watch the majestic little white on the livestream display the second layer ability of the purple sun-breathing method, the same as your own.
Your heart swelling with gratification.
It seems Little White has also cultivated the purple sun-breathing method to the second layer. It is even more powerful than mine.
As expected of my daughter, the daughter of the Black Tiger King.
You tilted your head slightly, gazing into the distance with anticipation once Little White's demon god bloodline fully awakens. To what terrifying heights will her power reach? However, since the Bayesian group dared to lay hands on my precious daughter, they should not blame me for showing no mercy. On the other side, the high-level executives of the Bayesian group were currently paralyzed with shock. Upon the massive display screen, the shocking footage of the White Tiger King obliterating the demonic beasts of Changbai Mountain was playing. Everyone was too stunned to speak.
To think the White Tiger King's strength was so terrifying.
An executive's brow was deeply furrowed, his voice filled with disbelief. He leaned forward slightly, hands tightly clasped, struggling to process this staggering revelation. Another executive shook his head. We underestimated the White Tiger King's power. It seems our plan has failed.
We invested so many resources and manpower, only for it to end like this.
A young executive spoke with urgency. What do we do now? Our actions have already drawn widespread attention. If we do not act, the reputation of the Bayesian group will suffer a grievous blow. Silence fell upon the conference room as everyone pondered their next move. After a long pause, a senior executive spoke slowly.
The failure of this mission has already caused us immense losses. If we allow this matter to spiral out of control, we will surely face severe condemnation and immense public pressure.
We must issue a statement immediately, explaining that our actions were for the purpose of scientific research and not a malicious attack on the White Tiger King. Simultaneously, we must strengthen our public communication to project the group's positive image.
Everyone nodded in succession, agreeing to the proposal. Meanwhile, across the internet, the video of the White Tiger King obliterating the Chang by mountain demonic beasts went viral instantly, sparking a firestorm of discussion. Good heavens, the White Tiger King's power is simply heaven, defying, I can't believe it.
The moment that light flashed, all those demonic beasts were slain. It was too breathtaking. Look, the White Tiger King and the Black Tiger King have the same ability. What is going on? Could there be some special connection between them?
They couldn't possibly be a couple, could they?
At the same time, the Demonic Beast Network immediately updated the ranking of the 4 great beast lords, placing the White Tiger King at second. This change sparked even more attention and debate. Incredible, the White Tiger King is now second. I am truly curious. Between her and the Black Tiger King, who is stronger?
Just as everyone was discussing this, a video suddenly appeared.
The footage showed the scene from some time ago in the Dolly Mountain Range, where a white tiger slew a practitioner of the wind spirit.
The internet was already buzzing with excitement, and the appearance of this video pushed the matter to its climax.
Netizens were shocked to discover that the white tiger in the Dolly Mountain Range was identical to the White Tiger King of Changbai Mountain. My God, this is definitely the same white tiger. From the patterns on the fur to the majesty in its eyes, everything is the same. It's too similar.
It cannot possibly be a coincidence.
There was certainly a deep-seated reason. Coupled with the fact that the White Tiger King and Black Tiger King shared the same abilities, netizens began to speculate wildly about their relationship. Could the White Tiger King and the Black Tiger King truly be a pair? But the difference in their sizes is just too great, isn't it? Unlikely, the difference in size between the White Tiger King and the Black Tiger King is so massive, it doesn't feel like they are a couple. The White Tiger King bears a striking resemblance to the progeny of the Black Tiger King. Yet the Black Tiger King is swathed in black fur. How could he sire a white tiger? This is truly a perplexing enigma. Could it be that the Black Tiger King sired her with a white tiger? Such a possibility indeed exists. I suspect the White Tiger King is but the illegitimate daughter of the Black Tiger King, shunned and forsaken, which led her to depart the Dali mountain range.
This conjecture carries great weight. The discourse across the vast network grew increasingly preposterous.
Deep within the Changbai Mountains, her battle concluded. Xiaobai observed her ranking ascend to second place.
Satisfaction filled her heart. It seems these mortals are not entirely dim-witted. However, upon citing the comments branding her an illegitimate daughter, she was instantly consumed by a towering rage.
Illegitimate daughter, it is you who are illegitimate. Your entire lineage is illegitimate. How dare you heap such ignominy upon this empress?
Liu Ruyan let out a roar of primal fury that vibrated through the mountain woods, sending the lesser animals fleeing in a frantic stampede.
Within the Dali mountain range, as you gazed upon the online assessments of Xiaobai, you could not help but find them somewhat droll.
Xiaobai has been dubbed my illegitimate daughter.
Humans, oh humans, they truly chase shadows and catch at the wind. Little do they know that Xiaobai is a daughter I simply chanced upon and brought home.
At that thought, memories of the moments shared with Xiaobai drifted through your mind, and a wave of warmth flooded your spirit. You then shook your head slightly, dismissing those trivial and tedious remarks.
Now that you were certain Xiaobai was unscathed, your heart was finally at peace.
Yet you understood that the insatiable greed of man would never allow them to yield. Only by unceasingly tempering your power could you safeguard yourself and Xiaobai.
Xiaobai's growth is swift. I must apply myself with even greater fervor.
With a flicker of intent, you summoned the system interface. Level 17, 70,000 attribute points required for the next rank. Cultivation method, purple yang breathing technique, second layer, 50,000 attribute points required for the next rank. Attribute points 71, 0. Your system interface was now devoid of mere skills not long ago. You had ascended all of them into innate talents, elevating your fundamental strength to an entirely new echelon.
Acquired basic skill gravity control allows for the sovereign manipulation of one's own gravitational weight.
Water sprite, upon entering the waters, one may draw upon the essence of water spirits to mend wounds. Ghost of the dark night, when enshrouded in darkness, your prowess is granted a colossal augmentation. Spatial teleportation enables instantaneous movement across short distances, subject to a period of restoration.
With a single thought, you channeled all your recently amassed evolution points into your level.
In that heartbeat, you felt cast into a mystical maelstrom of energy. A formidable power surged from the depths of your marrow, crashing like a relentless tide against every cell in your form. This energy was battering the third shackle within your body, striving to sunder its bonds. Every impact brought a searing, violent agony, as if myriad blades were carving through your very essence. But you did not retreat an inch, clenching your teeth. You endured it all with indomitable will.
As the power struck repeatedly, cracks began to spiderweb across the shackle. You could feel the shackle that imprisoned your strength beginning to give way. A surge of exhilaration rose within you, yet you sharpened your vigilance.
You knew this was the ultimate moment. Any lapse would lead to a total collapse of your efforts.
The energy continued its assault upon the shackle, the fractures widening further. Your body felt as though it would be torn asunder by this immense force, yet you remained steadfast.
Finally, with a crisp, echoing crack, the third shackle was utterly demolished. A torrent of majestic energy erupted instantly, surging through your entire being like a flood breaking through a dam. You opened your eyes, and a radiant light burst from your pupils, seemingly capable of piercing through the fabric of reality.
Rising to your feet, you felt the transcendent power coursing within.
9 shackles, 9 heavens. This was indeed no mere hyperbole. You released a low, resonant roar that echoed through the mountain ranges, striking such terror into the nearby mutated beasts that they trembled uncontrollably.
Simultaneously, in the heart of the Changbai Mountains, Liu Ruyan opened her eyes, a flash of delight shimmering within them.
In this life, she had finally reclaimed the Shackle Realm, a full year ahead of her previous incarnation's path.
Sensing the titanic power within, she was brimming with conviction, certain that she would transcend the cultivation of her past life and become a peerless existence.
Liu Ruyan tilted her head slightly, her eyes reflecting an iron-clad resolve. She gazed into the far distance, her eyes a mixture of expectation, curiosity, and a faint trace of longing. I wonder what Father's current cultivation level might be. Your image manifested in Liu Ruyan's mind, and a profound sense of yearning welled up in her heart.
Once my strength surpasses yours, I shall return to see you. Liu Ruyan hardened her resolve, she knew that she must cultivate relentlessly to ever be worthy of standing by her father's side. After all, her father was an ancient demon god, an entity far from simple to surpass. Sensing a sudden fluctuation in the world, Liu Ruyan turned her gaze toward the profound depths of the Changbai Mountains, a gleam of joy illuminating her face. That secret treasure had finally emerged into the world. At that moment, the skies above the Changbai Mountains were suddenly shrouded in an abyss of darkness. A vibrant beam of green light pierced through the gloom like an unsheathed sword, soaring into the heavens as if seeking to shatter the very firmament. Timid exotic beasts, terrified by this sudden celestial anomaly, scattered and fled in all directions. Meanwhile, the more formidable demonic beasts gazed at the divine light from afar, their eyes brimming with profound awe. The more audacious among them even began to inch slowly toward the towering pillar of light. It was indeed that legendary secret treasure. Having sensed the omens earlier, Liu Ruyan had followed her memories to this location, waiting in advance. Just as she had anticipated, her patience was ultimately rewarded. Boundless excitement surged within Liu Ruyan. Her eyes were locked intensely upon that divine emerald radiance, her heart overflowing with fervent anticipation. In the next instant, Liu Ruyan dashed toward the green luminescence without a shred of hesitation. Her silhouette transformed into a streak of white lightning, weaving with breathtaking speed through the ancient forest. As Liu Ruyan drew near, a spatial rift violently tore open before her eyes. The edges of the rift shimmered with a bizarre luminescence, seemingly woven from countless esoteric runes. These runes pulsed with an ancient and tyrannical might that commanded absolute reverence. The divine emerald light was radiating directly from within the fissure, its rhythmic pulsing seemingly beckoning Liu Ruyan. "This is the place," Liu Ruyan murmured, her gaze fixed upon the spatial rift. Her memories were undeniably accurate, and a surging tide of intense curiosity and profound yearning swelled within her heart. She could sense that concealed behind this rift lay an uncharted world, a realm overflowing with mystical energies and boundless possibilities. Without a single trace of hesitation, Liu Ruyan charged straight in. Her silhouette vanished instantly into the rift, as though devoured by a primordial, mysterious force. Moments after Liu Ruyan plunged into the spatial rift, the tear in space slowly mended itself. The divine emerald light faded into nothingness, making it seem as though nothing had ever transpired. Only the lingering echoes of a deafening rumble continued to reverberate through the Changbai Mountains. Meanwhile, the heaven-piercing pillar of light over the Changbai Mountains had already provoked a massive global uproar. In the outside world, within the headquarters of the Beishan Group, the atmosphere in the conference room was thick with tension. The top executives sat gathered around the table, their eyes glued to the massive screen broadcasting the celestial anomaly of the Changbai Mountains. "This is undeniably the emergence of a peerless treasure," an executive declared with fervent excitement. "We absolutely cannot afford to miss this opportunity. The artifact within might just elevate our group in a single bound to become a supreme global superpower." Another executive furrowed his brows slightly and countered, "But we are completely blind to the situation inside. Would it not be too perilous to act rashly?" "The greater the peril, the more bountiful the harvest," the first executive vehemently retorted. "Since when has our Beishan Group ever cowered before danger? We possess the most advanced technological armaments and highly trained elite forces. Are we truly afraid we cannot secure a mere treasure?" "Be that as it may, we must tread with caution," another voiced their concerns. "After all, the magnitude of the commotion stirred by this treasure is simply too vast. It will inevitably draw the covetous gazes of other powerful factions." The chairman of the group, Liu Ruyan, nodded slightly and stated with authority, "Everyone makes a valid point. We will first deploy a vanguard reconnaissance squad to investigate the anomaly and gather intelligence. Simultaneously, we must fortify our surveillance network around the perimeter of the Changbai Mountains to ensure no other faction claims the prize before us. Furthermore, ensure utmost stealth. Do not forget that the White Tiger King resides within those peaks. If that sovereign beast also intends to contest for the treasure, we will have no choice but to temporarily retreat and avoid its wrath." Absolute cinema. "Humans are out here playing Kyofu Project, like a science fair, while the Black Tiger is busy shredding the laws of existence. Professor Yang thinks he's a grandmaster strategist, but in reality, he's just an Uber Eats driver delivering genetic essence to a literal primordial demon god. Ruyan is speed, running her path to the imperial throne, yet these conglomerates are too busy debating her bloodline on livestream to realize they're already cooked. They aren't just playing with fire, they're trying to farm a volcano.
If you were the Flame Maiden, would you swallow your human pride to flip burgers for a reincarnated Empress, or die a noble hero just to become fertilizer for her peach grove?
Pick your master now, because once that next shackle breaks, humanity is just another ingredient on the menu.
As soon as these words were uttered, the countenances of everyone present darkened instantly. Chairman Liu Ruyan then spoke.
Select the most formidable warriors from our elite forces as for their equipment. Provide them with the most advanced weaponry and defensive armors.
The Research Institute has developed state-of-the-art devices capable of detecting the energy fluctuations of spirit fruits and demonic beasts.
Though its precision remains imperfect, we can no longer afford to delay.
Commence the operation immediately, let not another moment be squandered. With that, the assembly was dismissed.
The multitude mobilized without delay.
Simultaneously, news of a peerless divine treasure manifesting upon Mount Changbai surged across the mortal networks.
The masses engaged in fervent debate. Some were consumed by curiosity, while others feared the onset of a catastrophic war of contention. Heavens, a supreme treasure has surely appeared. Whoever claims it might truly soar to the heavens in a single bound.
The great conglomerates have yet to make their move. Once they do you truly believe you will stand a ghost of a chance? While the common folk continued their heated discussions online, the transcendent beings had already begun to move.
At that moment, upon the ancient central plains, a transcendent garbed in azure robes stood atop the summit of a primordial peak. His gaze was profound and sharp as he peered toward the northeastern horizon. Upon learning of the treasure on Mount Changbai, he gently flourished his folding fan, and a plume of mist instantly coalesced beneath his feet. Stepping upon the clouds, he soared toward Mount Changbai like an immortal descending from the heavens.
Elsewhere, amidst the bustling water towns of Zhongnan, a transcendent wielding water, affinity powers sat upon a small skiff.
Sensing the aura of the Mount Changbai treasure, he rose abruptly. With a wave of his hands, the boat surged northward like an arrow released from a bowstring. A long wake trailed behind on the water's surface as the vessel threaded through rivers and lakes, its speed ever increasing. Deep within the Dali mountain range, you too beheld the latest news. A peerless divine treasure had emerged on Mount Changbai. Shock rippled through your heart. Your eyes remained fixed upon the screen, scrutinizing every detail within the footage.
That verdant divine light pulsated with a mysterious power, exerting a formidable pressure upon all who beheld it.
Is that not Xiao Bai's domain? Concern surged within you given such a celestial phenomenon. The treasure was bound to be extraordinary.
You fell into deep contemplation, and after a moment, a realization struck you. Could Xiao Bai's journey to Mount Changbai be related to this divine treasure?
In your eyes, Xiao Bai was the reincarnation of an ancient demon god. She surely possessed knowledge of many hidden secrets.
You continued to browse the relevant information, attempting to unearth more clues regarding this artifact. On the screen, comments from the people of the Dragon Kingdom surged like a tide. The treasure of Mount Changbai is surely no ordinary thing.
To obtain it would be to seize a fortune beyond measure.
Who knows what miraculous properties this treasure possesses? Regardless, many Transcendents have already departed for Mount Changbai.
We shall see whose hands the prize eventually falls into. Witnessing these discussions, your anxiety intensified. The peril Xiao Bai faced was not merely the danger of seizing the secret treasure, but the far greater threat posed by mankind.
The greed of humanity is boundless to obtain the treasure. They would undoubtedly resort to any unscrupulous means necessary. Your worry reached its zenith. You knew you could no longer sit idly by. Action must be taken to protect Xiao Bai.
You made your decision instantly to leave the Dali mountain range and journey toward Mount Changbai. How could a father simply stand by and watch while knowing his daughter was in mortal danger? In the next instant, your massive and majestic form slowly emerged from the stone cavern. Seeing you emerge from the cave once more, the viewers in the livestream were stunned, for every time you appeared, deeds of staggering proportions followed.
Thus, the moment you stepped forth this time, the eyes of nearly everyone were glued to their screens.
Should the Black Tiger King not be slumbering at this hour, it is not yet time for his hunt or activity. Why has he emerged so early?
I know not why, but I have a premonition of ill omen. I feel as though an earth-shaking event is about to unfold.
Amidst the flurry of discussion, your limbs suddenly exerted a tremendous force. A massive surge of power erupted, sending clouds of dust swirling from the ground. Within the livestream, you vanished from the spot like an arrow loosed from its string, bolting toward the outer reaches of the Dali mountain range. Looking down from the high heavens, one would see only a bolt of black lightning flickering through the mountain forests.
Within the livestream office of the Kinship group,
The staff were thrown into a panic upon seeing your gargantuan silhouette burst from the stone dwelling and charged toward the mountain's edge. They cried out in alarmed disaster, "The Black Tiger King is leaving the Dolly Mountain Range."
Quickly, report this to the higher-ups at once. In all their time broadcasting, this was the first time they had witnessed you exert such a terrifying velocity. Had they not stationed several drones in the vicinity beforehand, they would have been unable to catch even a glimpse of your shadow.
As you sprinted, you pondered a way to reach Mount Chang. By even faster, this speed is far too slow. I must be faster.
After 2.5 seconds of thought, you decided to cease your pretense and reveal your hand.
In your eyes, nothing in existence compares to Xiao Bai's safety, even if it means exposing your mystical powers to the mortal realm. You care not. In the next heartbeat, you manifest the art of gravity control. A profound, ethereal energy radiates from your form, causing the surrounding gravitational pull to instantly dwindle into nothingness.
Simultaneously, you transmit your command to the spirit, ordering him to employ his soul, bearing might to hoist you into the heavens. The moment you ascend into the sky, the entire lavestream falls into a deathly hush, as if the very world has been struck mute.
Since the spirit remains invisible to mortal eyes in its ethereal state, the broadcast depicts a scene of you soaring through the clouds unaided.
The barrage of messages erupts in a frenzy. The Black Tiger King can actually fly. I wonder what tie binds the White and Black Tiger Kings. To see these two sovereigns join forces would surely be a sight of peerless majesty. In contrast, I am more curious if the multitude of Transcendents gathered at Changbai Mountain can truly contend with the twin Tiger Kings. Unaware of the heated discourse among the netizens, you offer a silent prayer in your heart. Xiao Bai, wait for me.
I shall allow no soul to bring you harm. Meanwhile, within the headquarters of the Bashan group, the atmosphere is so heavy it feels as though it might coalesce into water.
The high elders have gathered in the council chamber, their gaze fixed upon the great screen showing the Black Tiger King in flight. One executive speaks with a face etched in worry. The Black Tiger King has truly arrived. This bodes ill. Changbai Mountain is the domain of our Bashan group, and we are destined to claim this treasure. Regardless of who stands in our path, we shall not retreat. Another questions yet. The Black Tiger King's prowess is formidable. How are we to oppose him?
Silence reigns for 2.5 seconds before Chairman Liu Ruyan rises to shatter the stillness. We must not be cowed by the Black Tiger King.
This treasure is the cornerstone of our group's future destiny. I care not what methods you employ. You must seize it. We have endured too many failures this time. Defeat is not an option.
As you draw closer to Changbai Mountain, the vista below becomes increasingly distinct.
A vast host of Transcendents has congregated, all drawn by the allure of the mountain's treasure, thirsting to possess this peerless divine artifact.
The arrival of the Black Tiger King casts a shadow of profound unease over their hearts.
Gazing down upon the scene, the fires of wrath within you burn ever brighter. That these mortals dare covet Xiao Bai's domain and contest for her treasure is an unpardonable sin.
You unleash a thunderous tiger roar, your terrifying aura erupting instantly. The sound reverberates through the heavens like a divine peal of thunder, threatening to shatter the very foundations of Changbai Mountain.
Only one thought dwells within your mind. Whosoever dares harbor designs upon my daughter shall pay with their life.
Seeing your arrival, the many Transcendents who had flocked from across the lands to seek the treasure are struck with panic, terror surging through them like a rising tide.
It is over. The Black Tiger King has arrived far too swiftly. With the addition of a flying, supreme spirit beast, we should flee at once. To linger here is to court certain death. Some begin to waver, and soon more began to weigh their own strength, wondering if they truly possessed the power to snatch the treasure from before the two Tiger Kings. Their hearts are a battlefield of conflict, where the greed for the treasure and the dread of the Black Tiger King's overwhelming might are inextricably entwined. Suddenly, a man bearing a pack leaps from the crowd, landing steadily upon the very tip of a tree. His stance is light and vigorous, possessing the lithe agility of a spirit leopard. The man casts a provocative glance toward you before surveying the many Transcendents below, his eyes brimming with confidence and arrogance. Do not falter. As the words fall, someone immediately retorts, and who might you be? By what right do you speak thus?
Exactly. If you are so capable, why don't you lead the charge? Are you trying to use us as shields?
Another man steps forward, his voice ringing with pride and reverence. You ignorant fools. Do you not know who stands before you?
This is the exalted Lord Lei Yi. He continues, Lord Lei Yi is a newly ascended master on the global top 100 list, ranked within the top 10 of the Dragon Country,
and is the branch chief of the Jiang High Transcendent Alliance.
Perhaps you are unaware, but Lord Lei Yi's transcendent gift is lightning, the most supreme of all offensive powers.
With Lord Lei Yi present, we have no cause to fear this Black Tiger King. Hearing the introduction, Lei Yi's heart swells with triumph. He lifts his head slightly, his gaze revealing a resolve to claim the treasure at any cost. In his eyes, he is the sovereign of this contest. Neither the Black Tiger King nor any other transcendent can impede his path.
A mere beastling dares to act with such insolence before me.
Lei Yi lets out a cold snort as thunderous light flickers across his body, dancing like 1,000 silver serpents with a crackling roar. Standing upon the heights, you see the mortals ignoring your warning and even offering provocation. You let out a cold cry, you seek death. With a deafening boom, you open your maw and unleash a pillar of purple radiance. The immense energy instantly sweeps across the earth below.
The energy flows like an unstoppable deluge wherever it passes. Everything is reduced to ruin. Ah, run for your lives, the Transcendents cry in terror, scattering in all directions, yet they are far too slow to evade the strike.
Where the purple sun piercing the firmament passes, only death and maiming remain, accompanied by a chorus of agonized wails.
Those struck directly by the purple pillar perish instantly.
Even those merely caught in the aftershock are grievously wounded, collapsing to the ground in agony, their faces masked in utter despair.
Seeing you launch such an attack, Lei Yi is struck with alarm.
He immediately channels his power, lightning crackling in his palm as he condenses a bolt of thunder, hurling it toward you on the heights. The lightning surges toward you, bearing its fangs and claws like a celestial dragon.
Impudent beast, how dare a mere deviant creature display such arrogance? Lei Yi roared with thunderous fury.
The lightning descended with terrifying speed, manifesting before you in an instant, imbued with a potent force capable of obliterating all in its path.
Black Tiger King, beneath the might of this lightning, how shall your mere corporeal form withstand its wrath?
Lei Yi envisioned the Black Tiger King's demise beneath the lightning's fury, as if witnessing his own ascension to a higher echelon.
Yet, in the very next breath, he was utterly aghast.
You neither dodged nor retreated. With but a thought, a resplendent violet light shield abruptly manifested around your form.
This barrier pulsed with mystical radiance, an unyielding bulwark against all harm.
With a resounding boom, the clash of immense forces unleashed a colossal shockwave, causing the very air to ripple and distort. The shockwave surged outwards, uprooting ancient trees from their very foundations and sending earth and stone scattering violently.
Lei Yi felt an overwhelming force cascade upon him,
a searing pain lancing through his arm as his body was propelled backwards over 2 meters before he could agonizingly regain his footing.
His heart was seized by profound astonishment. He had never conceived that the Black Tiger King's might could be so formidable. Damnation, how can this be? In the ensuing moment, he marshaled every ounce of his transcendent power, resolute in his intent to engage you in a death match.
Granting Lei Yi no respite, you unleashed another assault, your form appearing before him with the swiftness of a lightning bolt. Impossible, such breathtaking speed.
Lei Yi's heart plummeted, and despair, like an overwhelming tide, surged within his very being. His eyes widened in terror as he beheld your colossal and majestic form bearing down upon him. He yearned to struggle, yet his limbs felt as if cast in lead, utterly unresponsive to his will.
With a formidable display, you raised a mighty tiger claw, then brought it down with merciless force, unleashing a Vajra claw strike.
The strike descended like a bolt of thunder, carrying an unstoppable primal force.
A tempest howled into being, the very air around him seemingly compressed into a tangible, suffocating substance.
By the heavens, Lei Yi's vision swam with darkness as a wretched cry tore from his throat. A prodigious power instantly enveloped him.
With a deafening crash, Lei Yi's body was hurled savagely to the earth, raising a plume of dust as a massive crater was gouged into the very ground. Lei Yi lay broken within the crater, his form utterly shattered, his eyes slowly dimming as his vital essence rapidly ebbed away.
He parted his lips, attempting to utter a final decree, yet only a faint whisper escaped him, his eyes filled with profound regret.
Finally, his lips twitched a few more times before falling silent forever.
In that pivotal moment, every transcendent being upon Mount Changbai widened their eyes, gazing upwards at your towering form in the sky, their gazes filled with unmitigated dread. Their hearts were consumed by overwhelming shock and terror, as if they had witnessed the manifestation of an invincible deity. If even Lei Yi was no match, then to remain here is not, but to await our own doom. One by one, they fell silent, hushed into a state of frozen dread.
You narrowed your eyes, a cold sneer forming within your thoughts.
Mount Changbai is the dominion of my daughter. No mortal shall set foot here.
With Lei Yi's demise, the remaining transcendent beings lost even the courage to meet the Black Tiger King's gaze. In mere moments, the surrounding transcendent cultivators had either fallen in battle or scattered in panicked flight. The once vibrant Mount Changbai was now cloaked in an ominous silence, the air thick with the pungent stench of blood. In the next instant, you descended from your elevated perch to the ground, focusing your entire spiritual essence to unleash your innate skill, Blood Hunt. A mysterious power surged forth from within your being, propagating outwards in all directions. This force, like invisible tendrils, gently caressed its surroundings, seeking to discern the aura of Little Bai. Your heart was heavy with apprehension and urgency, your pulse quickening involuntarily. As the power of Blood Hunt continued to expand its reach, faint, indistinct images began to materialize within your mind's eye. You witnessed the precise moment Little Bai leaped into the spatial rift, sensing the familiar and cherished aura emanating from her. That aura was akin to an incandescent flame, brimming with vitality and potent power. As the force further permeated the surroundings, you distinctly perceived that Little Bai yet lived, and a wave of profound relief washed over you. Fortunately, Little Bai was safe for now. Your taut nerves eased somewhat, yet you knew this was no moment for true tranquility. Given the insatiable avarice of humankind, they would never relinquish such an opportunity with such ease. The current calm was but a fleeting stillness before the coming tempest, the true main event. The formidable adversaries were surely yet to reveal themselves. Abruptly, the resonant toll of a grand bell pierced the air. That bell's cadence was profound and ethereal, as though it had traversed the very fabric of time and space from an age long past. The chimes seemed to carry a mystical potency, causing the very soul of all who heard it to tremble. Instantly, your gaze shot upwards, fixing intently upon the spot where the spatial rift had vanished. That bell chime seemed to awaken a deep, seated resonance within the depths of your soul. Focusing your spirit once more, you discovered that Xiao Bai's aura had grown incredibly faint, like a solitary spark in the abyss on the verge of extinction. Your gaze was a tempest of worry and expectation as a silent prayer echoed in your heart. Xiao Bai, you must not fall. As you slew Lei Yi with thunderous methods, the event ignited a fierce fervor across the digital realms. The masses whispered of the Black Tiger King's terrifying might and his ruthless, cold-blooded cruelty. Some looked upon the Black Tiger King with trembling awe, while others directed their righteous fury and accusations toward you. This is nothing short of a catastrophe. Those Transcendents are truly pitiable. Why would the Black Tiger King do this? Does he not fear the collective wrath of the world? Driven by the death of Chairman Lei Yi, the Zhang High Transcendent Alliance launched a vehement denunciation of the Black Tiger King, their cries echoing throughout the virtual networks. Should the White Tiger King and the Black Tiger King join forces, their power would reach unprecedented heights. If they seize the treasure, they will become truly unstoppable. This treasure must never fall into the hands of the White Tiger King. If humanity can secure it, perhaps we might stand a chance against the Black Tiger King. The moment the proclamation was issued, it struck a chord with countless Transcendents who vowed to contribute their strength to slay the twin Tiger Kings. In truth, however, most were driven by greed for the treasures of Mount Chang. By the death of a single, Lei Yi was of no consequence to them. The prize atop Mount Changbai remained the focus. Though they knew not what it was, their instincts told them it could grant them the power to advance by leaps and bounds. In an instant, the chorus of condemnation against the Black Tiger King swelled into a deafening roar online. Within the depths of Mount Changbai, you looked up at the bionic avian constructs in the sky, your patience wearing thin. Though these creatures mimicked real birds, you could sense the sterile aura of technology emanating from them. You knew well that these constructs were tools of surveillance used by the humans to track you. A flash of irritation flickered in your eyes. These humans, they are as persistent as lingering ghosts. Your gaze locked onto one of the winged constructs, and you instantly unleashed Purple Sun, piercing the day. A pillar of violet radiance cleaved the heavens like a bolt of divine lightning. The construct had no time to evade before it was incinerated by the beam. In an explosion of fire, the avian drone shattered, scattering shards across the sky. You had long desired to do this. Previously, you had endured their presence to keep the full extent of your power hidden from the eyes of man. But now that the veil of civility has been torn asunder, there is no longer any need to leave your actions exposed to their prying eyes. You harbored no strange penchant for exposing yourself to the world like a common exhibitionist. From this moment forth, humanity can forget about monitoring you. Though you had already driven away the congregating spirit beasts and summoners, you had yet to receive a response from Xiao Bai.
Finding the way tedious, you checked your device and immediately saw the tide of denunciations directed at you. A cold sneer formed in your heart. These fools are truly shameless. It was they who sought to plunder the treasure, yet having been slain, they now pose as the victims. To act as a harlot while erecting a monument to one's own chastity, truly the height of hypocrisy. If they wish to lead a crusade against me, then let them come. I shall see what paltry tricks they have left. Meanwhile, before the Zhenghai City Transcendent Alliance headquarters, a luxurious carriage ground to a halt, and 3 figures of extraordinary presence stepped forth. At their head was a tall man with a cold visage, standing as unshakable as a mountain peak, radiating an undeniable aura of majesty and confidence. He was the newly appointed minister, codenamed Falcon, ranked within the top 40 Transcendents globally, a figure held in awe by countless souls. The Transcendents following him were no less formidable. Among them was a hulking man, codenamed Colossus, ranked within the global top 70. Standing over 2 meters tall, Colossus was like a mobile hillock, exerting a staggering sense of oppression upon all who saw him. Judging by his name, it was clear this fellow was a bulwark of meat and bone. Indeed, he possessed earth elemental powers, capable of manipulating the ground, manifesting rock shields, and even triggering localized tremors. Is this fellow not merely a shield mountain? The other was a lithe woman code named Spirit Butterfly, ranked within the top 90 of the world. Spirit Butterfly's transcendent power was mental domination. She could silently infiltrate the minds of others and command their actions, or unleash psychic shocks to plunge enemies into a world of illusions and agony, to become a plaything in her hands. With her beauty and the power of allure, is she not a modern Daidaji? Heh. The moment they stepped from the vehicle, a swarm of waiting reporters surged forward, thrusting microphones and cameras toward them, desperate for the first word. Minister Falcon, what is the objective of this operation? One reporter shouted. Falcon slightly tilted his chin, his eyes burning with resolve and confidence. He surveyed the gathered crowd before speaking with measured gravity. Our sacred mission, this time, is to confront the Black Tiger King and seize the peerless divine treasure. Suddenly, a sharp-witted reporter posed a pivotal query. It is rumored that the military forces shall also make their move this time. Upon hearing this, Falcon's heart stirred with a hint of surprise. Are these reporters mere snoopers? How do they know all this? He merely offered a slight nod, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Indeed, the Black Tiger King's might is too formidable. We are compelled to enlist the aid of the military. This time, the military has resolved to intervene assuredly. They will dispatch their most elite forces and weaponry. When they collaborate with us Transcendent ones, even if that Black Tiger King wields unparalleled power, he shall not dream of departing Chang by mountain unscathed. At these words, the entire assembly was struck with profound astonishment. The reporters exchanged bewildered glances amongst themselves. Expressions of disbelief marred their faces had the military finally found itself unable to resist moving against the Black Tiger King. Simultaneously, this revelation ignited widespread fervent attention and discourse amongst netizens across the boundless digital realms. The military has made its move this time. The Black Tiger King is doomed. I think not. Have you not witnessed the Black Tiger King's immense power? Even the Transcendent ones are no match. What use would mere mortal soldiers be against such a force? The true question lies in whether the army will unleash their thermal weaponry. If such devastating armaments are deployed, perhaps there might yet be a chance to contend. The scene now shifts to the majestic peaks of Changbai Mountain. To discern the movements of mankind, you had continuously commanded a spectral entity to monitor communication devices, thereby gleaning intelligence from the outer world. Upon beholding the messages circulating through the ethereal networks, a cold sneer erupted from deep within your heart. Even if the military makes its move, what then? Though a flicker of apprehension resided within your heart regarding a confrontation with a true military force, it was swiftly eclipsed by profound calm and strategic contemplation. It appears imperative to enhance your might with utmost haste. With a mere thought, you summoned forth your attribute panel. Your current level stands at 18. The next ascent requires 80 0 attribute points. Your cultivation method, the purple sun respiration technique, is at its second layer. The next advancement demands 50 0 attribute points. With 60 0 attribute points currently at your disposal, you decisively expended 50 0 to empower the purple sun respiration technique. In an instant, your form became enshrouded by a mysterious, potent force. You distinctly perceived a torrent of formidable energy surge forth from within your being,
assaulting your physical form like an unstoppable, surging tide. Around your physical vessel, an aura of violet radiance shimmered, akin to a mysterious, celestial flame in ardent combustion. From an external vantage, your very location seemed to transmute into a vortex of purple light, its brilliance so dazzling and resplendent as to forbid direct gaze. The very air surrounding you became warped and contorted by this immense power, manifesting as peculiar ripples through space. The strange beasts in the vicinity, sensing this formidable aura, fled in terror, scattering in every direction. As the moments unfolded, your physical form gradually settled into tranquility. You opened your eyes, and within their depths, a mystical violet light pulsed. You sensed an unparalleled elevation of your power, and your heart swelled with profound elation. Upon breaching the third layer of the Purple Sun respiration technique, you acquired a new, potent ability, Purple Kai, ascending from the east. Your physical form could now transform into a cloud of violet Kai, freely altering its shape, thereby evading all physical assaults. Immediately, you eagerly sought to test the efficacy of this new ability, Purple Kai ascending from the east. With a single intent, your body instantly transmuted into a swirling mass of violet gas. You gazed upon your transformed being, your heart filled with boundless wonder. You felt as if you had become an ethereal, intangible existence, unbound by the constraints of a physical form. In the very next moment, you extended a claw, only to find it passed through a stone before you as though it were mere air. You secretly rejoiced within your heart now. The hail of bullets and weaponry unleashed by mortals shall pose far less of a threat to me. However, you swiftly realized that maintaining this form exacted a tremendous toll upon your being, rendering it unsustainable for prolonged periods. Yet this limitation was deemed acceptable. Abruptly, you sensed an unusual sensation in your throat. You let out a cough, and immediately, a transverse bone emerged from your maw. You gazed upon the transverse bone on the ground, your heart brimming with perplexity. What arcane object is this? The transverse bone was hard and smooth, exuding an aura of profound mystery. It was then that your body stiffened. You abruptly comprehended that the sound you had just uttered was not the roar of a tiger, but the speech of a human. Your eyes widened in utter disbelief, unable to trust the testimony of your own ears. You attempted to speak once more. What wondrous event is this? Verily, you were now capable of human speech. Your heart swelled with both profound shock and exuberant joy. You had never anticipated acquiring such an unforeseen ability upon breaking through to the third layer of the Purple Sun respiration technique. Having been reborn as a tiger, you had long since abandoned any thought of reverting to human form. Yet this sudden, miraculous transformation now rekindled within you the hope of achieving a human visage. Your heart is currently brimming with yearning for your future, peerless form. Your contemplations are abruptly severed as the staccato of gunfire and the roar of artillery echo from afar, rolling thunder that shatters the ancient tranquility of Mount Changbai. Humanity has commenced its assault upon Mount Changbai. The army of the Dragon Kingdom, like an unstoppable torrent of cold steel, surges toward the deepest reaches of the mountain. Tanks, like mobile iron fortresses, grind their heavy treads ruthlessly against the earth, emitting a dull, soul-shaking rumble. Helicopters hover in the heavens, surveying the battlefield, ready to unleash a deluge of fire at any moment. Soldiers in camouflage march in perfect unison, clutching advanced armaments, their gazes overflowing with a murderous intent. Falcon stands at the vanguard of the great host, his voice booming as he issues the command. Today, Mount Changbai shall be razed to the ground. In the next heartbeat, Falcon sweeps his hand, and a mighty cyclone coalesces instantly. The tornado, akin to a savage, raging dragon, howls as it sweeps toward the peaks. The tempest roars, uprooting ancient trees wherever its path leads. The cyclone, an unstoppable demon, charges toward the demonic beasts of Mount Changbai. The demonic beasts, who once dwelled in leisurely peace within the forest, are now struck with overwhelming panic by this sudden calamity. A leopard demonic beast with a vibrant pelt, once prowling gracefully through the brush, suddenly senses the overwhelming aura of the cyclone. Its eyes widen in terror. It pivots instantly, fleeing at a desperate speed. Yet the power of the storm is too immense. Its resistance is utterly futile. The leopard is hoisted by the gale, tumbling through the air as it lets out a roar of despair. Soon it is swallowed by the high heavens, its fate unknown. The entire mountain forest descends into chaos, transformed into a realm of pure terror. Led by Falcon, the human army pierces the heart of Mount Changbai like a razor-sharp blade. The muzzles of tanks spit tongues of flame, shells streaking across the sky like falling stars to strike every corner of the mountain. Each detonation brings ruin, posing a lethal threat to the demonic beasts. Beholding the scene, Falcon's heart swells with triumph. He feels himself the sovereign of this war, capable of easily annihilating all within Mount Changbai. His gaze betrays a profound hubris, as if the entire world were held within his palm.
Demonic beasts of Mount Changbai, before my power, you are nothing but ants.
Falcon proclaims loudly, his voice thick with arrogance.
Today, I shall let you witness the true might of humanity.
As the human army advances, the devastation of Mount Changbai intensifies. The once lush and verdant forest is rendered unrecognizable, permeated by the stench of gunpowder and blood. Aided by Falcon and several powerful Transcendents, the human host advances rapidly, soon reaching your domain. Humans, you are courting death. You speak in the human tongue, issuing a grim warning.
Hearing your words, the human soldiers turn ashen with shock, their eyes wide with disbelief and terror. Weapons nearly slip from the hands of some as they stare at you in stunned silence.
What manner of monster is this Black Tiger King? It can actually speak.
I fear our mission is ill-fated, regardless.
Today you shall surely die. Falcon is inwardly shaken, but the arrow is on the string. He must fire. He waves his hand. Kill it. In an instant, a barrage of fire thunders toward you. You let out a cold snort, and your entire body dissolves into a purple mist.
Your form flickers through the air like a phantom shells strike the purple mist, but fail to inflict even a shred of damage. In your mist form, you weave through the human ranks, seeking an opening to strike.
Simultaneously, you command your ghostly thralls to attack formless and shadowless. They lunge at the human army.
Though they cannot fell the powerful Transcendents, they are devastatingly effective against the Reincarnated, vile soldiers.
Helicopters suddenly lose control and plummet from the sky tanks, cease fire as the soldiers within stare in horror, oblivious to the source of their doom. This Black Tiger King can unleash mental attacks. Just then, a Transcendent notices the anomaly and an invisible barrier manifests. It is a psychic Transcendent. This barrier can suppress the soul attacks of the ghostly thralls, though it cannot locate the tiger. To think there is a Transcendent specifically trained to counter soul power. You muse inwardly wary. Under the barrage of fire, your purple mist form remains unscathed, yet you cannot remain a passive target forever.
Suddenly, you revert to your true form and let out a roar that shakes the heavens.
Opening your maw, you fire a beam of violet light, your supreme technique, purple sun, piercing the day.
The violet beam strikes a tank like a bolt of lightning under the immense force. The machine explodes instantly, reduced to a pile of scrap metal. The human soldiers scatter in panic at your assault, desperately seeking cover.
You grant them no respite, launching another attack as your figure charges into the fray like a bolt of lightning. The Black Tiger King is too formidable, let none waver, but unleash a concentrated assault.
Yet as you plunged into the very heart of the human lines, an unforeseen anomaly erupted.
From the earth itself, a ring of jagged rock spikes burst forth, ensnaring your form and stifling your mighty advance. Unbeknownst, the formidable giant rock had been lurking deep within the earth, biding his time solely for this decisive ambush.
A sense of foreboding seized your spirit. You prepared to transform into a wisp of profound purple kai and withdraw from the chaotic fray.
Yet, in the very next moment, your consciousness flickered, momentarily adrift. It was Spirit Butterfly who had covertly unleashed her power, her transcendent ability, the mastery of mental dominion.
She possessed the arcane power to infiltrate the very thoughts of her adversaries, to subtly sway their every action, and to unleash devastating psychic assaults.
While incapable of directly subjugating your will, her assault nonetheless caused your spirit to falter for 2 fleeting seconds and a half. From the heavens, the Falcon launched his swift offensive. His transcendent gift was the mastery of tempests, his power wielding a destructive might far surpassing that of common wind, attuned cultivators.
Behold, a colossal whirlwind, teeming with countless razor-sharp wind blades, surged forth to engulf you. Yet you held no regard for this concentrated might. Your only concern was for Little White, lest she be caught in the tempest's fury.
At this juncture, a faint smile played upon your lips, a silent thought echoing within your mind. Have you 3 reveled long enough in your charade? For if so, the stage is now mine to command. In the very next instant, the air surrounding you solidified, as if imbued with tangible density.
Your gravity domain erupted in full might, and the very rock spikes that sought to shackle you disintegrated into mere dust. Upon the solid earth, Giant Rock stood, his earlier disdainful mien now utterly replaced by profound astonishment.
In a flash, his form erupted with a pale golden radiance, his muscles surging with renewed power. Gritting his teeth, he channeled his full might into giant rock spikes, intending to once more shackle your movements. Is one such paltry ploy not enough? By what audacity do you believe your hide alone is impenetrable? As you uttered these words, you initiated a spatial teleportation. Before Giant Rock could even comprehend the shift, you unleashed your intermediate innate skill, the Vajra Claw. A colossal tiger claw materialized behind him, descending with crushing force upon his very skull.
Giant Rock sought to resist, yet could only gaze in helpless fury. In the very next moment, your single claw slammed him deep into the earth, his essence utterly extinguished.
A chilling decree echoed you relish, ambushing from the depths. Then let the earth claim you for all eternity.
Witnessing this grim spectacle, Spirit Butterfly's eyes blazed forth with a furious pink luminescence.
She met your gaze head on, unleashing a devastating psychic assault. Yet, events did not transpire as Spirit Butterfly had foreseen. This time, your spirit remained utterly unswayed.
From your eyes, a golden radiance erupted, and you directly unleashed the eyes of dread upon Spirit Butterfly.
Spirit Butterfly's eyes instantly dimmed, blood welling forth. Clutching her head with both hands, she let loose a most harrowing shriek.
All who delve into the dark arts of mental dominion and subjugation know well this dire truth should a psychic assault fail and be repelled.
The very soul shall endure a catastrophic mental backlash.
You cast not a single glance upon Spirit Butterfly.
From the heavens the falcon let loose a thunderous cry as his mighty whirlwind, bristling with wind blades, bore down upon you. His gaze betrayed a fervent anticipation, as if he already beheld your mangled form, torn asunder by the tempest.
The accompanying soldiers erupted in a chorus of exultation. The Black Tiger King is doomed. Captain Falcon's might is peerless.
You knew with grim certainty that a mere short-range spatial teleportation could not elude the sweeping grasp of the colossal whirlwind. In the ensuing moment, just as you prepared to unleash your purple radiance aegis, a thunderous bell chime resonated through the air, and a familiar, profound aura manifested.
It is Little White. A surge of exhilaration coursed through your spirit. A tear in space manifested, from which a vibrant purple figure burst forth. Who dares oppress my father? The instant Little White emerged, her gaze locked with yours, overflowing with boundless joy and profound warmth.
Before words could be exchanged, she commanded an ancient bronze bell to erupt with jade, green radiance.
A second chime resonated, and the tempestuous whirlwind before you was instantly rent asunder by the very sound. It is the White Tiger King. A soldier shrieked in utter terror, his voice fraught with a violent tremor. His eyes widened in abject terror and profound dismay. The weapon he had clutched so fiercely now felt as though weighted by 1,000 jun, threatening to slip from his trembling grasp and clatter to the unforgiving earth. The surrounding soldiers, too, stirred into a tumultuous unrest.
As fear and dread surged like a virulent plague through their ranks, how can this White Tiger King wield such devastating power? Can we truly hope to prevail against her?
Silence, you fools! The falcon's countenance hardened, and he bellowed, "What matters her emergence? Unleash your full fury upon them. All units, heed my command.
Train your sights upon those two vile beasts." His voice resonated like a peal of thunder across the battlefield, his eyes ablaze with savage resolve and unyielding defiance.
He vowed to vanquish the Black and White Tiger Kings, no matter the cost, for this conflict was entwined with the very faith of humanity, and they would not falter.
As the falcon's command reverberated, a myriad of rocket launchers swiftly locked their sights upon Little White.
The soldiers, their hands trembling, manipulated their weapons, fingers clenched tightly upon the triggers.
Fine beads of perspiration dotted their brows, and their eyes shone with a potent mixture of tension and dread.
"Unleash the barrage!" The falcon bellowed, and from the tails of the rocket launchers, plumes of fire erupted.
Projectiles like blazing meteors streaked forth, hurtling towards Little White with lethal intent. Simultaneously, guided missiles roared forth from the hovering aircraft, their long, fiery contrails painting the sky as they surged relentlessly towards Little White. At the precise instant of their unleashing, these formidable armaments unleashed colossal roars and devastating shockwaves. The very earth trembled, sending dust soaring skyward, shrouding the battlefield in a pall of grey mist. All eyes were fixed upon the majestic form of the White Tiger King, their hearts silently beseeching the heavens that these weapons might prove effective. They watched unblinking, praying for a single, decisive strike that would bring this terrifying conflict to its swift conclusion.
Do these paltry contraptions truly aspire to harm my father and I? Verily, humanity's naivety knows no bounds. A flicker of disdain crossed Liu Ruyan's luminous eyes.
Yet, since you dare to challenge, I shall bestow upon you a glimpse of true might."
Her gaze brimmed with an unshakable confidence and profound pride, holding the assaults of humanity in utter contempt. She cast her gaze upon the myriad weapons trained upon her, her spirit filled with an insurmountable disdain. Behold, from Liu Ruyan's form, a verdant divine radiance erupted, as an ancient bronze bell manifested, hovering majestically above her head. The verdant divine light blazed with a brilliance akin to countless resplendent stars, its intensity forcing mortals to avert their very gaze. The luminous splendor instantly bathed the entire battlefield, as though a divine beacon had descended upon the mortal realm.
The ancient bronze bell exuded an aura of profound antiquity and arcane mystery. Its surface was etched with enigmatic patterns, seemingly imbued with an inexhaustible wellspring of power.
Every assault, every projectile, harmlessly impacted the ancient bronze bell, failing to inflict any discernible damage, leaving naught but shimmering ripples of verdant light upon its formidable surface. Cannonades crashed against the ancient bell, yielding only dull, resonant thuds, utterly failing to breach its impregnable defenses. The relentless barrages seemed but a gentle caress against the ancient bell, utterly incapable of inflicting any substantive devastation upon its form. Witnessing this awe-inspiring spectacle, humanity was once more plunged into the abyss of despair. What manner of divine treasure is this, that it repels even the might of rocket launchers and guided missiles? It is too dreadful. With such a formidable divine treasure, how can we possibly contend against this white tiger king? Let none waver. We yet possess an opportunity. A commander, his voice ringing with renewed fervor, bellowed forth. His voice resounded with unwavering resolve and absolute conviction. He sought to bolster the flagging spirits of his soldiers. He knew that in this dire hour, hope must not falter. They had to persevere until the very end. Yet the fear and trepidation gripping the soldiers' hearts did not dissipate despite the commander's rallying cries. Falcon stood upon the earth, surveying the frantic countenances of the soldiers, and knew in his heart that the tide of battle had turned irrevocably against them. He turned and departed, as though a heavy resolve had been forged within his soul. "Thinking of fleeing, have you sought my leave?" Xiao Bai manifested the ancient bronze bell, commanding it to descend from the firmament and crush Falcon beneath its weight. Falcon spun around, unleashing blades of gale, force wind in a desperate attempt to veer the ancient bell from its path. Yet these wind blades struck the bell like pebbles, cast into a boundless ocean, vanishing without a trace. Undaunted, the bell plummeted from the heavens, sealing Falcon within its cavernous depths. Simultaneously, the ancient artifact erupted with a blinding radiance of emerald light. Once more, a deafening toll resounded, shaking the very foundations of the earth. Soldiers in the vicinity were instantly rendered senseless, their consciousness shattered by the sheer force of the vibration. Those further afield broke ranks, fleeing in frantic disarray toward the four horizons. The other transcendent beings likewise began their retreat, one after another. They understood that to persist in this struggle was to court nothing but certain death. Enclosed within the bell, Falcon's very soul was shattered and scattered to the winds. The human forces suffered a calamitous defeat. Gazing upon the shattered remnants of the human army in their headlong flight, you stayed your hand and ceased the slaughter. You knew that the curtains had fallen upon this conflict. For a time, the humans would dare not trespass upon the sacred heights of Mount Changbai again. Xiao Bai, art thou unharmed? You gazed upon your daughter with profound concern, your eyes brimming with a mixture of tenderness and anxiety. At your approach, Liu Ruyan's heart fluttered with a sudden sense of trepidation. Before her father, the awe-inspiring presence she usually commanded vanished, as she reverted instantly to the temperament of the dutiful daughter of old. Her gaze was clouded with restless unease. Father will surely not blame me for my flight from home, will he? Surely father has not come to seize me and force my return this time. I am doomed. You watched Xiao Bai in silence, your gaze overflowing with paternal sorrow and endearment. Xiao Bai had matured significantly, no longer the tiny fledgling who once trailed closely in your wake. In times past, you were consumed by wrath over her departure, vowing to discipline her severely once she was found. But now, beholding her weary countenance, only a surging tide of compassion filled your heart. Thou must have endured much hardship during thy time away, have thou not? Your voice was deep and melodious, akin to the gentle murmur of a mountain stream, softly soothing the depths of Xiao Bai's heart. Upon hearing your words, a warm current flooded Xiao Bai's heart, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears.
I have become quite formidable. It is I who have been the one bullying them.
Living in solitude during this period, she had indeed braved many tribulations, faced myriad perils, and overcome countless challenges. Yet the thought of weariness had never once crossed her mind. In her previous incarnation, she reigned as a peerless empress. Such trivial hardships were naught to her.
That is well.
A smile graced your lips as you reached out to gently stroke Liu Ruyan's head. Should anyone dare to slight thee, tell thy father I shall personally exact retribution upon them. Though Liu Ruyan's stature was no longer small, she still appeared petite and delicate in your presence. And since the day she left your side, there were many sleepless nights where she yearned for the days spent in your company. Hearing your words of concern, all her buried grievances surged forth like the waters of a ruptured dam.
Father, I have missed thee so.
With a voice choked by emotion, Liu Ruyan cast herself into your embrace without a moment's hesitation. Her heart overflowed with boundless joy and relief. She had finally been reunited with her father. Now she once again felt an unprecedented warmth and profound sense of security. Your father, too, yearned for your presence. Upon hearing this voice, the tempest of wrath that had raged within you, born from Liu Ruyan's previous departure, now dissolved like smoke, vanishing utterly into the ethereal. Concurrently, the tidings from the outer realms of the White Tiger King's emergence bearing a peerless divine treasure bell, and the combined might of the Black and White Tigers utterly vanquishing humanity, spread like a raging tempest, igniting a colossal upheaval across the lands. Across the digital currents, the multitudes engaged in fervent discourse, their minds reeling with shock and curiosity concerning this monumental clash. Has it come to this, that even the thunderous might of missiles proves futile against the Black and White Tiger Kings? What manner of peerless treasure is this ancient bronze bell seized by the White Tiger King that it wields such formidable power? Its might defies all comprehension and stretches the bounds of belief. Should these formidable beings choose to unleash their fury upon humanity, what recourse shall we possess? Within a clandestine council chamber, a conclave of humanity's highest echelons and esteemed military strategists gathered, their visages etched with profound solemnity as they deliberated upon the ramifications of this momentous clash. A venerable general, clad in the solemn raiment of military command, spoke, his voice weighty with concern. His gaze was clouded with an abyss of deep apprehension and the chilling shadow of profound fear. This grievous defeat has granted us a harrowing glimpse into the overwhelming might of these anomalous beasts, most notably the White Tiger King's ancient bronze bell, which manifests as an invincible, insurmountable presence. Before its dreadful power, our mightiest armaments proved utterly fragile, shattering with but a single, contemptuous strike. Another figure, bearing the austere demeanor of a paramount leader, inquired, his brow furrowed in deep consternation. Then what recourse remains for us? Are we truly to be left powerless, our hands bound and our wills rendered inert? If this trajectory persists, the future of humankind shall undoubtedly be fraught with gravest peril and looming crises. Before this convocation, they had meticulously reviewed the combat footage multiple times. Even in their most rigorous tactical reconstructions, they found themselves utterly bereft of any certainty that they could inflict effective harm upon your formidable selves and Liu Ruyan. Just as their profound deliberations descended into a heavy silence, a soldier, his face etched with raw panic, burst forth into the council chamber. Dire tidings, it is most ill. An anomalous beast, even more formidable than the fearsome Black Tiger King, has manifested. At this very moment, you and your esteemed daughter sat upon the mountain's peak, observing the tranquil moon in serene contemplation. Beside you, a mortal held a communication device, its luminous screen relaying reports of humanity's crushing defeat at Changbai Mountain. This time, the Changbai Mountain conglomerate, allied with the formidable military forces, unleashed their full might, only to suffer a colossal and ignominious defeat. The Black and White Tiger Kings wield a power far transcending the wildest imaginings of humankind. Does their formidable presence portend a dire threat to humanity's future existence and realms of survival? The Bayesian conglomerate has, to this very day, offered no definitive affirmation to quell these fears. We have ample cause to suspect that the Bayesian conglomerate has, in this endeavor, squandered all its available resources. Ah, so it was thus that Father had discovered the path to Changbai Mountain. Liu Ruyan beheld this scene, her heart seized by boundless astonishment. Her astonishment stemmed not from the reports themselves, but from the startling realization that her revered father, unexpectedly, comprehended the arcane workings of humanity's communication devices.
She herself, by virtue of her past mortal existence, had comprehended the manner of wielding humanity's instruments. That her esteemed father also possessed such arcane knowledge was unforeseen.
Now, with newfound clarity, she understood that her father must have indeed utilized humanity's communication devices to trace his path to Changbai Mountain. Before leading you to the Peach Blossom Grove, and fearing your discerning gaze might perceive some anomaly, Liu Ruyan had already arranged for Lin Yu,
the subservient flame maiden, to temporarily depart the hallowed grounds of Changbai Mountain.
Liu Ruyan secretly rejoiced within her heart, for the flame maiden's presence might well have stirred your profound suspicions and nascent concerns.
With her departure, at least some unnecessary complications could be averted, lest arduous explanations be demanded.
She hoped these mortals would remain quiescent for a time.
Upon perusing the reports, you let forth a subtle sigh, for you knew within your ancient wisdom that the ambitions of humankind were boundless,
and they would not easily relinquish their relentless assaults upon Changbai Mountain.
Xiaobai, Changbai Mountain has drawn the relentless gaze of humanity. Would you not consider departing with your father? You gazed upon Liu Ruyan, your eyes brimming with a profound and paternal apprehension.
Following the preceding incident, the hallowed grounds of Changbai Mountain had ceased to be a true sanctuary. Should Xiaobai choose to linger here, she might face perils of even greater magnitude.
You harbored the fervent hope that Xiaobai would accompany you, seeking a more secure haven, your gaze brimming with anticipation, as though silently awaiting her profound reply.
Father, I find Changbai Mountain to be quite agreeable. I have no desire to depart at this moment.
Yet Liu Ruyan harbored no desire to depart with you.
Too many profound secrets were veiled within her being, and numerous vital tasks awaited her completion, compelling her to remain rooted upon Changbai Mountain.
Furthermore, having now acquired the ancient bell's secret treasure, a potent divine treasure, she harbored no fear of a grand invasion by humanity.
She possessed an unwavering confidence that, so long as the ancient bell resided with her, she could safeguard both herself and the sacred grounds of Changbai Mountain. You wished to persuade her further, yet upon considering Xiaobai's true identity as an ancient demonic god and the profound matter of this peerless divine treasure,
you surmised that Xiaobai's resolute insistence on remaining at Changbai Mountain must stem from a deeper, hidden purpose.
You fell silent for a brief moment, then slowly, with deep resolve, intoned, "Since you choose not to depart from this realm, then your father shall remain steadfastly by your side." Liu Ruyan paused, momentarily taken aback. Her father had no intention of departing. This could not stand.
A torrent of complex emotions surged instantly within her heart.
She knew that your remaining was purely for her protection, yet she also wished not for you to be embroiled in dire peril.
Her heart was a maelstrom of profound contradiction and deep apprehension.
Liu Ruyan remained momentarily dazed, her thoughts adrift. You raised a brow, and softly, almost imperceptibly, inquired, "Is it that you do not desire your father to remain by your side?"
Within your venerable heart, a surge of profound displeasure arose.
After all, you had traversed myriad mountains and countless rivers, enduring untold hardships, only to finally reunite with your cherished daughter.
Yearning to remain by her side and continue your paternal protection, yet to be met with such a dismissive air. As an aged father, your heart was pierced with a profound and exquisite sorrow.
Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan hastily shook her head, her spirit quickening.
She had, after all, originally fled from home, and now, after such arduous efforts, her relationship with you had finally softened.
To provoke her revered father's wrath once more would be most ill-advised. She yearned to continue portraying herself as an obedient daughter in your formidable presence.
"Of course not. Father, your presence fills my heart with the greatest joy. These past days, I have yearned daily for your delectable roasted meats." Just as Liu Ruyan was about to speak further, you suddenly noticed a notification surging to the very top of the hot search rankings on your communicator. "Shocking, a demonic beast even more powerful than the Black Tiger King has appeared. Stronger even than I." A surge of intense curiosity rose within you. Clicking on the trending topic, a video appeared on the screen, its imagery instantly striking your very soul.
Within the recording, a giant serpent spanning 1,000 meters appeared, its body as pitch, black as ink, a darkness akin to the deepest night, radiating a mystical and terrifying aura.
Its colossal form coiled amidst the mountain forests, casting everything in the vicinity beneath its suffocating shadow.
Intricate patterns adorned its scales like ancient totems, exuding a power beyond imagination.
The serpent's head reared high, its two massive eyes resembling twin orbs of burning fire, emitting a searing and brilliant radiance. Gazing upon this gargantuan serpent, a heavy sense of gravity filled your heart. With your current strength, could you truly contend with such a formidable existence? Yet soon the fires of battle will ignited in your eyes. Once more you believed that sooner or later you would surpass this titan. In the video, a multitude of Transcendents were fleeing in panic, their faces etched with terror and alarm, their eyes betraying utter despair. Some fled desperately, their feet kicking up clouds of dust from the earth. Others unleashed various supernatural abilities in an attempt to halt the serpent's advance. Yet those powers appeared pale and futile before the beast. At that moment, a man wielding a precious sword charged against the tide. It was the white-clad sword Immortal, ranked among the top 30 of the human rankings. His blade shimmered with dazzling light, the runes upon it flashing incessantly as they released potent power. In the next heartbeat, he leaped high into the air, slashing toward the giant serpent with a sword light that cleaved the sky like a bolt of lightning. When the sword struck the serpent, it failed to even graze its defense. A crisp metallic ring echoed as the blade hit what seemed like indestructible divine steel, recoiling violently. The white-clad sword Immortal was sent hurtling back by the serpent's sheer force, crashing heavily onto the ground. The giant serpent remained entirely unfazed. It opened its cavernous maw and swallowed the white-clad sword Immortal in a single gulp. Its speed was so great that the sword Immortal had no time to react. The scene was chilling to the bone, as if the end of the world had arrived. Witnessing this, you gained a far more profound understanding of the giant serpent's overwhelming power. Amidst the shock, a question arose: how exactly did this creature evolve to such a state? Should you face this great serpent now, you felt you would surely be no match. A trace of solemnity flickered in your gaze as you began to calculate how to rapidly elevate your strength to surpass this terrifying beast. The Tench has indeed emerged into this world, Liu Ruyan remarked, her eyes narrowing as she watched the black serpent. She was not surprised by the terrifying combat prowess the Tench displayed. Its appearance would inevitably herald a period of great chaos. There will be several more powerful demonic beasts emerging from the spatial rifts of the secret realms. Humanity is in for a bitter struggle. If humanity struggled so much against a single Tench, they would likely be powerless if other demonic beasts from various secret realm rifts launched an assault simultaneously. Even weapons of mass destruction would likely fail to inflict any effective damage upon such formidable demonic beasts. But these were not matters Liu Ruyan needed to ponder. They concerned her not in the slightest. Not long ago, humans had sought to occupy Changbai Mountain. The fact that she had not taken the opportunity to invade human cities was already showing them great face. To seize the ancient spiritual mountains during the second tide of the Great Spiritual Kai recovery, both she and her father had to accelerate their cultivation. For the ones contending for the spiritual mountains were not just humans and other demonic beasts, but also the powerful entities emerging from the secret realms. In truth, those demonic beasts from the secret realms were their greatest adversaries. Indeed, there is always a higher heaven beyond the clouds. You sighed, watching the black serpent crush the human transcendents. Your eyes were filled with profound emotion, harboring a deep reverence for the unknowns of this world. A mere Tench, it won't be able to act arrogantly for long. Thinking her father felt demoralized, Liu Ruyan spoke up quickly. A hint of doubt flickered in her mind. Her father was an ancient demon god. How could he not recognize a Tench? Had his memories not fully awakened yet? That must be it. It was impossible for him not to recognize such a piece of trash. Though this Tench was strong, compared to an ancient demon god, it was not even worth a single fingernail. You were somewhat surprised by her words. Tench Xiao Bai, you recognize this giant black snake. What did this thing eat to grow so quickly? You looked at Xiao Bai with astonishment, not expecting her to know of this Tench. But remembering Xiao Bai's true identity, it suddenly became clear. As an ancient demon god, it was only natural for her to be acquainted with such powerful existences. You felt secretly fortunate to have Xiao Bai by your side through her. You could learn more secrets of this world, rather than wandering aimlessly like a headless fly. You then asked Xiao Bai, why is this Tench so powerful? Its development is far too rapid. Hearing this, Liu Ruyan could not help but let out a chuckle. So that is what you were curious about. This Tench possesses such strength because it has lived for over 1,000 years. It has continuously devoured potent energies within the secret realm, tempered through countless ages to reach its current state. With Father's speed of growth, I expect you will be able to completely crush it in less than a year. This was but Liu Ruyan's conservative estimate. In truth, given your current rate of growth, it would not even take a single year.
In contrast, the soaring serpent spent a millennium to attain such power. It is truly pathetic. So, it is a secret realm. Hearing Xiaobai's words, you instantly recalled the spatial rift where she had once vanished.
That mysterious spatial rift was like a gateway to an unknown world, brimming with enigma and mortal peril.
A flicker of doubt crossed your gaze as you suddenly realized this world was far more complex than you had ever imagined. Xiaobai's ancient bronze bell must also be a product of a secret realm.
It seems this world is not merely the technological planet it appears to be on the surface.
Behind this seemingly mundane world lie hidden countless secrets and primordial forces. These powers had once been concealed or lay dormant, but now, with the revival of spiritual Kai, they awaken in unison.
Moreover, these forces are far from friendly. Their emergence is likely to shatter the world's order, ending your days of tranquility.
Seeing your lingering confusion, Liu Ruyan did not explain further. You shall understand all in due time.
Having lived a second life, Liu Ruyan did not hold a mere soaring serpent in any regard.
In the memories of her previous incarnation, she had witnessed countless supreme beings. A mere soaring serpent was but a drop in the vast ocean. In the future, even ancient immortals and deities shall awaken. With Father's aid in this life, we shall surely suppress them all. Liu Ruyan was filled with absolute confidence.
Meanwhile, as news of the gargantuan black serpent in the Taihang Mountains spread, the entire dragon nation was plunged into a state of panic.
The populace began to doubt their future, fearing the world would be laid to waste by these formidable demonic beasts.
When the Black Tiger King first appeared, though its combat prowess was immense, it had never launched a widespread, violent assault against humanity. This led people to believe that while the Black Tiger King was powerful, mankind could still contend with it. However, the emergence of the soaring serpent utterly shattered humanity's perception of these demonic beasts.
The white-robed sword immortal was once considered a monumental milestone in the history of human transcendence. Yet, such a milestone was swallowed whole by the soaring serpent, undoubtedly casting the future of mankind into a bleak abyss. Following this battle, the demonic beast rankings directly placed the Black Serpent King at the absolute pinnacle.
This Black Serpent King, I fear even the Black Tiger King, is no match for him.
Is there even a need to wonder? The difference in size is so vast, the Black Tiger King would be nothing more than a snack. If only they would clash with each other, then humanity could reap the rewards and eliminate these great perils in one fell swoop. The external turmoil did not disturb the serenity of the Changbai Mountains. You and Liu Ruyan remained immersed in daily cultivation, knowing that only by ceaselessly elevating your strength could you survive in this world of peril. By nightfall, the father and daughter would browse their communicators to observe external affairs. This had become an essential daily ritual.
"Father, you have been ranked second," Liu Ruyan said with surprise as she gazed at the rankings on the device.
A hint of displeasure flickered in her eyes. She believed her father's strength was peerless, and he should not be ranked second. "Before long, I shall slay this soaring serpent and restore father to the throne of number 1. You, however, remained indifferent. These were but hollow titles. To you, true power was all that mattered. Furthermore, allowing the soaring serpent to draw humanity's attention was not a disadvantageous turn of events. Suddenly, you noticed the second, ranked entry on the trending list. You had Zio, I open it, and a video appeared. Since the revival of spiritual Kai, great fortuitous encounters have manifested throughout the world. Cases of obscure, ordinary individuals accidentally obtaining treasures and becoming powerhouses were being reported incessantly. For example, a scavenger boy who fell down a cliff only to obtain a supreme cultivation method, soaring to greatness from that moment on.
You watched the report, a trace of envy surfacing within your gaze.
If I could also possess a powerful secret treasure, my strength would surely reach another level.
Liu Ruyan tilted her head slightly, saying with disdain, "Father, what do these count as treasures?"
They are mere dross. How could they possibly compare to my Azure Emperor Bell?
She knew well how mighty her Azure Emperor Bell was in her eyes. These common treasures were not worth a single glance. Sensing your longing for these treasures, Liu Ruyan offered comfort.
"Do not worry, I know of an ancient treasure hidden within the Kunlun Mountains. It shall emerge soon. When it does, I shall take you to seize it." Upon hearing this, your eyes instantly lit up with anticipation. Though your strength was already formidable, the more powerful one became, the more impossible it was to refuse a peerless weapon.
"Then I shall follow your lead, Xiaobai."
Time flowed like a river. Without the interference of humans, your strength ascended steadily.
Half a month later, a thunderous boom resonated within your body as the fourth shackle was finally broken. You snapped your eyes open, two sharp beams of light shooting forth as you rose to your feet. You stretched your physical form, feeling the surge of your newfound power.
In this shackle realm, every layer breached multiplies one's strength severalfold.
Liu Ruyan had been watching your cultivation in silence the moment she sensed your breakthrough. A gleam of pleasant surprise flashed within her eyes.
She hurried over, her voice brimming with excitement.
You are truly formidable to think you have broken another shackle so quickly.
Liu Ruyan's gaze was filled with profound adoration and pride.
It is all thanks to you, Little Bai, for bringing me so many spiritual fruits these past few days.
You gazed at Liu Ruyan, your eyes brimming with absolute confidence.
Come quickly and look, there is news from the Kunlun Mountains.
Little Bai stepped forward swiftly, catching sight of a trending report.
Lightning appears over Kunlun exotic beast, suspected of undergoing tribulation.
Upon opening the report, a video revealed the heavens above the Kunlun Mountains.
Dark clouds surged like a tumultuous sea of ink, lightning crackling and thunder roaring as if to rend the very firmament asunder. Bolts of lightning, like frenzied silver serpents, darted through the heavy clouds with deafening peals of thunder.
It was a scene as if the end of the world was nigh.
Seeing this news, a sharp glint flashed in Liu Ruyan's eyes. It is time for us to make our move. The humans have already circulated this video. Surely many of their Transcendents will act.
After my previous acquisition of the Azure Emperor Bell, they will undoubtedly spare no effort to seize other secret treasures.
We must make our preparations immediately, lest this lightning, attribute secret treasure, falls into human hands.
Little Bai, are you certain the secret treasure is within the Kunlun Mountains? You asked with a hint of doubt.
Though the video was proof enough, you instinctively asked out of caution.
Father, I am certain. Liu Ruyan nodded with gravity.
In her past life, she had witnessed the thunderclap bow emerge in Kunlun with her own eyes, sparking a battle of contention that could only be described as tragic and bloody.
In this life, it must not fall into the hands of another.
At that moment, Liu Ruyan chuckled mischievously in her heart. As for why she did not reveal the treasure was the thunderclap bow, it was naturally to build his anticipation and keep him in suspense.
He. As expected, she succeeded. You are now visibly brimming with drive and resolve.
Little Bai, time is of the essence. Let us set out at once. I can hardly contain my eagerness. As you and Little Bai departed from the Changbai Mountains, the outside world erupted into heated discussion.
Why have the Black and White Tiger Kings suddenly left Changbai? Could they be returning to the Dali Mountain Range?
This trajectory does not lead toward the Dali Mountain Range.
You were naturally unaware that your actions had once again stirred a great commotion in the world beyond.
Before long, you arrived at the borders of the Kunlun Mountains with Liu Ruyan.
Little Bai, Kunlun lies just ahead.
Gazing into the distance, the skies over Kunlun were choked with dark clouds, ablaze with lightning and the roar of thunder.
Beneath the gloom, the peaks of Kunlun seemed shrouded in a mystical force, radiating an aura both ancient and formidable. Liu Ruyan paused, faintly sensing an agitation within her Azure Emperor Bell. It was a warning sign triggered by the presence of the thunderclap bow.
At the foot of the mountain, many Transcendents had gathered, their eyes filled with anticipation and greed, all thirsting for the impending arrival of the thunderclap bow.
Several human Transcendents whispered among themselves, the celestial phenomena over Kunlun are staggering. I wonder how powerful this emerging treasure will be. Regardless of its power, we must claim it for ourselves.
You have no idea how vast the strength of those who possess such treasures becomes. Not far away, several exotic beasts watched with predatory intent. A massive wolf-like beast let out a low growl, its eyes glowing with a crimson light, full of feral savagery and vigilance. Amidst the crowd, a young woman frowned as she watched the tempestuous sky. This treasure's emergence will surely draw countless experts.
We must tread carefully, or we may well perish here.
The man beside her nodded, his gaze equally guarded. I know. The superiors have declared this treasure vital. It must be ours. Besides the local Transcendents of the Dragon Kingdom, there are many others here in strange attire.
In another corner, a group dressed in peculiar garb held a hushed consultation, cunning and greed glinting in their eyes.
Their leader spoke in a voice low yet resonant. This treasure must be ours. This is the opportunity for our rise. We cannot let it slip away.
Another chimed in, fear not, we have come prepared. Never mind these local Transcendents. Even if the Black and White Tiger Lords themselves appeared, they would be no match for us. Soon, you reached the heart of Kunlun with Liu Ruyan. With a sweep of your divine sense, you detected the Transcendents and exotic beasts lying in wait all around.
So many gathered already, do you truly believe yourselves worthy of the thunderclap bow? Disdain filled Liu Ruyan's eyes, her gaze radiating haughty arrogance. She unleashed the purple sun, piercing the heavens directly. A blinding pillar of light erupted from her maw, striking the earth in an instant. As the light faded, a colossal crater was left in the ground. Startled by the abrupt assault, the Transcendents and beasts alike turned their gazes toward you and Liu Ruyan. Who is it to dare strike at such a moment? Do they not fear death? Such audacity! While everyone else is preserving their strength, he actually strikes first. This Empress has descended. Scatter at once. Liu Ruyan's voice brimmed with boundless majesty, akin to a sovereign reigning from on high, her gaze exuding an inviolable aura. Upon hearing this tiger's roar, both the Transcendents and the demonic beasts felt a tremor in their hearts. It is the Black Tiger King and the White Tiger King. A cry of alarm suddenly erupted at the foot of Mount Kunlun, instantly drawing the gazes of the crowd as they cast their eyes towards the heavens. Up in the firmament, the silhouettes of you and Liu Ruyan appeared like descending deities. The emergence of your father-daughter duo silenced the entire battlefield, plunging it instantly into a deathly stillness as if all sound had been erased. Within the eyes of the multitude, profound shock intertwined with sheer terror. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect the Black and White Tiger Kings to manifest upon Mount Kunlun at this very moment. Why have they appeared at Mount Kunlun? Could they too be here for the supreme treasure? A transcendent of the Dragon Nation murmured to himself, though his voice was faint. It was laden with profound dread. The Transcendents of the Dragon Nation were acutely aware of just how terrifyingly powerful the Black and White Tiger Kings were. Their mere presence was enough to fill them with boundless apprehension. It seemed they were destined to have no fate with the treasure this time. However, several foreign Transcendents appeared completely unbothered, their gazes towards the Dragon Nation cultivators brimming with disdain. Upon a nearby mountain peak, 3 individuals from the Sakura Nation stood shoulder to shoulder, their faces etched with arrogance and conceit. The mustachioed man from the Sakura Nation curled his lips slightly, revealing a sneer of utter contempt. Merely 2 lowly demonic beasts, what is there to fear? This treasure today possesses an extraordinary origin, and our great Sakura Empire is determined to claim it. As he spoke, a fanatical light glinted in his eyes, his grip tightening around a katana, as if he were already an invincible existence beneath the heavens. Beside him, a burly Sakura Nation man puffed out his chest, his voice booming like a great bell. The samurai of our great Sakura Empire are the strongest in the world. Before us, these 2 demonic beasts are nothing but mere ants. Seeing the mortals below fleeing in panic due to her arrival, a trace of smugness inevitably welled up within Liu Ruyan's heart. You dare scheme for the thunder roar bow with such paltry cultivation? Look at your own pathetic strength. This artifact can only belong to my father. Liu Ruyan's eyes overflowed with haughty confidence, gazing down at the humans below like a peerless queen. Swish, right at that moment, an incomparably fierce blade of light suddenly slashed toward you and Liu Ruyan, its radiance threatening to cleave the very sky in twain. Such insolence! Liu Ruyan's gaze turned icy, the flames of fury igniting within her eyes to think someone dares to provoke this Empress. The samurai from the Sakura Nation had suddenly launched an attack. This caused the other Transcendents to startle in dismay. Who are those fools to actually dare challenge the Black and White Tiger Kings? They are Transcendents of the Sakura Nation, forever arrogant and conceited, fancying themselves invincible under the heavens. Just watch, in a moment, they'll be beaten so badly they'll cry for their mothers. Although the existence of the Black and White Tiger Kings made the Dragon Nation's Transcendents wary, they harbored a much deeper abhorrence for the Sakura Nation's samurai. By comparison, they desperately hoped the Tiger Kings would summarily execute these samurai on the spot. Father, leave this to me, allow me to strike them dead. Just as you were about to make a move, Liu Ruyan spoke up first. Like a bolt of lightning, Liu Ruyan surged toward the 3 Sakura Nation Transcendents. The mustachioed Sakura Nation man sneered at the sight a little beast dares to be so arrogant. Today, I shall let you witness the true might of our great Sakura Empire's samurai. As he spoke, he brandished his katana and hacked at Liu Ruyan. The blade gleamed, carrying an unmatched, fierce momentum. Little beast, face your death. The burly Sakura Nation man also gave a mighty shout and charged forward, swinging a fist that seemed capable of shattering all things in creation. Meanwhile, the shorter Sakura Nation man stealthily circled behind Liu Ruyan, biding his time to launch a sneak attack. Liu Ruyan remained utterly fearless. With a mere blur of her figure, she effortlessly evaded the mustachioed man's katana.
The blade cleaved through the air, emitting a sharp, whistling sound. A cold glint flashed in Liu Ruyan's eyes as she lashed out with a single claw strike. Right at that moment, the short Sakura Nation man seized the opportunity to hurl a hidden weapon. The projectile shot toward Liu Ruyan like a meteor. But Liu Ruyan had sensed it long before. With a light flick of her tail, she swatted the hidden weapon away. Then, she instantly blurred to the short Sakura Nation man's front, crushing him beneath her paw.
To launch a sneak attack against this Empress, you court death.
The short Sakura Nation man let out a howl of agony. Release me. I am a mighty samurai of the Sakura Nation, for you to treat me like this.
With a sickening crunch, Liu Ruyan directly stomped and shattered the Sakura Nation samurai's ribs. The other Transcendents immediately began to murmur upon seeing this. These Sakura Nation samurai really are absolute fools. Watching them get pummeled feels so satisfying. Amidst the crowd's chattering, Liu Ruyan had already effortlessly crushed the 3 Sakura Nation Transcendents. The 3 Sakura Nation Transcendents lay heavily wounded on the ground, their eyes awash with terror and despair. Never had they imagined the White Tiger King possessed such formidable might, hearts filled with remorse, yet it was already far too late. The Black Tiger King had not even made a move, yet the White Tiger King had already swept the field. All present gazed upon Liu Ruyan's formidable form, their hearts filled with profound shock and reverence. Then Liu Ruyan turned to face the Black Tiger King, proclaiming, "Father, follow me. We shall ascend directly to the very peak of Kunlun Mountain and claim the hidden divine treasure." At this moment, Yu and Little Bai hastened towards the towering zenith of Kunlun. Gale, force winds howled through the mountain. Passes the closer one drew to the peak, the more potent the thunder and lightning became. In the next instant, Liu Ruyan perceived an unusual stirring within the Azure Emperor Bell, and swiftly accelerated her pace. "Father, hasten. I can sense that the hidden divine treasure is on the verge of emerging." You nodded gravely, then blazed a path forward, leading Liu Ruyan as you cleaved through all obstacles, surging towards the mountain's summit. Upon your arrival at the peak, several powerful exotic beasts had already manifested. These colossal creatures exuded formidable auras, their eyes gleaming with both vigilance and avarice, each coveting the thunderclap bow that was about to emerge. The exotic beasts radiated diverse lights from their forms, their intertwined auras weaving a formidable pressure that permeated the air. Both you and Liu Ruyan sensed the potent auras of these exotic beasts, and a profound vigilance filled your hearts. With a resounding boom, a spatial rift materialized, from which countless bolts of thunder and lightning surged forth. The intense radiance blinded all eyes, as if the entire world had been engulfed by the tempestuous energies. The mighty exotic beasts, however, fixed their gazes intently upon the spatial rift, their eyes alight with both anticipation and caution. Not even the stray bolts of thunder and lightning striking their forms caused them to flinch. You gazed upon the spatial rift, your heart likewise filled with profound shock. You could sense the immense power contained within this tier in reality, a force capable of unleashing catastrophic destruction should it fully erupt. Your and Liu Ruyan's arrival immediately drew the attention of several formidable exotic beasts. Their eyes burned with vigilance and enmity, for they had sensed your potent auras. With a furious roar, they warned the father and daughter not to approach further. The 3 exotic beasts' bodies tensed imperceptibly, poised as if to unleash an assault at any moment. You and Liu Ruyan likewise showed no weakness, your eyes revealing an unwavering resolve and confidence. You knew that retreat was not an option at this crucial juncture. "Allow me to chastise these creatures," Liu Ruyan declared, her eyes filled with disdain, as if a sovereign queen looking down upon lesser beasts. "Then be careful," you replied, saying no more. With Liu Ruyan's current might, dealing with a mere few exotic beasts was more than sufficient. As for yourself, you needed to conserve your strength, for only then could you contend for and seize the thunderclap bow in the impending struggle. "You paltry few wretches are unworthy of my father's intervention." Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan immediately stepped out from behind you, her voice brimming with domineering power and majesty, leaving none to underestimate her. The 3 exotic beasts had not anticipated that their challenger would be the comparatively smaller white tiger. Foremost among them stood an exotic beast entirely covered in obsidian scales, resembling a moving hillock. Its eyes gleamed with bloodthirsty light, and from its maw it continuously exhaled scorching fumes, as if capable of igniting the very air. It opened its cavernous maw and let loose a thunderous roar, launching the first assault upon Liu Ruyan. Another exotic beast possessed a pair of immense wings, its feathers hard as steel, its beak impossibly sharp and glinting with cold light. With a single beat of its wings, it soared into the sky, circling above as it sought an opportune moment to strike. The third exotic beast, shaped like a colossal python, writhed its serpentine body, its scales shimmering with an eerie luminescence. From its mouth, it ceaselessly exhaled a black mist, reeking of a nauseating stench. Liu Ruyan stood her ground, her form appearing minuscule compared to the three gargantuan exotic beasts, yet her imposing aura yielded not an inch. She fixed her icy gaze upon the three exotic beasts, her presence as unyielding as an immovable mountain peak. The azure emperor bell hovered beside her, emanating a mystical and ancient radiance. The exotic beast, clad in dark, black scales, charged forward fiercely, swinging its enormous claws with a ferocious whoosh of wind towards Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan showed no fear. She let out a cold snort, declaring, "Foolish creature, you court death." With a mere flick of her hand, the azure emperor bell expanded instantly, positioning itself as a formidable shield before her. The exotic beast's claws collided with the azure emperor bell, unleashing a resounding clang akin to a grand temple bell. The immense impact caused the surrounding ground to shatter instantly, sending shards of rock flying. The light upon the azure emperor bell flickered, then repelled the exotic beast's assault with overwhelming force. The exotic beast was sent reeling backward by its own deflected power, letting out a furious roar. At this very moment, the winged exotic beast in the sky seized the opportunity to dive. Its speed was extraordinary, like a bolt of lightning, its beak piercing towards Liu Ruyan with the precision of a keen sword. Liu Ruyan's eyes narrowed and her form flickered, instantly evading the exotic beast's attack. Liu Ruyan raised her tiger paw, manipulating the azure emperor bell to violently smash towards the airborne exotic beast. The azure emperor bell, imbued with colossal power, struck down upon the exotic beast like a descending mountain. Unable to evade, the exotic beast was struck by the azure emperor bell, letting out a cry of agony as it plummeted from the sky. Meanwhile, the python, like exotic beast, refused to be outdone, coiling its body and swiftly slithering towards Liu Ruyan. The black mist expelled from its maw spread rapidly, causing all flora in its path to instantly wither and decay. Liu Ruyan frowned slightly. Forming hand seals, she caused the azure emperor bell to unleash a dazzling radiance, and wherever the light shone, the black mist was dispelled. "Begone, all of you, from this emperor's sight." In the very next second, the azure emperor bell blossomed with cerulean light, its mystical runes shimmering faintly. A resonant chime, heavier than any before, reverberated through the air. The three exotic beasts were momentarily stunned, and Liu Ruyan seized the fleeting chance, instantly slaying the colossal python. Witnessing this, the other two exotic beasts desperately attempted to flee, yet Liu Ruyan swiftly pursued them, and within moments, they too lay as lifeless corpses. The surrounding ground was ravaged beyond recognition, scorched black and utterly barren. Liu Ruyan stood amidst the devastation, her white fur swirling in the fierce winds. Having dispatched the exotic beasts, Liu Ruyan returned to your side, nudging you with her head. "Father, it is done. None can impede us now." "My little Bai is truly formidable," you remarked with satisfaction, extending a hand to gently stroke Liu Ruyan's small head. "I possess even greater power," she declared, then with a powerful thrust, sent the azure emperor bell crashing upwards. The divine treasure striking the spatial rift with colossal force. A thunderous boom erupted as a rift suddenly appeared. The light within the spatial crack became even more blinding, as if a primordial power was surging forth. "Hurry inside, I shall guard your path," Liu Ruyan cried out. You reacted instantly, your massive frame darting like a bolt of lightning, plunging straight into the spatial rift. After you entered, Liu Ruyan remained outside, guarding the portal with the colossal azure emperor bell. "With me here, no one shall dare disturb Father." She stood atop the mountain peak, gazing down at the spirit beasts and the restless evolvers below like a sovereign reigning over the world. The previous battle, combined with Liu Ruyan forcibly tearing open the spatial rift, had tempted many evolvers to strike, yet none dared to be the first to move. Intimidated by her overwhelming prowess. While Liu Ruyan was engaged in combat with several spirit beasts, human stealth drones had captured the entire scene. In the footage, the power Liu Ruyan displayed alongside the azure emperor bell struck both shock and terror into the hearts of all viewers. The video was posted online, once again triggering a massive sensation. The Black Tiger King hasn't even acted yet, and the White Tiger King is already invincible. It seems the Black and White Tiger Kings truly came for the treasure. Once the Black Tiger King obtains it, how terrifyingly strong will he become? While Liu Ruyan stood guard for you, you had already stepped into the secret realm hidden behind the spatial rift.
Upon entering, you were profoundly shaken by the spectacle before your eyes. This was a chaotic, mist-shrouded, mysterious space where an ancient and primordial aura drifted faintly through the air.
In the very center of this space, a gargantuan lightning pool lay like a resplendent pearl, emitting a light that inspired bone-chilling dread. Countless bolts of lightning danced like silver snakes, letting out deafening crackles that shook the soul.
Every arc of lightning contained enough immense energy to annihilate all of existence. Yet, a great silver bow floated silently above the lightning pool, its frame radiating a mysterious and alluring glow.
You stood by the edge of the pool, your heart filled with excitement and anticipation.
You stared intently at the great silver bow within the lightning pool. Is this the secret treasure of Mount Kunlun?
Your heart burned with a thirst for power, but you knew clearly that to claim the thunderous bow, you had to enter the depths of this lightning pool.
However, looking at the dense and overlapping power of the lightning, it was clearly not something easily endured.
You took a deep breath, a glint of resolve flashing in your eyes as you took heavy steps, slowly approaching the lightning pool.
So be it, whether I live or die, let the heavens decide. Taking a deep breath, a glint of resolve flashed in your eyes as you took heavy steps, slowly approaching the lightning pool. So be it. Whether I live or die, let the heavens decide. The moment your body touched the edge of the pool, the dense lightning energy converged upon you like a surging, frenzied tide.
Instead of showing the slightest hint of pain, your eyes shone with exhilaration.
For at that moment, the system notifications were ringing incessantly in your mind.
Absorbing lightning energy, obtained 10 attribute points.
Absorbing lightning energy, obtained 10 attribute points. To think this place could grant attribute points, it is truly a blessed land. Since the last blood rain, this was the first time you had enjoyed the thrill of madly collecting attribute points. You gritted your teeth, enduring the agonizing pain that would break an ordinary man, and began to savor this lightning body tempering.
With a thunderous boom, a bolt of lightning struck you, bringing searing pain, but also delivering massive power.
You could feel your body undergoing a world-shaking transformation under the baptism of lightning, growing ever more powerful.
That sense of agony entwined with ecstasy filled your heart with a profound sense of achievement.
Had anyone else seen this, they might have wondered if you possessed some peculiar fetish. Under the constant impact of lightning, a surge of heroic ambition rose in your heart.
It was as if you saw your future, self-reigning supreme over the world, with power enough to dominate all of creation. As time passed, you gradually reached your limit. The intense lightning energy felt as if it would tear your body asunder. Unable to hold on, you were forced to temporarily retreat from the lightning pool.
You lay beside the pool, gasping for breath, parts of your fur charred black. Yet your eyes remained full of unyielding determination. After a short rest, you resolutely stepped back into the lightning pool.
The lightning within the pool remained berserk, your re-entry seemed to enrage the thunder, and each bolt struck like a heavy hammer against your form. Your teeth were nearly shattered from clenching. Every moment in the pool was a battle against your limits.
Only one conviction remained in your heart: to become stronger. As time flowed on, your persistence in entering and exiting the lightning pool finally bore fruit. Your body gradually adapted to the lightning's power, and your attribute points continued to rise. You opened your attribute panel, current level 20.
You possessed a staggering 110,000 attribute points, with the next ascension requiring precisely 100,000.
A sharp gasp escaped your lips, for in such a fleeting span, to have accrued such a formidable bounty of attribute points was truly an unexpected boon.
With this realization, your gaze once more ascended to the thundering bow, quiescent in the heart of the lightning pool.
With your current might, venturing into the core of the lightning pool would surely prove insufficient. Only by breaking through to the sixth shackled realm could a true opportunity arise.
Decisively, you expended 100,000 attribute points for Ascension, and in that ensuing moment, you felt as if you had transcended into an entirely new dominion of power. You discerned with utmost clarity a monumental transformation sweeping through both your physical form and your very soul. Your power surged, akin to a volcano on the precipice of eruption, relentlessly ascending to new peaks.
Concurrently, your consciousness expanded outwards without cease, as though capable of perceiving every minute facet and distant corner of the world. Suddenly, you sensed an earth-shattering roar erupt from within your own being.
That sound, like a colossal thunderclap detonating from the ninth heaven, reverberated endlessly within your form, causing your very soul to tremble slightly. The sixth shackled gate had been successfully sundered. Instantly, you felt an immense ocean, like torrent of power surge and roil within your body, a force brimming with boundless vitality and life force. As you perceived the profound metamorphosis of your body, your heart swelled with both joyous surprise and profound pride. The sixth shackled gate has been breached, you mused inwardly, a profound sense of awe washing over you. With these thoughts, your gaze settled upon the thundering bow within the lightning pool. The time had come to ascertain if this divine artifact could be subjugated. Thereafter, you pressed onward, advancing deeper into the lightning pool. After your breakthrough, you indeed perceived the formidable might of the lightning energy to have diminished considerably. When the bolts of lightning struck your form anew, you felt only a slight tingle, no longer the agonizing torment of before. This was unequivocally due to the immense augmentation of your physical body's resilience. You inwardly marveled, the effects of this lightning tempering are truly astonishing. This lightning force once brought me agonizing pain, yet now it has become a potent ally. Alas, it is a pity, for I cannot command it as my own. Having endured the baptism of lightning, you once again accrued a vast quantity of attribute points. If this could continue indefinitely, what an exquisite boon it would be, you mused. Yet your aspirations were swiftly dashed. Just as you amassed another 100 attribute points, the thundering bow in the heart of the lightning pool suddenly quivered subtly, and all the lightning within the pool vanished instantaneously, as if it had never existed. It seems I am not permitted to endlessly exploit this resource, you thought, a hint of playful annoyance. How stingy, to cease so soon after so little. Dispelling further idle thoughts, you concluded that since the well of opportunity had dried, it was time to attend to the primary objective. You slowly advanced towards the thundering bow, and as you drew near, a potent force surged forth, enveloping you. That power, akin to a tempestuous ocean wave, caused you a momentary gasp for breath. You raised your mighty paw, gripping the thundering bow with unyielding resolve, your claws sinking deeply into its frame, securing an unbreakable hold. The thundering bow quivered ceaselessly in your grasp, as if fiercely resisting your dominion, emitting a resonant hum. Sensing the immense power emanating from the thundering bow, your heart was filled with profound astonishment. This thundering bow is indeed mighty, worthy of being a peerless divine treasure, you mused. These thoughts echoed within your mind, your gaze hardening with unwavering determination. You channeled your entire being, clenching the thundering bow with absolute might, your muscles taut as you exerted even greater force. You could not permit the thundering bow to elude your grasp, for to do so would forfeit all opportunity. As you perceived the thundering bow's defiance, a fierce, indomitable spirit ignited within your breast. You are but a mere weapon, you inwardly challenged. Let us see how long you can resist my will. Thereupon, you invoked the blood-refining art as taught by Liu Ruyan to assimilate the thundering bow. You bit down upon your tongue, expelling a mouthful of vital blood, which spattered upon the thundering bow. The essence of the blood was instantly absorbed by the thundering bow, causing its frame to shimmer with an arcane radiance. Closing your eyes, you focused your entire being, channeling the profound energy of your soul into the thundering bow. You felt a mystical bond forge itself between you and the thundering bow. Continuously, you guided your inherent power to intertwine and merge with the formidable might of the thundering bow. This arduous process was protracted and fraught with peril, yet you never once wavered. In the ensuing moment, your soul was met with a formidable backlash from the thundering bow, eliciting an involuntary grunt of pain from your depths. You inwardly marveled, indeed, this artifact possesses the capacity to retaliate. The power of this thundering bow is truly immense should I subjugate it. My might shall undoubtedly ascend by a significant degree. Concurrently, beyond the secret realm, the spatial rift vanished without a trace soon after your ingress. Liu Ruyan remained quiescent, poised where she was, serenely cultivating the purple sun-breathing technique. The azure emperor bell hovered above her head, radiating a mysterious and ancient brilliance that enveloped Liu Ruyan like the warmth of the sun. Ordinary attacks were utterly unable to breach her perimeter. Until your emergence, she had no intention of straying even a single step from this place. For she knew not whether you would remain at the peak of your power after claiming the thunderclap bow. Should you be heavily wounded, and your strength diminished upon obtaining the bow, those covetous spirit beasts and transcendent beings would surely seize the moment to strike. In that moment of vulnerability, she would be your sole protector. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, she was bound to hold this ground until your return from within. Liu Ruyan's gaze narrowed as she looked into the distance. Her eyes became as sharp as blades, as if capable of piercing through all things.
She sensed a formidable aura drawing near, one saturated with evil and ferocity, sparking a profound sense of impending peril within her heart.
It seems some beasts have grown impatient. I suppose slaying them shall serve as a brief diversion.
Suddenly, a gargantuan wolf arrived from the horizon in the blink of an eye. Liu Ruyan's spirit sharpened instantly, such incredible speed. Turning toward the sound, she beheld a wolf wreathed in roaring flames that danced like ethereal spirits, radiating a blistering heat. Its eyes shimmered with an eerie crimson light, resembling a demon ascended from the depths of the underworld.
Liu Ruyan instantly recognized the creature, the hell demon wolf, an ancient demonic beast. She mused inwardly that, given the creature's temperament, this battle was likely inevitable.
Yet the peerless arrogance unique to an empress surged into her mind at that very moment.
To hell with it, if a battle is what you seek, then a battle you shall have. Who has this empress ever feared? The hell demon wolf stared at the azure emperor bell above Liu Ruyan's head with a fervent, burning greed.
It could sense the monumental power contained within the bell, a prize it hungered to possess. A low growl vibrated in the wolf's throat as it issued a challenge to Liu Ruyan.
The roar echoed through the air like muffled thunder, striking trepidation into the hearts of all who heard it.
You dare covet my azure emperor bell, you seek death.
A spark of fury ignited in Liu Ruyan's eyes. She would permit no one to eye her treasures, especially not this wretched hell demon wolf.
Liu Ruyan rose instantly, her aura erupting with sudden, overwhelming force. The hell demon wolf refused to be outdone. Without hesitation, it threw open its blood, red maw, and in the next heartbeat. A pillar of scorching flame erupted from its massive jaws. It was several meters thick, and wherever it passed, the very air seemed to ignite. A cold sneer played on Liu Ruyan's lips. With a gentle wave of her hand, the azure emperor bell expanded instantly, positioning itself as a shield before her.
With a resounding boom, the pillar of fire slammed into the azure emperor bell.
The sheer force of the impact caused the surrounding earth to tremble violently.
The brilliance atop the azure emperor bell flickered for a moment before reflecting the pillar of flame directly back at its source.
Caught off guard, the hell demon wolf was struck by its own flames and let out a howl of agony.
Yet the beast did not yield. Instead, it lunged toward Liu Ruyan, its limbs churning as it charged with savage intent.
The battle was joined instantly as Liu Ruyan and the hell demon wolf engaged in a fierce confrontation.
Their silhouettes flickered across the skies of the Kunlun Mountains, each collision producing a thunderous roar.
Liu Ruyan evaded the wolf's assaults with lithe grace, while simultaneously manipulating the azure emperor bell to deliver relentless counter-strikes. The hell demon wolf also realized Liu Ruyan's might, its heart filling with rage and indignation. It unleashed assault after assault, spitting forth pillars of fire in a desperate attempt to incinerate Liu Ruyan into ash. As this scene was broadcast live onto the internet, the netizens instantly fell into a frenzy. What manner of spirit beast is this? Its power is terrifying. That giant wolf looks formidable. I wonder if the White Tiger Queen can emerge victorious. I believe the White Tiger Queen will surely win. She is so powerful, she has already slain several mighty spirit beasts before this.
It's hard to say. That giant wolf does not seem weak in the slightest.
Within the secret realm, time appeared to have ground to a halt. You were deeply immersed in the process of blood, refining the thunderclap bow, unaware of how much time had slipped away. The roar of thunder resonated continuously around you, while arcs of lightning flickered across your body from time to time.
Save for the sound of thunder, the entire space was void of all else. Time departed in silence until, at last, an indeterminate period had passed.
Your eyes snapped open. It is a success.
At that moment, you had successfully refined the thunderclap bow, gaining preliminary mastery over this formidable magical artifact. Raising your tiger palm, you sensed the subtle connection with the thunderous bow, your heart brimming with joy and anticipation. With a mere thought, the thunderous bow suspended itself in the void and began to draw its string automatically. The lightning power of the thunderous bow surged slowly, converging into a bolt of celestial thunder. Arcs of electricity flickered across the shaft, radiating an aura that struck fear into the hearts of men. With a sharp whistle, the arrow hurtled forth like a bolt of lightning. Wherever it passed, the very air was ionized, erupting in a cacophony of crackles and pops. The lightning power within the arrow surged incessantly, as if intent on reducing all of existence to ash. As the thunderbolt arrow struck the void, a massive spatial rift tore open like a hideous, gaping maw, emitting a mysterious and perilous aura.
Lightning light flickered around the edges of the rift. Without a second thought, you stepped directly into the spatial fissure. You knew that outside, Little White was still waiting for you. Atop the summit of Kunlun Mountain, the battle between Liu Ruyan and the Hell Demonic Wolf raged on. Though Liu Ruyan held the Green Emperor Bell, her current cultivation base prevented her from unleashing the full majesty of this secret treasure. Her heart was heavy with grim realization: if this continues, defeat is inevitable. With a shift in thought, Liu Ruyan chose to evade and stall her opponent rather than rushing to claim victory. She nimbly dodged the Hell Demonic Wolf's assaults while constantly manipulating the Green Emperor Bell for defense. Under her control, the bell radiated a mystical brilliance. Yet, every collision with the Hell Demonic Wolf subjected her to an immense, crushing pressure. This Hell Demonic Wolf is indeed formidable. I fear I cannot hold out much longer. Exhaustion filled her soul, yet she knew she could not afford to surrender. Having manipulated the Green Emperor Bell for so long, Liu Ruyan's soul power neared depletion, causing her spirit to flicker in a moment of trance. Seizing the opening, the Hell Demonic Wolf leapt into the air, its massive flaming claws raking toward Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan felt a sense of impending doom. Bereft of any countermeasure, she was truly beyond the point of exhaustion. She had guarded the entrance to the mystic realm alone for 2 full days, maintaining absolute focus without a single moment of respite. Coupled with having fought hundreds of rounds against the Hell Demonic Wolf, she was truly reaching her limit.
Father, is this how it all ends?
With a thunderous boom, the space behind Liu Ruyan suddenly fractured. She hurriedly turned her head to look. You stepped out from the spatial rift, immediately witnessing Liu Ruyan's exhausted and wounded state.
How audacious, you dare lay a hand upon my daughter.
You roared in fury, a tiger's cry echoing through the clouds. The sound was laden with such wrath and majesty that it seemed to make heaven and earth tremble. Liu Ruyan was overjoyed. Father, you succeeded. Her eyes were filled with delight and excitement. Using your soul sense, you immediately discovered that Little White's spiritual power was merely nearing depletion, and she was otherwise unharmed. The tension in your heart finally eased. You turned around without a word, standing there silently, your gaze locked onto the Hell Demonic Wolf. In the next heartbeat, thunderclouds rolled across the sky as a colossal silver bow manifested in the firmament, its string beginning to bend. The Hell Demonic Wolf sensed your formidable aura and let out a low, guttural growl as if attempting a show of force. You gave a cold snort as the lightning power within your body surged instantly. To dare harm my daughter, you shall surely die. A thunderbolt arrow, flickering with electrical arcs, rapidly condensed into form. Seeing this, the Hell Demonic Wolf opened its bloody maw and spat forth a pillar of scorching flame that swept toward you like a massive serpent of fire. Unperturbed, you took aim at the pillar of flame and loosed the thunderbolt arrow. The arrow collided with the pillar of fire in midair, erupting in a massive explosion. The sheer force of the impact caused the surrounding air to vibrate violently, creating visible ripples of shockwaves. The thunderbolt arrow pierced through the fire pillar and struck the Hell Demonic Wolf squarely in the back, forcing a pained howl from the beast. The lightning power within the arrow instantly spread across the wolf's body, causing its flames to dim significantly. It had clearly sustained a grievous wound. Yet the Hell Demonic Wolf remained tenacious. It lunged at you once more as the battle reached a fever pitch. You continuously evaded the Hell Demonic Wolf's assaults, all while searching for an opportunity to strike back. A bit troublesome, no wonder Little White could not finish it off. You noticed that while the Hell Demonic Wolf was swift, its attack patterns were quite singular. You decided to exploit this, luring the beast into revealing a fatal flaw. You deliberately slowed your pace, letting the Hell Demonic Wolf believe an opportunity had arisen. The Hell Demonic Wolf indeed fell for the ruse, pouncing toward you with savage ferocity. You did not resist with your full strength, instead using the momentum to fly backward and land upon the ground. Seeing this, Liu Ruyan tried to activate the Green Emperor Bell to protect you, but her spiritual power was insufficient. Liu Ruyan rushed toward you, even without a trace of spiritual power remaining. She sprinted to your side. The Hell Demonic Wolf let out a thunderous roar. It was as if the beast were proclaiming its own supreme might. Just as it was about to reach you and end your life, you raised your head and locked eyes directly with it. The eye of fear erupted instantly as the thunderous bow unleashed its might once more. A bolt of catastrophic lightning streaked through the air with a piercing whistle in a flash. The Hell Demon Wolf's head was obliterated by a direct strike. The battle reached its end as the Hell Demon Wolf collapsed with a thunderous thud. You immediately channeled the art of the Chang, attempting to summon the ghost forged from the hell demon wolf's soul. You closed your eyes at once, focusing your intent as you extended your soul power outward. The moment you touched the hell demon wolf's soul, a powerful force recoiled, sending a sharp pang of agony through your spirit. Damn it, is it still this stubborn, even in death? I refuse to believe I cannot subdue it. The silhouette of the hell demon wolf flickered relentlessly within your mind, its ferocious gaze and overwhelming power instilled a sense of primal dread. Within the spiritual realm, you and the hell demon wolf engaged in a fierce struggle of wills. The hell demon wolf's soul writhed incessantly, desperately seeking to break free from your shackles. It let out series of roars that seemed to pierce the very essence of the soul, chilling one to the bone. Just as the means to subdue the beast eluded you, the thunderous bow manifested within your sea of consciousness. The bowstring drew back to full tension of its own accord, unleashing a bolt of pure lightning. Pure lightning power is the ultimate bane of all spiritual entities. With a final, agonizing shriek, the hell demon wolf was thoroughly subjugated. As the hell demon wolf's soul was exceedingly potent, your own spirit endured immense pressure. A wave of trepidation washed over you. Had it not been for the thunderous bow, this encounter would surely have ended in disaster. Yet, as you gazed upon the hell demon wolf ghost before you, a sense of profound satisfaction took hold. Every struggle had been worthwhile. Liu Ruyan approached, her voice trembling with excitement. A demonic beast of this caliber is a literal treasure trove. Its flesh, hide, and bones are all rare specimens of the highest order. Especially that demon chorid is a treasure of immeasurable value. It can be refined into medicinal pills which, once consumed, can drastically bolster one's strength or rapidly mend grievous wounds. It can also be utilized in artifact crafting to bestow incomparable attributes upon a weapon. As she spoke, Liu Ruyan carefully extracted the demon core and presented it to you with both hands. Behold, this is the demon core, the very essence and most vital part of a demonic beast. Looking down, you saw the demon core radiating a mystical glow, its deep crimson hue as brilliant as the most exquisite pearl. You could clearly sense a surge of energy fluctuations emanating from the core, so massive they were nearly suffocating. Inwardly, you could not help but marvel at the staggering amount of energy contained within. In the following instant, as if driven by some mysterious force, you acted on a whim and swallowed the demon core in a single gulp. With a soft gulp, the core was gone. Witnessing this, Liu Ruyan's eyes widened in shock, and her entire tiger form froze in disbelief. You cannot be serious, father. Did you truly just swallow the demon core raw? Liu Ruyan's voice was filled with shock and incredulity. What is the matter? Is this demon core not meant to be consumed directly? Seeing her stunned expression, you turned toward Liu Ruyan, your eyes filled with confusion. In truth, you were uncertain if it was edible, however. The moment Liu Ruyan placed the demon core before you, you had instinctively opened your mouth and consumed it. It was only after it had reached your stomach that the weight of your actions dawned upon you. Then again, a demon core is simply another form of energy. Surely, there would be no harm in consuming it. One would hope. Upon hearing your words, Liu Ruyan's expressive eyes widened further, brimming with urgent anxiety and concern. Father, the energy contained within a demon core is vast beyond imagination, and it is exceedingly chaotic and turbulent. Under normal circumstances, it must never be absorbed directly. It must undergo meticulous alchemy to be transformed into a medicinal pill before it can be safely assimilated and utilized. Should one swallow a demon core directly, their physical body could suffer grievous damage, or they might even perish from a total corporeal collapse. Her words fell like heavy stones upon your heart, every syllable laced with tension and dread. A corporeal collapse? Is it truly that dire? Your expression shifted slightly upon hearing this, and a sliver of concern began to stir within your heart. You slowly closed your eyes, meticulously sensing the state of your physical form. Aside from a scorching sensation flowing through your veins as if a bowl of fire were burning within, you sensed no other discomfort. Far from being painful, that searing heat made you feel a peculiar power surging through you. It felt as though an infinite reservoir of potential within your body was waiting to be ignited. Suddenly, the system notification chimed clearly. Demonic core energy absorbed, 100 attribute points gained. Demonic core energy absorbed, 100 attribute points gained. Just like the blood rain, the energy of the demon core was directly converted into attribute points. A wave of sheer ecstasy instantly surged through your heart. How are you? Do you feel any discomfort? Liu Ruyan asked with deep concern. You were too overcome with excitement. Only after a moment did you respond. Father feels quite comfortable now. Listening to the dense barrage of system notifications within your mind, the sensation was nothing short of sublime.
Liu Ruyan exhaled a small sigh of relief, yet the seeds of worry within her heart did not fully dissipate.
Truly? She gazed upon you, her eyes brimming with doubt.
Father, are you truly unharmed?
The energy within this demonic core is so vast to swallow it directly without any adverse reaction. How can this be possible?
That was a demonic core. If an ordinary exotic beast had consumed it, they would have likely exploded and perished on the spot.
Yet, why does Father still appear to be in such a state of enjoyment?
A sharp glint flashed in your eyes. Little white, fret not. Father's constitution is quite unique.
You chuckled inwardly, the cheat. Code saintly physique you'd never expect it, would you? Seeing this, Liu Ruyan spoke no further. Now that the Thunder Echo bow is in our possession, let us return to Mount Changbai.
After all, this is not our domain. Should any calamity arise, it would be difficult to contend with. We shall not depart just yet. Father is on the verge of another breakthrough. You shall protect me while I meditate. Your voice was resolute and decisive.
Father, you are breaking through again. Liu Ruyan's mouth hung open in shock, wide enough to swallow an egg.
She could scarcely believe her ears. Having just endured a grand battle, her father was already ascending to a new level.
Then, remembering the demonic core, realization dawned upon her, her gaze filled with disbelief.
Father, have you already assimilated the demonic core?
You nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing your face. Indeed, I have absorbed the demonic core. I sense that I can break through once more. We shall depart once my ascension is complete.
Liu Ruyan stared at you in disbelief. Father had consumed the demonic core directly, yet not only was he unharmed, he had refined it with such staggering speed.
What sort of heaven, defying constitution is this? Even a cheat wouldn't be this preposterous.
Before long, you broke through to the 7th level of the Shackle Realm.
A terrifying aura emanated from your body, a force so potent it seemed to make the very heavens and earth tremble. As Liu Ruyan felt this aura, she sensed an inexplicable pressure weighing upon her heart.
In her past life, she had been an empress. She was no delicate flower nurtured in a greenhouse.
She was accustomed to standing high above, wielding absolute control over all things. She once stood at the summit of the world, looking down upon all living beings. That immense power and sense of dominion were things she found intoxicating.
She loathed this feeling of weakness, of being the one under protection.
I must find a way to swiftly elevate my strength.
You approached from behind. Little white, let us go home, back to Mount Changbai.
Liu Ruyan gazed at the familiar land, her heart filled with emotion. This was their home, their sanctuary.
She knew, however, that she could not remain here forever. Liu Ruyan suggested that you continue to nourish the Thunder Echo Bow, for only then could you truly master it.
Father, the Thunder Echo Bow is a mighty secret treasure. However, you have yet to master it fully. You must continue to nourish it with your essence, allowing it to align with you. Only then can you unleash its true power.
Nourish it. You did not quite understand.
Liu Ruyan quickly explained, Father, you can slowly permeate the Thunder Echo Bow with your power, fusing your energy with its own. Like a droplet merging with the ocean, let your strength become one with the bow. You may also envelop it with your aura at specific times, letting it sense your presence.
In time, the Thunder Echo Bow will become ever more responsive to your command.
You listened intently. So such a method exists. I understand. I shall enter seclusion for a few days to properly nourish it.
No wonder your experience wielding the Thunder Echo Bow felt so different from Liu Ruyan's mastery of the verdant Emperor Bell. Very well, Father. You may enter seclusion with a peaceful heart. With me guarding Mount Changbai, those humans will not dare approach. You nodded and turned to enter the mountain cavern.
Liu Ruyan watched you enter the cave, a look of reluctance appearing on her face as her heart filled with conflict. She knew her departure was necessary for her growth, yet she could not bear to leave her father's side. She would wait for your emergence from seclusion.
Absolute cinema. Humanity really brought a top 40 list and some vintage tanks to a literal god-tier boss fight.
Imagine being Falcon, thinking you're the main character, only to realize the Black Tiger King treats lightning baptism like a luxury spa day and swallows chaotic demon cores like they're grape-flavored Skittles.
This isn't just a power gap, it's a total system reset.
While the conglomerates were busy politicking, the Twin Kings were claiming divine treasures that make nuclear deterrents look like party poppers.
We've officially entered the era of sovereign domination. If the world's civilized leaders are willing to sacrifice thousands of lives just to fail at stealing a child's heritage,
At what point does humanity stop being the protagonist of this planet and start becoming the invasive species that needs to be culled?